Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Trying to see what it all means. All the noise and all the light. Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis. Enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis. Take a view. No one has the answer. Maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide. No one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part. Every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air. Something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis. Step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis. Take a seat. Say what's on your mind. Let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved. Others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down. Not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through. See what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift? Or are we here to find? Is there something more? Or just what we see? Are we asking wrong? Or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end. No one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis. Don't pretend something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis. Look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis. Stay aware. Something's happening everywhere. Where do you go to? 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 When you leave my mind's eye. When you leave my mind's eye. Yeah, where do you go to? 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 When you leave my mind's eye. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go when I close my eyes? Where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go when I stop thinking about you? Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. This world is all about me. This world is all about me. This world is, but if I be the one, but if I be the one, imagining everything. Why can't I imagine a better world? Why can't I imagine a better world? Why can't I imagine a better world? Because I'm a solipsistic crazy fucker living in a world where only I exist. I'm a dumb. Yeah. I mean, do you ever like take a look around at all the people around you and just look at where do you go to? 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 When you leave my mind's eye. When you leave my mind's eye. Yeah, where do you go to? 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 When you leave my mind's eye. Solipsistic crazy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. We will start soon. Don't worry. We are waiting for people to join. We will start soon.
Crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go when I close my eyes? Where do you go? Where do you go? thinking about you. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. This world is all about me. This world is all about me. This world is, but if I be the one, but if I be the one imagining everything.
Hello.
Hello, Timmy.
Hello. Again, thank you for having me again, BMW. Good to see you again. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to yet another Finding Gnosis show. And today, guys, I do hope you are exceedingly well. If you deserve to be exceedingly well, if you've been a cunt or if you are a cunt, I hope you've either changed your ways and are on the path to being a decent human being, or you are or will soon suffer horrifically, absolutely horrifically. So yeah, today, guys, we are going to talk about have you ever thought about giving up? And if not, why not? If you have thought about giving up, what stopped you? Okay, what stopped you from giving up? The title is there for you to have a look at. What are you still aiming for? I think most people at some point in their life have thought about giving up, maybe not necessarily in a dramatic way. Maybe they don't want to, let's just say jump off a cliff, but just maybe quietly. Maybe they've thought to themselves, what's the fucking point? What's the point of all this? And yet here they are. Here you are, still going. So the question is, why? Why are you still going? Why haven't you given up? What stopped you from giving up? What's kept you going? What's kept you here? Is it perhaps habit, routine? Is it fear? Fear of the unknown? Fear of consequences? Is it hope? Are you hoping for better days ahead? Are you hoping for a better future? Is it responsibility? Are you playing a part in the lives of others? Are you hoping to play a part in a better future for all? Building something for others? Or is it something else? Perhaps it's something you can't even fully explain. Perhaps it's a feeling. But yes, whatever it is, guys, it might be the most important thing about you. What keeps you going? And when was the closest you ever came to giving up? When was it? And what was it that, just something, a little voice? Was it a little voice inside? Or was it something external? Was it a signal from the outside world that kept you going? Do people around you keep you going? Your family, your friends? Because, life is meaningful. What are you aiming for as you keep plodding along? What are you aiming for here in this here thing we call life? Welcome. This is the Finding Gnosis show. The link is under the video. You can come on here to discuss. Have you ever thought about giving up? What stopped you? And what are you aiming for in this strange existence? Given that you haven't given up, given that you are still here, given that you're still plodding along, what the hell are you aiming for? Semi-Urge, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. Very, very welcome to you.
Hello.
Good to have you back. Good to have you back. Have you been out for your morning walk or your afternoon walk? Have you done something nice for yourself today?
I don't really leave the house.
Sorry?
I don't really leave the house. I've got mental issues which kind of prevent me from doing anything outside the house. Yeah, but
Well, I'm sorry to hear
it's
that.
something.
Have you danced around the
Yeah.
room? Have you listened to your favorite song?
I listen to music on YouTube. Yes. The last couple of days. Yeah, I've been listening to some good tunes.
Okay. Well, look, this topic today, don't take it too seriously. But, what keeps you going? What are you aiming for in life?
I hope someday that I will be the normal functioning human being like other people. That's what I aspire
What the
to.
hell is that, Semi-Urge?
It's someone who actually goes to work and holds down a job, things like that. It's just something that's just totally out of my grasp at this point. It's just I've suffered with mental health issues for so long that it's just seeing other people doing their own thing is just something that I envy them. I want to be like them.
I'm sorry to hear that, Semi-Urge.
Yeah,
That seems really tough going that you envy people, but I don't think you should. I think you should just try and, build yourself up and not compare yourself to others too much. Because, a lot of these people that are doing things you want to do, they may not be incredibly happy. Life is what you make of it, is it not?
yeah, that's true.
No matter where you're standing, no matter what you're doing, it's all just a matter of perspective, is it not?
It is it is a matter of perspective, and uh,
You don't think it's a matter of perspective? You don't think you can be happy or satisfied or content despite circumstances?
yeah, I feel like there is a philosophical kind of aspect to it that you can um, make the best of a bad situation. But
I mean, you have things some other people might think are great, like freedom, lack of responsibility.
yeah, I mean, you could say that, I guess.
And you have time to think about what the hell you want to do. Some people don't have much time to think about. They can't get a minute to themselves.
That's true.
Semi-Urge, what type of work would you like to get into if you're thinking of going that way? You said you want to go and get a job. What do you want to do?
That's the thing. I don't know. I'm just in complete shambles at the moment. I just have no idea what kind of
Do
direction
you
I
like
want to
working
take
with
my
your
life in.
hands, or do you like do you like sitting at a desk? What do you like? Do you like working with people?
I don't know, maybe some kind of IT job, something like that.
IT. Interesting. Are you
Yeah,
into coding? Are you into the physical side of things, networking, putting computers together? What would you like to get into?
I
IT help desk?
have, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So I can ring you up and say, Semi-Urge, my computer's not working. Can you fix it for me? And then you'll say, have you tried turning it off yet and back on?
Turn it off and on
quite well
again.
for that.
Yeah. That sounds good to me.
Well, that might be a good job actually, Semi-Urge, You could probably do that from home as well.
Yeah,
You could probably work
I would love
remotely,
a.
sit in your
I would love.
pajamas or in your boxer shorts on the sofa with your headset and your laptop, answering calls from frustrated salespeople and customer care people working in, boiler rooms, ringing you up, asking you to
I
make
would
them less
love
stressed.
a remote
You'll
job.
be adding value.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to add value. I just want to.
Aren't you enough,
Um,
Semi-Urge? Semi-Urge, you're enough in and of yourself. Isn't it okay just to be a nice person?
yes, in some respects, but I believe that I
What
also
do you think
should
is the number
be.
one thing you got to
I
sort out before you
I,
try
I
to get
should be.
back?
I should be contributing to society a little bit more.
Have you thought about volunteering?
I thought about it. Yeah, um, it's something that I definitely have thought about. Uh, Obviously, because of my issues, mental health problems, uh, can prevent me from doing things like that. But it's probably something I should push myself
Are you
into.
scared of? Do you have anxiety? Is that it?
Yes,
You
severe
have anxiety?
anxiety. Severe anxiety, especially when I'm outside. I think they call it agoraphobia.
You're scared of going
Yeah,
outside.
basically, yeah. I mean, this sounds kind of
When did you get
pathetic
this?
when you put it like this. Um, it's been for years now. I was using alcohol to cope with it, but that obviously is not a long-term solution.
Mm.
Yeah,
Does
I've been.
does anything help?
Um,
Maybe going out at different times of day. I don't know. Maybe getting Ubers to places.
yeah, no.
Using this.
If I do have to go out, like when this like for a doctor's appointment or something like that, I always have to get a taxi.
Uh huh.
Um, yeah, it's pretty bad, man. It's no way to live.
Uh huh. And you obviously live a lot of the time indoors. Are you making your home nice for yourself at least?
Not really. That's probably one
Or
of the
maybe you
worst
should
things
start
about
with
it.
trying to make this place that you have to spend a lot of your time nicer
Yeah,
for yourself.
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Start looking after yourself. Start
Yeah,
making your surrounds satisfactory, respecting yourself. Because if you are suffering like this, why not try to make your life better as best as you can? Have you got a
yeah.
nice? Have you got nice furniture? A nice sofa?
Things
Have you got
aren't too
exercise
bad.
equipment at home?
Yeah, I've got me pull-up bar. Try and use that. Um,
You got your what?
whenever.
Pull-up bar.
Yeah, I've got it in the doorway. So I do a few pull-ups every now and then, and then I do some push-ups, and I've got me dip bar. Yeah,
Your what? Sorry.
my dip, dips.
Dips. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I try and
Have you
keep
got
my
a?
body.
Have you got
Uh,
like a? Have you thought about like saving a cat or something from there's lots of cats need new owners because
I
maybe it.
don't think in my current state I would be um, that I wouldn't be able to look after an animal. Just I
Well,
I
at
can
least
barely look after myself.
Yeah. Well, look, baby steps, and all I can do is wish you the best, and hope that you take yourself seriously and start taking your contentment seriously. Looking after your surrounds, making sure your surrounds are comfortable, making sure you're eating the right thing. You said you're going vegan, so you got plenty of time to look into that now. Making sure you're
Yes,
eating the right thing, you
absolutely.
start feeling better about yourself. You said want to
Want
add
to feel
value.
better about
Maybe you
myself. I want
maybe
to
you can
reduce
when you become vegan,
reduce
you can start
suffering.
spreading the good word about veganism.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's lots you can do to help the world. Hello to Jamie. Jamie, do come on and say hello to us. Pamela Nibbles, hello there. Ricardo, do come on. Ricardo says he's chilling in Devon with family. That's nice. Sounds like a good way to spend a Sunday down in Devon. Lucky him. Robin, are you coming on? JB00 says, seriously, oh my goodness me. He says he seriously considered exiting last year. He said what keeps him here are speculative thoughts of being needed, terror of death, and the obvious instinct to live. That's about it. He says, hello, dear hearts. Well, JB, look, if you could come on and tell us about your experience last year and what it taught you, we would appreciate that. I'm glad you got over it. It seems like you got over it because that was last year. You're still here. It does sound like it was annus horribilis. So it was a bad year for you. But, you got over it. Hopefully you learned something from it. Hello to Zatoishi or whatever. How do you say that? How would you say that, Samuel? Zatoishi?
I would say that as Zatoiki.
Zatoichi. Okay. Hello, Zatoichi.
Yeah.
And hello to Untrackable. Good to see you here, brother. We are talking about, it might seem dark, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps. Have you ever thought about giving up? If so, what stopped you? And also, what are you living for? What are you aiming for? What motivates you? Yeah. What keeps you going? What motivates you? What keeps you going? Perhaps others can be motivated and learn from whatever it is that you've discovered in your own experience that ignites something within you to just keep you plodding along, helps you get through dark nights of the soul, helps you on your way, helps you make life meaningful, helps you carry the burden of being, dare I say it, with a smile on your face. What makes you smile, Samiraj?
That is a good question because the things that make me smile are quite fleeting. Um, I like watching a good film. I like 80s films. 80s and 90s are the best time for movies.
What films do you like? You say you like. Tell me, name some of them. 80s film.
I like
Airplane.
the old.
Jaws.
I like the old
Back to the
Schwarzenegger
Future.
films. Yeah, Back to the Future is a good one. Yeah, Terminator is a good one. That's a very good one.
Predator,
definitely, 100%. That is actually one of my favorite films. Yeah, that is amazing, awesome film. And Commando is a good one.
Yeah. Awesome. We have Zatoishi. You are on the Fighting Gnosis show. Zatoishi, we are talking about the
giving up.
The idea that sometimes people think about giving up, and we're wondering what keeps them going, what stops them from giving up.
Well, that's
And
easy for me because I'm taking care of my elderly mother, and the last thing that my father said to me before he passed away was, "Take care of your mother."
that's very nice to hear. So, Satoshi, you have thought about giving up before, have you?
Every fucking day.
Oh shit!
I have PTSD though, so maybe that's why.
Right. I'm sorry to hear that. So you quite literally think about giving up. It's not just you want to go around. It's not just you want to give up the rat race and walk around India playing the banjo. You've actually thought about giving up, have you? Quite literally.
Oh yeah, I mean, what's the point of any of this? What is the point of just merely surviving?
This is what we're trying to ascertain. Satoshi, you seem to have found meaning in helping your mother. Could you not extend that to others as
No,
well?
because people are fucking idiots.
People are idiots.
They're assholes. They're evil. They if you watch the things I watch every day, all over the videos from all over the world of people murdering each other for nothing.
Maybe you should stop watching that stuff.
I mean, not everybody's murdering somebody, surely.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
Are you vegan?
No.
So you are also, well, you're killing people, killing entities that do not
Yeah,
cause.
well, yeah. I mean, I'm not I like the Hindu philosophy, but I don't adhere to it. Today we're going to a restaurant to celebrate Easter, and I'm going to eat as much prime rib as
Where
I
are
can
you, Zep?
fit in my
Where
stomach.
are you? Where are you?
I'm on
In
the east
America?
coast of the United States.
And your dear mother, how old is she?
84.
84. How did you find this show, Satoshi? Because I haven't seen you before.
You've seen me before. You just don't remember. I was up here on your panel one time. I came because of Digital Denizen and because of Witchy Bishy.
Oh, yes. You have a really bleak outlook.
Yeah, I
You
know.
do. Would some say you're a misanthropic?
I don't know what that word means.
Well, I mean, you don't like humanity.
Uh, in general, no, I don't. I mean, I think politicians are fucking corrupt. I think everything is just wrong about humanity. Nothing noble about it, really, other than science, maybe. But
Wow. Is that not what about science then that you find noble, as you put it?
well, at least there's a portion of humanity that is trying to figure out why we are here, what reality is. Like trying to figure out the mysteries of existence.
Yeah. So I mean, clearly there is something to aim for, to keep going, to find Gnosis, to find out what the hell's going on. That is a reason to be.
Yeah,
Surely.
yeah. But if you believe like the Gnostics believe,
It's an important thing to do, is it not?
well, yeah, I
So there
believe.
is a reason to be here, other than your mother.
Yeah, but that's not enough to keep me here.
You could encourage others. You could be like a cheerleader for this important aim,
How
finding
could
out
I?
what's
How could
going
I
on.
be? How could I be a cheerleader for others when I cannot even be a cheerleader for myself?
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. What makes you smile, Satoshi?
Um, not much.
What used to make you smile? Can I
Not
ask
much.
roughly what age you are? You
Not
don't have to
much.
tell me.
I'm
What?
56. I'm 56.
56. Okay. When were you last, like, let's just say, when did you last see yourself as content?
Well, I went out with a girl for a year, and she wanted to get married, and I was happy then, but it was just all an illusion.
How long ago was that?
26 years ago.
So when you were about 30?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear you haven't been happy since then.
Oh,
But I do hope you'll find a way. Spiral reckons you're just bored.
maybe.
Have you thought about doing something exciting, something to get your dopamine going?
Well, I love playing music with other people in a band, but it's
Do you
almost
play an instrument?
impossible. Yeah, I play bass guitar.
Could you play something for us
Not at the moment.
later on?
Well, I have like 100 videos on my channel that show me playing.
Would you be happy to be a entertainer perhaps for the
Oh yeah,
masses?
absolutely, yeah.
So, okay, well, why don't you try and get out there? Why don't you do like open mic nights?
I have.
And does that not make you happy?
It used to, and then I got arrested on my way home one night, so
What for?
I'd rather not say.
Yeah, but I mean, that's you got arrested one night on the way home. I mean, that's one night. Why? And you used to enjoy open mic nights. Why can't you just go out and do another open mic night somewhere?
I could, I suppose. I don't know.
You enjoy it, so it sounds insane not to.
Maybe I've lost my confidence a little.
What does that feel like?
I don't know. I feel like I don't have whatever it was that made me good before.
You had it. It's not as if it's something you can lose overnight, is it?
No, but you over the period of 26 years, you can lose it.
But you said you were going to open mics up until recently.
No, not recently.
Oh my goodness me. I think it's time that you at least went along to an open mic. So that's perhaps what you could do. Go to an open mic and watch in the audience. And then that might help you, get acclimatized to such social events. And then maybe, just maybe, one night, you could say to somebody, hey, can I borrow your guitar? I want to do something. And then you can bring your own one the week after, or the night after. If you've done it before, you can do it again, surely.
Yeah, it depends on the people, though. See, what the problem with that is that a lot of open mic nights now are not truly open mic nights. They're usually run by a band, and they're basically like the house band. So they want you to play the songs that they know, but they don't want to just jam. They don't want to just make something up,
Some people play on the internet live with other people.
Yeah.
You could do that as well.
I've been trying to figure out how, but I can't figure out how to do it.
Anybody have any ideas for Satoshi? Please comment in the live chat or under the video afterwards. Help him out. Help a brother out. Robin, you're in the Finding Gnosis show. The topic is, have you ever thought about giving up? What stopped you, if you have? And what are you aiming for generally in life to keep you going? What keeps you going? What motivates you, Robin?
I thought about giving up a couple of times, but I got two daughters, so kind of hard to give up when you got other people they're not children anymore. They're grown now, but they were children then. But I don't know. I'm pretty content. I'm like he was talking about. I'm 57. Had a stroke last July, so I drove a truck all my life, so I can't drive anymore. But I don't know. I just I just try to live every day and maybe learn something new. And yeah, I'm pretty content.
I'm glad to hear it, Robin. Have you got any advice for these two fellows who feel very much discontent in some ways?
I don't know. I was listening to him, and I mean, I feel, I feel for him because, like I've been, I'm alone. I got married and divorced twice, and I'm pretty happy not being married. I've got cats. They always help. Cats help. But I don't know. I think it's just that sometimes you just have to make which sometimes there's some you have like depression or something. That's a mental, that's an actual something that you might need medication for. But like other than that, you just kind of have to just. It's a state of mind. I think sometimes.
It's a state of mind. Okay. And
I mean, sometimes.
how do you shift if it is a state of mind? Can you shift your perspective?
Like you said, I go like I think maybe like working on your house or something. You just have to kind of find something to focus on. Um, like you were talking about, like cleaning, like straightening up, making his house nice inside. It gives you a goal. I think you sometimes need goals.
That's a very good point, Robin. Goals. Yes, yes, goals. Semyoch, have you and Zatoshi, have you
Hmm.
thought about writing down some micro goals and some bigger goals, some dreams
Yeah,
even?
I have, but that's the problem, because of the anxiety and depression from PTSD, goals are unachievable because it's always a matter of putting them off, kind of like not
Mhm.
avoiding, that kind of thing.
Yes, PTSD is really hard to deal with. I'm sure.
I mean, I have nightmares every night where I cannot find my car.
Oh,
I'm in a huge mall complex, and there's all kinds of things going on, but I can never find my way around it, and it's just insane. And then you wake up and you're glad to wake up because real life isn't as bad as the dreams are.
So you have a night. I thought you were talking about your real life, but in your nightmare you can't find your car. That is a recurring dream you have.
Oh yeah.
And
hmm.
what do you think brings that on? It's a strange dream.
Well, I'm always trying to get home somehow, and I can't get there, even though it's only a few blocks away.
What do you think of that, Robin?
I don't know. I'm not much of a dream whisperer. I used to think I was. I used to like dabble in that kind of stuff, but I kind of don't think I know much about it. But have you ever like listened? Like I listen to bedtime stories when I go to bed. There's
Mm.
a woman that reads. Let's see, relax a while. That's her name of her channel. She reads me a bedtime story every night before I go to bed. It's very relaxing.
Yeah, I mean, have you got any content or media that you like to consume, Zaitoshi, that might cheer you up a little bit, or you know, in some way motivate you?
I don't know. I like watching movies. That's about it.
Okay.
Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I have a cockatiel.
Oh, nice.
He's about 20 years old now.
Hmm.
Have you thought about getting rescuing a little younger bird?
Well, two reasons why I can't. The first one is this bird is so attached to me that if I brought in another bird at his age, it would mess with him mentally, I think. And number two, he has what's called Bornavirus, which is a disease that there's no cure for, and it affects the joints and
No.
it puts birds in pain. So I don't want a new bird to catch what he has.
Okay, I
Oh,
didn't know. What's the name of that virus?
Borna, Borna.
does he talk?
He whistles. I mean,
JB.
we have our own language. Like I'll call out to him and he'll answer me, and we do that back and forth a lot. But
That's cool.
yeah,
JB00 says PTSD is a real mind fuck. He says he has elements of that to deal with now,
mm,
and it can derail him in an instant. He advises just to do small things, simple things, feed the birds, and talk to the broken. Go for a little stroll, perhaps. Yeah,
mm.
keep moving. Keep moving. Do you get out? Do you go to cafes? Do you go to parks? Do you
Occasionally I go out
people
with friends.
watch? Hmm. How does that make you feel?
It's okay. I mean, I just feel like the places we go are where a lot of young people go because they have live music, So, you know, you start realizing how old you actually are when you see all these young people walking around. But
Um, yes, JB00 says walking is good. Yes, yes. Retro, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. Good to have you here. The topic is a difficult one, but it might prove motivational. Have you ever thought about giving up? If so, what stopped you? And you know what motivates you? What are you aiming for in life? And any advice, perhaps, you can give to others. By the way, obviously, everybody watching, this is a professional service. If you are suffering from mental health problems, get professional help.
Shit.
Call your emergency helpline if you need to. Go
Shit.
ahead, Retro.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have probably already hit rock bottom by my age, your age, a couple of us. Anybody over 35 has probably met a point where they're just like, is this all there is to life? You know, I think a lot of people have hit that turn, and some people face it more, and then the death of a parent or more can bring that even in closer, and then more negative relationships or failed relationships can get us there.
Mhm.
And I think it's the mileage we put in. You know, it's just like knowing we can make better decisions for ourselves, I think, is one of the things. And the rest, it's just our brains are a chemical fluid machine. It's always pumping that stuff in that we do and don't need. So if you have an idea to share with someone else that's pumping you full of dopamine, as soon as no one gives a shit about what you have to say, the dopamine turns into the devil and starts strangling you with self-doubt and negativity. And this is where like all this shit comes from. It's just our brain chemicals floating around our heads. And it's just like if we can learn to deal with, like, it doesn't matter what people think of us. We're not looking for human approval. Life starts getting a lot better. You know, we can say fuck you to ourselves, fuck you to the haters, and you'll live a lot better. And I think that's where most people need to get. And you need to treat your loved ones with, you know, kindness and respect, and then, you know, be kind to animals and all that jazz. But you can't really think what the mob mentality cares about anymore. You're not, the algorithm is a monster. It will eat anybody. It doesn't matter how talented you fucking are. So like, it's just like, just be who you are and know that's good enough, and then the rest will happen.
Retro, thank you for that. Well said, brother. We have Untrackable. He's just joined. Untrackable, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. The question is, have you ever thought about giving up? If so, what stopped you? And, what motivates you to keep going? What are you aiming for? Alwan, can you give me the two fingers to prove you're real and not a bot? Sorry, there's someone backstage. Okay, thank you, buddy. Sorry, Untrackable, you heard me, brother. Go ahead.
Have I ever thought about giving up?
Yeah, and what keeps you going? What are you aiming for? These types of things. What got you through the dark night of the soul? What are you aiming for? What made you? What sparked some kind of desire to keep going in you? If this is something that you've experienced.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes because when you accept the purpose, there is nothing else. So saying I quit, it's very easy to be disappointed by your colleagues, your coworkers, the people in your relationship, your own children. It's very easy to be like, fuck this, I quit. But in that moment, it's like, wait, did I, hey, even saying that, it's like, no, it's a reminder that you said you would do. If they failed, that's okay. You are only you because you stepped up and are there for them. And there is no worse pain than failure. However, those that fail around you, you could be the light that brings them up and sends them off to tomorrow, and then we all get tomorrow. But if you quit, nobody gets tomorrow. So that is kind of like an ownership of, I said I would, so I'm gonna. I can't imagine the pain that people have when, you know, they look for their leadership, and their leadership is, you know, self-deleted, or however you want to put it. It's like, hey, daddy, where's daddy? Where's mommy? Where's my boss? You know, where are these people? What are we supposed to do now? You know, no. Going through the hard stuff is exactly what leadership is. The failures of your subordinates is exactly what leadership is. Because you've been there. You've done that. And when they fail, it's not a failure. It's a learning exercise. And so, you know, the very moment that you as a leader feel like this isn't worth it, that is when it is 100% worth it. Because that means they need you the most. And that means you get to reassess. And leaders have leaders too. There's levels to this shit. So
well said.
Never
well said,
never
Retro.
never
sorry,
put
well said on Trackable, sorry.
Well, you know, hey, I'll leave it there and leave it up for discussion, but for the moment, that's how I feel.
You said some very profound things there about leadership, and if you are leading people, if you are someone's mentor, there is a weight on your shoulders. There is an expectation that, you know, you can get through it because other people are relying on you as a guiding light.
Well, that reminds me of the Lord of the Rings with Gandalf. You know, they sent 5 wizards to fight against Sauron, the Dark Lord. And out of all 5, only Gandalf was the one who stayed true to his mission and led the free peoples to defeat Sauron. And he didn't want to go in the beginning because he was afraid of Sauron. And the head of the gods said, well, all the more reason you should go then. And he was the only one that fulfilled the mission. And he was afraid of Sauron. He didn't want to go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Dirty Lowlife, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show, brother. Good to have you back. We are
Hello,
talking
mic check.
about kind of dark nights of the soul, just, you know, feelings people have had now and again, like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, man.
Have you ever thought about giving up in one way or another? It doesn't have to be, you know, literally giving up. You know what I mean? It could be just, as I said, giving up on the rat race, just, you know, going off grid, maybe going around India with a banjo.
Yeah.
Going and sleeping on a park bench, saying fuck it all. What level of giving up perhaps did you think about, and what stopped you from going the whole way perhaps? What motivates you? What are you aiming for? What motivates you to keep going?
Yeah, firstly, NW, thank you for the question, man. Brilliant.
Thank you, brother.
I've met this question in many forms a long time ago and recently. Where to fucking begin? Excuse my language. So yeah, I find myself in a strange point in my life. I have no kids. My father died about a year ago. I quit my job at the end of last year. My partner just broke up with me. I've totaled my car. Various other things, banned from driving. There's lots of reasons to give up. What I realize is that only ever, basically, the giving up, the wanting to give up, the sensation of fuck it all is only ever in my mind. And however much and in whatever form that rolls around in my head, and it can be very much, I just give up on this job, or I don't want to exist anymore, to save using the word. It, as I say, is only ever in the mind. And that can be a very tortuous place to exist. But what I've realized is that whatever my mind makes of things, my body doesn't really care. And it carries on regardless. So as long as I don't actually interrupt it doing that full stop, I don't really find that I can give up as much as my mindscape wants to. So I find that quite a paradox in itself. The character of Jamie, really wants to give up at times, but he can't. That tickles me really. What keeps me going? I suppose intrigue, really, the investigation of what this experience actually is at the ground of being, and trying to unravel it all. But aside from that, I couldn't really say, I don't think. Yeah, sorry for not much answer, but lovely question.
No. I think you said a lot there that was very profound. And one of the things I got from you, and it resonated with me, you didn't say it, but I think you might basically be communicating it in other words, is you can lose so much and then realize, actually, what I had perhaps was an entrapment in some ways, and now I'm
very much
free.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. So what I was going to say, you remind me. Thank you, DNW. To be truly alone is to be all one. Alone is all one, and being lonely is a painful thing. But if you can really come down to it, I think there is a solace in that as well.
Yeah, I think. I mean, you don't have to remain alone, but I think if you lose a lot of things in life, it can give you, that rock, that foundation of, like, who the fuck am I? What am I? What do I like? And then going forth, you can build in a way that is meaningful to you, and you can choose who you want in your life. And I'm sorry to hear you had a death of a parent. That was kind of, that must have been difficult.
May I interject?
Yeah, go ahead, Untrackable.
Please.
Yeah, it's about answering questions. Regardless of your level of, knowledge or rank or experience or whatever, it's like, hey, the journey, answering questions, solving problems is so much fun, whether it be a math equation or what's missing from this recipe when you're cooking, or teamwork, resolution to the problem. Let's find what's missing, and then maybe you get a job and somebody doesn't show up to work. And it's like, how can I find a way to do both of these jobs? Or, maybe one person can't do both of these jobs, but who can you pull from the field of the underlings, as they will be, the subordinates, the newbies, if you will, and be like, hey, you're about to learn something new today. And get the job done, because it's all about the mission. It's not about you. It's not about the feelings. It's not about what, how much you're getting paid. It's like, can we solve a problem today? I'll leave that there.
Hey guys, I gotta go. But thank you for having me up again. And
Satoshi, I wish you well, and as I say, I hope that you find a way to make some contentment for yourself.
yeah, thank you, man. And I do live streams occasionally too. Untrackable comes by sometimes, so if you want to come by,
share your channel below this video after we've finished the live, and then people can sub and listen to your music and such. Maybe that will help you build community, help you connect to others, and enjoy your passion.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
I love you, Zach.
All right, you too, man. Have a good one.
Now, Untrackable, you were in the military. In many ways, some people might call you a man's man. And you talk about leadership. And I find that interesting because, it may be quite disconcerting to some people when they look at leaders, they think, oh, look at this alpha male, this strong person. But in actual fact, sometimes leaders are as fragile as anybody else. They've just found some kind of meaning in it, to try and deal with the fragility and to try and help those who they know are also fragile. It's not easy being a leader, is it?
Oh, especially on such a massive scale. There is no one person. There is no Rambo that's going to save the world. There is no Terminator that's going to save the mission. There is no one. There is no one. But when you put somebody through so much to the point where they become a leader, they then become the discretion of the hard decision of, I believe in you, and this is what needs to be done. And there are no guarantees. So
Untrackable. I like what you're saying. So basically, in your view, leaders are made, not born. They're made by their experiences. Do we have a problem in the world, perhaps, with people in apparent leadership positions that are not really what you would call leaders, because they're not thinking about the bigger picture? Perhaps they're only thinking about themselves. Would you say that's a problem in the world, or that has been a recurring theme, that we're getting the wrong leaders?
Well, I wanted to. That's why I jumped in here, because I did want to talk a little bit about the
with
differences.
respect, I was asking Untrackable. Sorry, I meant to say Untrackable. Did I say the mind? Sorry, and then the mind. Yes, you can talk after that.
Yeah. So specifically military wise, you can see a 60-year-old man that's talking to the president, and he looks the way he looks, and he's talking the way he's talking. But that special forces tab, that ranger tab, that airborne tab, and all those ribbons on his chest, they don't mean nothing. You don't get that for doing nothing. And then you wonder, like, hey, but we don't need a country that is run necessarily militarily. But you have to respect the people that you put in charge of certain things. And so,
Do you mind if I jump in real fast?
Yes, please do.
Go ahead, the mind,
Okay.
and then we'll go to Kevin. So the mind, then Kevin. Kenny. Kenny is live in Speaker's Corner, but the mind, go ahead quickly.
Okay, yeah. So I would have to say I think there is a difference and a blurring of the lines when it comes to leadership versus authorities. Because when we talk about the military complex, the military industrial complex, that is essentially an authority figure, and I do believe there is a difference between leadership and authority. And leadership, just to say it real quick, and then somebody else could talk, is directly tied to people being put in positions of power by the people, and authority is the thing that is delegated by others by force. So that's all I have to say on that. And there is a difference between the two. Just because you're in a position of authority doesn't mean you're an actual leader.
Okay, thank you, The Mind. I just want to bring Ken in because he's our man out in the field. He is live in Speaker's Corner. Kenny, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Welcome, Kenny. We're talking about people giving up and what stopped them from giving up, what motivates them to keep going. Have you got any thoughts on that? And then perhaps you could tell us just what's going on in Speaker's Corner today.
What's the question again?
We were talking about giving up. What? Because a lot of people have felt like giving up at times in life.
Yeah.
And we're just asking, what kept people going? What got them over that hill? Would you like to comment on the question?
Yeah. So finding meaning in life and taking responsibility. Reading on philosophy is very important, particularly for me, Stoicism. Looking after my health. I stopped drinking alcohol 15 years ago. I've been teetotal. But everybody can find their own meaning. Like I said, yesterday I said it's better to lead by example rather than to preach.
Yes. That's a very good point. So, Kenny, I see you're in Speaker's Corner. What has brought you there? What do you get from going there? I know you frequent there. What is it about Speaker's Corner that attracts you? And how's it going there today?
I love the fact that people of different views can come together and debate respectfully without name calling. All right, it does get heated and passionate sometimes, but it's very non-violent though. So, it's a great atmosphere. Sometimes it can feel a bit heavy, a bit toxic, but other times it's jovial and humorous and
Oh my God.
loving. Me personally, I'm going to show you why I came here today. I'll get my sign out.
Yep.
I came here to change the culture away from politics and religion to football, and this is my sign. Hearts will win the Scottish Premiership. We're currently top of the league, and we're the bookies' favourite.
The porcupine was a spirit animal. We got
who's
Kenny.
the next down? Is it Celtic?
Rangers are 1 point behind Hearts. Celtic play in half an hour, actually.
Okay,
And they're 5 points behind Hearts. They're 6 points behind Hearts.
So
6 games left to go.
How many games left to go?
6 games left to go. The last team outside of Rangers and Celtic that won the Scottish League was when Sir Alex Ferguson was manager of Aberdeen in 1985. The last time Hearts won the Scottish League was 1960. So
I was going to say Hearts. We've all heard of them, but they're not. We've never heard them win the league. But it's in 1960, was it? They're from
1960
Edinburgh,
was
right?
Edinburgh, that's
team.
correct. Yeah.
So you got Hibs. Hibs are the other Edinburgh team, are they?
Correct. Hearts is short for Heart of Midlothian Football Club. And Hibs is short for Hibernia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've been a lifelong Hearts
Kenny.
have you?
Kenny.
Say that again.
Tell us what's going on. What are people talking about there, Kenny?
So you've got mostly Christians and Muslims.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us. You have Muslims talking. You have just mostly spectators, actually, who come here just to listen to people talking about different subjects. You've got all kinds of YouTube channels and influencers. I mean, look at this. When I go in here,
tell somebody they're live on the
all
Finding
these
Gnosis
cameras
channel.
and microphones.
Tell them they're live on the Finding Gnosis channel.
Yeah, a lot of technology here, a lot of passions running high.
Oh, I've seen this guy
We got
before.
the
This guy's
Finding
good. This
Gnosis
guy's good.
merch
This
guy
black
on the
guy, he's
road,
good.
Kenny.
I've seen him before.
If I could make a statement,
Okay,
Wait.
I'm off now. Have a lovely day and happy Easter.
Happy Easter,
Yes.
Kenny. Thank you very much for being our man out there in the field. As you were, guys. Sorry, Untrackable, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Whether it's a football team or your personal economics or your personal emotional state, when you're down, you think you'll never be up again. When you're up, you're on top of the world. You don't necessarily take in regard tomorrow in either state. That the possibilities of change, that you could be robbed of your happiness, but it is you that remains. You are the consistent. You are the one that stays and continues through all of this. So the giving up side of things, it doesn't resonate with me, because yes, we can fail. We will lose everything that we have ever worked for.
DNW, I've just spotted someone.
Okay, just 1 second. Sorry, Untrackable. We have our man in the field here. Oh my God, it's Danny Shine. Danny.
Your life on Finding Gnosis. Your life on Finding Gnosis. What's on your
What is
sign?
he going on about this time?
What's on your sign, Danny? He's busy setting up. He's not set up yet now.
Well, hopefully he can dial in and go live as well.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good man, Kenny. Kenny is our field journalist.
It's usually something about the vagina, or the vagina's a trap, or some antinatalist viewpoint.
And you think that?
I just realised Danny's actually in the middle of a phone call, and I'm trying to ask him a question. So,
by the
yeah.
way, Kenny,
I'm sure he'll let you know later.
Kenny,
look at that!
Wales?
Yes, I will. Can I show you something?
Yeah.
That's a very old camera. Can I show that camera to the guys on the? That's great. It's a lovely piece of kit.
Nice
Thank
you, Kenny.
Excellent. Okay. Have a great day.
I appreciate that, Kenny. Great stuff. Okay, guys. Untrackable, sorry for butting in, but obviously, sometimes we get breaking news here, and Kenny was breaking some news to us that Danny was live in Hyde Park, Speaker's Corner. Untrackable, go ahead. And guys, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we have Semi-Urge here. Semi-Urge is looking for inspiration. He's got agoraphobia. He doesn't know what to do. I've tried to give him some words of encouragement. Semi-Urge, are you feeling in some way enlivened by some of the things being said today?
Yeah, I appreciate this talk. Everything about this channel is inspiring to me. I look forward to, I always put the notifications on when you're gonna do your thing. It's probably one of the main reasons that I've got to live right now. That probably sounds kind of sad, but I look forward to it all the time. Listening to all of you guys talk, and just knowing that I'm not alone in my my thinking that we are suffering in this world.
Yes, yes, Semiurge. Semiurge, you're not alone. But also remember, this isn't all there is. You can go outside. You can go to your local cafe. You know, you can go to maybe even a bar or a restaurant. You can go to the park. You know, you can go online, go to meetups in real life. Don't put all your effort into the Finding Gnosis show. Remember, you can try and test the outside world too, and you will get there.
Yeah, I understand.
And that is what is so beautiful about testing the outside world. If you want to go for a run, yeah, the path is what you make of it, but the pain on your body, it will punish you, and then you will be disappointed because you're in pain. The traffic will they will disagree with your path, and they will honk at you, or the ground even underneath your feet, it will bump and raise and whatever and twist your ankle, and it's like, well, it will be a struggle. Every single moment of your life will be disagreeable with your life, and that is the struggle. Every word that comes out of your mouth will be questioned by others. Every idea, every effort that you ever put forward will be questioned and resisted against, and then they will, you look at the laws that are put in front of you that you need to obey, and then you question them. It's like, well, hey, how do I get around this, because it doesn't sound right. And everything you do, every moment of your life will become a question. It is the map. It is like being a pirate in and of itself. Even when you are a law-abiding citizen, you will still have to be a pirate, and you will have to surf, and you will have to learn the flow, and you will have to build a body, and you will have to wear their clothes. Sometimes it is very tough. It is very tough. But I respect each and every other individual.
Yeah, I resonate a lot with what you're saying there, Untrackable. If I can just interject.
Are doing your best. And if you run and hide, I think you make yourself susceptible to people that will not surf, that they will go against the grain, and they will take whatever they want whenever they want. So,
okay, Untrackable. Sorry, Dirty Lowlife was inspired by something you said there. Go ahead, Dirty Lowlife.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on. I liked your use of resistance. I think there is a great resistance in life itself. I agree completely with that. You remind me of the judo principle of basically being like water and being in the middle. If life is this resistance, then to go cower away from it is wrong, and to break yourself against it with full force is also wrong. So somewhere in the middle between those two is this dancing with the resistance. And yes, Alan Watts says the point of the dance is not to get to the last position, but to be in the dancing. It's being in that process perpetually.
Yeah, for instance, driving a car, it requires insurance. It requires, by law, registration. and it requires by law that you behave a certain way. There are plenty of people that pay their bills and but then they drive however the hell they want to drive. And it's like, okay, if I get pulled over, I get a ticket or whatever. Or I don't pay my bills and I drive however. And then when I get pulled over, I lose my car and now I have to walk to work and and now I'm in debt and all this stuff. But, me personally, pardon me, I'll be honest, I don't pay my bills. But I keep it between the lines and I keep it within the limits of the sign and nobody messes with me. Like, you have to really want me to get me in those circumstances. Like, you're not going to catch me not paying my bills because I'm not going over the speed limit. I'm not using my turn signal. I don't violate the law. I'm just not giving you guys any motherfucking money. And you won't find me unless you really want to. But some people put themselves out there like, hey, a ticket, that's nothing to me. I'll go 100 miles an hour. It's like, yeah, you pay your taxes and you're willing to pay a ticket. Well, go ahead, drive as fast as you want. Some of us just want to get to work alive so that way we can get to work. So that way we can earn our money and then we do the same thing on the way home. It's like hey, what do I have to do to get you to leave me alone without paying you?
Yeah, I hear that.
Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm sorry. Word to say.
I did want to ask the soldier a question about America, if that's fine. Or hello, I forgot what's the person's name who was served in
You
the
mean
army.
untrackable?
Untrackable.
Okay.
You are more welcome to ask me a question of if I know the
Do you
answer.
consider America to be a democracy?
Well, I don't think that's a soldier question.
It's not a soldier. Well, I'm asking, as you being an American, do you think America is a democracy?
I That's one of those things where, pardon me for saying so, but I really don't care.
About freedom?
I care about me and mine and how I get it, and I know how I live, and I care about my people.
Is that the
So,
attitude of the army? Or are you speaking for like from, or that's an American perspective? Or an American, because I believe that is the perspective of the army.
well, the perspective that I come from is what you can do and what you can't do, and
So like rule by force, basically. Whoever has the biggest guns makes the rules.
well, that is not true because
Well, I'm just asking questions. I thought that's what you were saying.
no, I come close to people, some people, every single day. Most importantly, my family. And then there is the outside the family, and that is how we get our, survival capability to earn currency and
like
whatnot.
like the kings used to do, right? And the queens, they would like say, keep it in the family, right? Keep the wealth, keep the whatever in the family, and then we just profit off of everyone else.
The difference between me and kings is I'm not sitting on what you earn. I'm sitting on what I earn.
But you said you're willing to take from everyone else as long as it's not your family, right? I got to go back to work, but I did want to ask those questions.
I did not say that. I believe you're putting words in my mouth, sir. I said I'm bank on what I get for my family. And that is a very simple explanation. I'm willing to subvert the law, whatever it may be written, to make sure my family has what it needs. I'm not saying that I'm going to step on your toes or that I'm going to like tell people what to do to make sure that I maintain my power. So don't get me wrong there, brother. Work is work. You have to do it. And those who don't do it, are usually the ones saying you have to do it. And they get paid for saying you have to do it. But they ain't doing shit. But telling you have to do it. So please don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong.
Thank you, Untrackable. I want to go back to Dirty Lowlife there because he said something interesting that resonated with me, and that is part of the reason he keeps going. Something that motivates him is to just observe, perhaps, and also even join in the finding out of what the hell is going on. Dirty Lowlife. One of the thoughts that arises in my mind is, part of the part of the process of thinking about this is acknowledging the fact we may never know what is going on. How does that factor into this motivating factor of what keeps you going? Me personally, I acknowledge we may never know, but for some reason it still is meaningful to me. We may never know what is going on, but it's worth pushing onwards, trying to get as much knowledge as we can. What do you think of this idea that we may never know what is going on? In fact, it's probably beyond our ability due to our brain ability, but also our sensory ability. We may not. There's things we may not see, for example, may not sense. You know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I don't think we will know what's going on in the sense of knowing with the mind. The mind is a thinking tool. It can be used for logic, but it won't know what's going on, though. I don't know. Perhaps I'll take you in a slightly obtuse direction. I feel that
Untrackable. Sorry,
go
ahead.
I feel that the human being is a threefold being. There's a mental being, an emotional being, and a physical being, and they are separate but overlapped into one form that is either tightly coupled or loosely coupled. Those three things can come together and work together, or they can be going in different directions, right? Your body could be very tired, you could be hungry at the same time, but your mind is racing and you're thinking about this thing, or so to go back to what I was mentioning earlier, I think the mind is what wants to give up. It's what thinks about the reasons to give up, and it's basically using logic and reasoning on all of the things it knows to say there's no point doing this. It's using argumentation against your being in that sense. But the body is passive in comparison to the active mind, and the body just sort of does what is done to it based on needs for sleep, water, hunger, shelter, and warmth. And yeah, I think you mentioned the other day, like if you're up Shit Creek and you haven't got any food, the way your character exists now is totally irrelevant. You're going to start acting as if you're hungry. And I think that's why the body doesn't give up in the same way that the mind does, because it's passive. It's simply reacting to its stimulation, whereas the mind is actively going out into the world and trying to do things. Yeah, so I sort of lose the point of where I'm going, but basically you're asking about, can we know? No, I don't think your mind can know, but what I do think you can do is align the three parts of your being, the active part, the passive part, and the reconciliation between the two, which is your emotional state. And when they become aligned, you can see again. And it's not like a knowing of, oh, I know that this is the speed of light, and it's simply seeing that which is. I think that's about as close as you can get.
Okay, it sounds yeah, that sounds very deep. I'll have to think about that one. But you do bring up an interesting idea, and that is mind versus body and how they interact. Maybe we don't think about that enough here, and how the body doesn't always serve the mind doesn't always serve the body. But obviously they're intrinsically linked.
I think talking is a very good example, because what you want to say is thought about in the mind. The body passively responds, but based on your emotional state. So if you're calm, you'll talk quite slowly, but as soon as things get heated, everybody's shouting at each other and I'm going to talk over you, and that's automatic in the being, based on how much each of the three components of the being are involved in what's happening in the self, for want of a better word. So yeah, I think it is very easy to get lost in just the mind part alone. I think this show makes a big part. I've heard so many times that it's like a therapy for people. It's a catharsis. It's a way to remember that I'm not alone. Sort of that kind of sensation that people get from this show. And I think it's because people are lost in their mind predominantly, because it's the active part, and off they run with that, and they get lost in their own thinking, their own spirals. And as soon as you can come together, you can, I don't know, remember again.
What is making them get lost in their own mind? Is it because they're being repelled by the world around them, though? You know, the physicality, the others.
That's a good question. I think a lot of it's described in modern psychology as trauma responses. But I'd kind of change the language a bit, and I'd say that a trauma response is really something where usually you'll go back to sleep. I suffer my trauma response, I'm triggered, and I become unconscious because I don't want to feel that negative emotional state that I felt the original time. And that automatism to fall asleep puts you into sort of an autopilot. And what I liked about Untrackable saying about the resistance against life, that life is this resistance pressure, is that the objective of the self is to essentially work against that resistance and be aware of what is happening and actually observe and stay awake. Because if you can see it for what it is, you won't have the same automatic responses and triggers and traumas and all of the kind of character components that built up because of it.
No, that's
at least
a good
you'll have
point.
the choice again, you know.
Yeah, I agree. Vegan Equilibrium says that he had a noose around his neck a few times. But to make the step, as in like to go through with it, he was too scared. He was too scared for a variety of reasons. Partially the pain of it, the risk of failing and ending up in a crippled state and having some perhaps worse experiences. He was also too scared of perhaps going to hell. Yeah. The fear of the unknown, what happens after you die. And also his parents found him. So that's another reason he didn't go through with it. Well, Vegan Equilibrium, for me personally, I'm glad you're here. And I know Global Solidarity now is also glad you're here. He says he's glad you're here now.
Yeah, filthy brother.
He says your job is unfinished. Your job is unfinished. People do believe that. Some people believe we have work to do here. We have work to do here. What do you think of that? I mean, you could take that from a spiritual perspective, but you could also, you don't need to go spiritual with that. You could say, yeah, there is work to do here. If I feel shit, if I have felt shit, well, what good is me, finishing myself going to do in that problem? That problem is going to occur again for someone else. And if you zoom out a little bit, you can say, well, what's the difference between them and me? They're a conscious being. They are consciousness in another body. And what's the difference between my consciousness and theirs? Only the material, the body around it. So, maybe my job is to learn from what I've been through and try and persevere and help other forms of consciousness that may find themselves in a similar or worse position. Maybe that is all of our jobs here.
Maybe
not to impose a job upon you, but is there anything in that, guys?
Maybe at least on, from my perspective, on a professional level, when things go wrong, you can be like, yeah, everything went wrong. It has nothing to do with me as a person. So I'm out of here. And next thing you know, go find another job. When the equipment fails, when your teammates fail, when they don't show up for work, yada yada yada. And next thing you know, this thing that was supposed to lift 1,500 cases an hour. Now you have to do it by hand until, whoever's working on the machine can get it done. And that reduces you. But, it reduces you down to, 500, 400 cases an hour. A third of your capability is gone because the machine is gone. But you said I would, assign myself to these movements. The machine that makes it easy, it's in the shop. They took it away from you. This is an emergency. They know it's an emergency. But an emergency doesn't mean that, it's going to be quick. So you do your best to keep it moving. Sometimes you have to pull people from other departments and be like, hey, this is how we get shit done. This is 30% of our business that we do here. So, yes. I'm so sorry to take you away from your hours over there or your mission, whatever it be. But this is very important. It's so important to where, like, if we don't do what we do, you won't even get a chance to do what you do.
Okay, thanks, Dirty Lowlife. Dirty Lowlife says he's got a duck for now, but he'll be back in a bit. Okay, buddy. We have Arthur here. Arthur, you're in the Fighting Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
Not much. I just got invited on. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Welcome. Good to have you here, Arthur Swift Strupenhauer. Now, Arthur, we are talking about this idea that sometimes people think about giving up, but then they find a motivation, a reason to keep going. We're simply asking people, have they ever thought about giving up in some way, whether it's the ultimate form of giving up or some other form of giving up? Maybe, just leaving the rat race and, as I said, going around playing the banjo in India, lying on a park bench and just, leaving the keys of your home and giving up on your mortgage, leaving the keys on the table and walking out the door. Lots of people think about giving up. The question is, what stops them? What stops you from giving up? What motivates you? What is the aim of your life? Is there an aim of your life? Is there something that keeps you going? Because perhaps, just perhaps, it might help motivate others. Arthur, it's a deep question. You've landed here in this existential conversation of deep importance. Would you like to give your perspective on matters?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess people have kind of inbuilt drives and faculties and that kind of stuff, and they just find themselves here, and then later on, their parents are kind of pushing them to go to school, and then later on to go to college, go to work, that kind of thing, and they're kind of led by society and other people. So the motivation often comes from other people pushing you, and then also combined with your own drives and faculties and abilities. And then, suddenly when you start failing, you start to reflect, about, what your place is in the world, or if you, oh, hey, brother Marcus, hey, when you fail, you kind of reflect, and, or if you feel alienated in some way, you're not, in sync with other people or whatever, they're not like, it's like, ideally people could be kind of synced up almost, on the same wavelength. In terms of what keeps me here, I guess there's some kind of quest for knowledge or truth that I'm interested in. I mean, there's some things that are, regularities. There's like gravity. I mean, I haven't, when the gravity goes away, maybe if you go to space or something, so these kind of constants that, we kind of assume are going to continue. They might not, but it's just historically they have. So there's kind of basic things, that foundational things that we have. We have our consciousness or senses, and building up from there.
Does it make sense of the idea of routine? Whatever it is that you do, whether you go in a coal mine or whether you work in a warehouse or whether you manufacture little metal parts that go into machines, as long as you have a routine, something so simple as simple and easy to follow, because this is what you will be doing. You know what to expect. Every single day you will show up and you will do this. Yes, there will be irregularities along the way, but what would make you say, no, I'm not doing that?
For me, I seem to have some kind of like a sleep disorder that makes routine very, very, very difficult. So that's, one of the reasons that I struggle with that kind of thing. So it's something like that there that would just make that seemingly impossible for me to do, right? Usually a physical or some kind of other kind of impediment that I just can't seem to overcome, even when I get the help of other people. I mean, that would be the only thing I can think of. So it's when you just can't establish a regularity, like any kind of like regular routine, and your expectations are kind of shifted all the time. They're not. So that's anything I can really think of.
So, do you consider your sleep issue like a disability?
I do. Yeah, yeah.
You do.
I've actually applied for a disability. Yeah.
But
Okay.
Arthur, we're on the same side, I think, in terms of like a motivating factor in terms of keeping going is finding out what the hell's going on. But why do you feel it is important to find out what's going on? Because for me, I personally want to find out what's going on, or at least find out as much about what's going on, because I think the problems in life and like this strange phenomenon of existence force us to find out what's going on.
Well,
Otherwise, there is the possibility of everything just repeating
if
again
I
and
could,
again, eternally.
if I could chime in, certain things, and please don't take offense at this because I'm about to do it. Certain things look at as an excuse to not be available rather than reach for your maximum potential. And you know, oh, I can't get your sleep schedule, so I can't show up on time, or I can't be there for you. To me, that sounds like an excuse to not do something rather than do what maybe you're really good at.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a fair take. There's some truth to that. It's just I haven't been able to successfully drive myself to do things or whatever, for some reason. Other people, they don't seem to have as much of an issue with it. So yeah, if I really, 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 really dig deep, I might be able to overcome that. But I tried that in the past, and it just makes me ill, and the reward is not there. You know, there has to be something motivating you. Like when I've done that in the past, I felt more sick, weaker. You know, like if you're not sleeping great, you know, you wake up, I start having panic attacks. I got gastritis. All this, things started to piling up. You know, I'm arguing with people. You know, so it just kind of, it's like there's very little. I don't have any dependents, so there's not anybody dependent on me either. So there's not much drive there. But certainly, yeah, that can be definitely seen as an excuse.
And I get that from the military because, hey, you're either here or you're not. If you don't want to be here, you already made the decision, so you're here. Everybody around you depends on you. Every little bit of the way, every decision that we all make affects everyone. So please, it's so simple. Get the sleep that you get and make your bed, and then we move on from there. Just when it comes time to do your job, do your freaking job. Because if you can pass this simple test, really, your team will make sure you get enough sleep. If you are going to be so sensitive, your team will make sure that the big dude carries the big gun and so on and so forth. But it's a simple test. And so when it comes down to that, it's like, oh, you are the one that's limiting you. Because you could be part of a huge team. You could be very useful. But, oh, I'm not going to do that. Well, we all have to do it. So eventually, like, the little dude has to carry the big gun. And the fat dude has to run fast. And the dude that gets no sleep has he's gonna have to get no sleep. We all have to go through those moments, but you know, we stand together because there is a big guy, there is a smart guy, there is a little guy, there is somebody that's willing to take orders rather than think that he's the biggest thing on the planet. Some of us flipped eggs. That was my job. Like, hey, I'll feed you. And you can disrespect me all you want every single day, every morning, every noon, and every evening. Disrespect, disrespect, disrespect. It'd be like, you know I love you, dude. Because you're the one taking bullets over your fucking head. I'm the one that's going to serve you breakfast should you survive tomorrow. Yeah, you understand that?
Sorry, I got interrupted there, but yes, I do understand that. Yeah.
We are all something. We are all something. Pass that simple test, and the rest is your career. Nobody asks a general, like, hey, what was your PT test compared to the brand new guy? It's like, these motherfuckers barely fit in their uniforms. They barely fit. But, some of them, I think I said it before, is like, you got Ranger tabs, you got Special Forces tabs, you got Delta. You have people that are now in charge of shit, and maybe they forgot what it was like to be a little guy, and they are asking everything all the time, but they can't do shit. They can't do shit. All they can do is say, yes, Mr. President. That's all they can do now. That is their position, to say, yes, Mr. President. They can't do what we can do. I can't even do it anymore. I'm broke as shit. But when you ask the youngsters to do it, you expect them to fucking do it, because that's what youngsters do. They hip hop. How high? How high? How fast? I'll do it. How much you want me to carry? How far? I'll do it. You ain't asking a 50-year-old man to do that shit. But the 50-year-old man's going to teach him how to do it. It's going to build that body. And it doesn't, I might be coming from that side of things. It doesn't matter if you work in IT. Having extreme experience is what leads fields. It's like, hey, yeah, okay, you know how to code. Have you ever hacked into the Pentagon before? Because I'm not saying that you should hack into the Pentagon, but
Can
if
I
you
ask
really
Robin to come on
know
here?
how to solve a problem, to like, don't say
Guys, we need a few more voices to look. We had a long one yesterday, but we need a few more voices to carry the conversation, because Untrackable is doing all the heavy lifting here. He can't do it all by himself. So, Robin, if you're there, Pamela, I don't know, Brother Marcus, if you're able to come on at the moment, whoever else is there, Nibbles, it's about time you came on here. Global Solidarity. Dirty Lowlife said he'll be back later. Vegan Equilibrium, if you're there. Yvonne, Retro, if you can come back. Yeah,
I apologize.
do give this man, a soundboard. help him bounce his ideas off you, give him some verbal replies, because we had a long one yesterday, and I'm just chilling for a little bit, conserving my energy because I know things are going to pick up later on Untrackable. Last night was quite the crazy one Untrackable. I don't know if you managed to watch some of it, but Kenny actually ended up seducing someone else's wife live on air, and basically he got an offer from said wife and her husband to go and copulate with her in Wales. So
it's a smooth operator right there, you know.
Very first love story on Finding
Love is in the air every time I look around.
Yeah.
And that's so sad because I wore my tie today.
Yeah, well, would you go there? Would you do that Untrackable? Would you go and shag another man's wife with the with the man in the house waiting downstairs for you to finish?
No,
No,
I don't
I
get.
didn't think you were. You're a man of honor. It's just not. It's simply not the done thing.
Well, someone has to do it, you know. It's a hard job, but you know, someone's got to do it.
I'm so sorry. I don't get down that way.
No, me neither. I'm just joking around.
And if my wife were to cheat on me, like in such a bold manner, it would be a lawsuit because the moment I put my hands on somebody, I'm going to prison for a long time.
I hear that, brother. I hear that. Guys, anybody watching, do share the stream somewhere. It does help bring in new voices, opens up the conversation, and makes things happen. So if you are on YouTube, share it in your community post, share it on X, share on Instagram, share it on Reddit, Discord, wherever you are on social media. Give it a share and invite people to come on here. Sorry, guys.
I do kind of in in training people. I say, this is the objective, the end game. This is what you want to see. How you get there is up to you. And then I give them the fundamentals, the 1, 2, 3s. I said, but the 1, 2, 3s, they're not guaranteed. If you find a way that is comfortable for you, handle your business. But I think what's missed is that it is a game and you are trying to win. So fundamentals, let's just say it's 1 minute. If the way that you choose winds up being 1 minute and 30, well, you ain't winning shit. I'm trying to get you to beat 1 minute. Because if 1 minute is fundamentals, I want to see you at 30 seconds. I don't want to see you at 1 minute and 30 seconds. I want to see you beating 1 minute. And after that, like, I'm nobody's boss in my position. I'm a teammate, and I'm training teammates. And when I'm waiting, I get disappointed. But I'm not your freaking boss, so it's like, okay, he did choose his own game, but he absolutely sucks at making shit happen. He is not a teammate. But if I don't have a teammate, well, then I have to do everything myself, and now it takes 10 times longer. And nothing gets done, and it just doesn't work that way. So I have to depend even on the worst people. It sucks, but at least I have somebody. It's tough sometimes. It is very tough sometimes. Because you could have the worst of the worst. At least you have somebody. And those are those moments where it's like, you know what? The business did me dirty. I quit. Yeah, I give up. You can have it all. But no, that's not how this works. Because I'm not just a member of a team at work. I'm in a relationship. And I'm not just in a relationship. That relationship belongs to a household of debt. And it's not just a household of debt. We are raising a child. And we're not just raising a child. We are part of a community. And we're not just part of a community. Like, they're every single step of the way. You belong here until you quit. And quitting, like, you quit your job, you might as well give up your house because you can't afford it anymore. You can't afford your house. Your relationship falls apart. Your relationship falls apart. You know, she's going to take the kid and go be protected somewhere. And next thing you know, what are you? What are you after that? What are you? Useless. I don't want to be useless. I would rather fail at my job and fail in some way, shape, or form every single day and have a chance for growth than just throw it all away and have just me. Because just me is probably more dangerous than any failure in and of itself. Like the lonely failure.
It sounds
You
like
know, when
Mark was through a lot. He said in chat, I barely even spoke yesterday. And yet I got overtalked, was called an idiot, coward, dick, and enabler. I don't deserve all that. I'll hold off for now. It's my day off. I don't need more stress. Well, that's understandable, Mark. I don't know what happened there. I wasn't around yesterday. But I hope you're doing well.
yeah, I'm gonna take this jacket and tie off, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you, Untrackable. And the thing in
Were
the
you
news
there?
there, Arthur, and the thing in the news?
I have no idea. Just, I think, war in Iran, that kind of thing, usual typical stuff. Haven't really seen anything unless I open the old browser here, type in news. 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 This is Irish news, so it's not necessarily you guys might be looking for. Oh, they found that fighter pilot, I think.
Yeah, read that. Tell us about that, because apparently they shot down a helicopter or something. They in Iran, and then they rescued the two guys, right?
U.S. rescued missing crew member from U.S. F-15 fighter jet that was shot down on Friday over
It's
southern
a fighter
Iran.
jet. Okay.
Yeah, well, they shot down a helicopter, I think, as well, but because they sent a helicopter to pick up the guy, but I'm not sure the details. So both countries were Iran and US were racing to locate the missing crew member. I heard that Iran offered a bounty, some kind of incentive to catch the guy, but looks like they weren't successful. The exact circumstances around the rescue are unclear. Someone familiar with the operation said it was a huge combat search and rescue mission. Trump paused a number of other operations in Iran to focus on the rescue, directing dozens of special operations forces personnel to the effort. The Trump said this doesn't normally happen. Okay. It's a very complex and time-sensitive operation to do that kind of thing. Often conducted by helicopters that fly low over enemy territory. Alongside other military aircraft that conduct strikes and patrol the area.
Do you know
The
much
airmen-
about the situation in Iran? What's your views on it, Arthur?
Not a whole lot, no. I mean, I wasn't privy to the details of the negotiations, so I really am in the dark about the whole thing. I feel like Trump didn't make a very clear case. Like, he kept giving different reasons for why he's like bombing Iran and why he's at war with Iran. So, you know, I'm not sure why he didn't have a clear, articulable case with like bullet points. Instead, he's got everybody kind of, you know, clamoring to kind of figure out what's going on. Yeah, Trump administration is very disorientating and confusing. You know, so nobody can tell which way is up.
Apparently, this is a tweet, or I don't know if it's on Truth Social, but apparently it's attributed to Donald Trump. Here's what he says in his tweet, or X. I don't know what they call them. Post on X. I don't know what you call them these days. What do you call them these days? On
No
X?
idea. I don't think they even have. Is it zitters? I don't even know.
X post. I don't know what you call it. Anyway, someone in chat can tell us. Anyway, Donald J. Trump. This has been attributed to him. It says Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. Apparently, he said that. Is that true? Can we verify that? Can we get somebody on the case? Did he say that?
I don't know.
Because that's pretty fucking.
Oh, apparently it says here in the Independent he did say that. Yeah. Trump unleashes bizarre, foul-mouthed Easter rant. Praise be to Allah, and that does sound a lot like him, right? He's been talking about blowing people away for a long time. I remember he was talking about Rocket Man. He was talking about the leader of North Korea during his first term.
Can you share this on screen? Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah. Can you see that? Tuesday.
Power Plant Day, okay. And Bridge Day, I reckon one in Iran. Fucking straight, you crazy bastard. Yeah, that does sound a lot like him, I'll be honest with you. That's certainly it's gonna rain down hell in these places. Yeah, that's Trump for you. It's weird because he said that it was opened. You know, I mean, these guys are going back and forth saying like it's opened, then you better open it. It's open.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he says it'll be over. It's going to be over soon. We're wrapping up,
yeah, NATO should step in and do something, but we don't need NATO. We don't need their help. You know?
Exactly. He said before that he'll walk away from it because the strait, it's not our problem. Hegseth said that as well. It's not our problem. He said the Americans don't need the strait. They don't need it opened. It's the rest of the world.
That's something that's. I think that's something that's very true.
So now he's going back on that, and it seems like it's a very important American matter because if he's willing to go this crazy and make this statement, clearly the Americans do want the strait opened.
Well, it's kind of a conflict because, like, indirectly, right? They're going to want to support Japan, and they're going to want to support, you know, make sure there's supplies for Europe and everything. You know, but yeah, I mean, America is the #1 oil producer in the entire world, and yeah, they're going to make a lot of money. The more the price goes up, the more money they make. So, I don't think they need it opened, but they certainly may want it opened because they're going to have good trade relationships, and they may be dependent on supplies from other countries. You know, like you know, if Japan isn't doing well, Japan can invest in America, and it's going to affect the American economy. So,
are you
like,
worried?
yeah, I mean. I'm just kind of indifferent to it. I mean, I've got that kind of you just become exhausted with and detached from the constant barrage of insanity that is the Trump administration. It's just constantly like that for 4 years, and this is only the start of his administration, right? He's only like a year in. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. I mean, third one.
I've said it
Yeah,
before, like
he,
personal experience. I joined the army. Yeah, the slowly cook joined the army in 2003 during the heart of the invasion of Iraq, and by October they had Saddam Hussein, and we're like, okay, we signed our contracts, whatever, but the war is gonna be over because they got Saddam Hussein. War's not over. And then 2011, there goes Osama bin Laden. Like they got the terrorists behind the attacks. The war's gonna be over. No, it was 20 fucking years. What is the purpose, and when is the purpose over? Because there was no win. There was no win over there. Um, we did not like unionize Iraq. We did not stop ISIS. ISIS floats like bees in the wind. Um, there is no taming Afghanistan. Terrorism is it's not a country. It is what it is. It is not, and it's not a religion either. So the hatred of Islam or Muslim or whatever, that will never solve the problem. You kill everybody you want to kill. You're not going to solve the problem. You're just going to create a continuation that's going to continue to take resources away from what your nation wants and needs, and then the internal fighting. It says, hey, why can't we have health care? Why why can't we have the things that Switzerland and Sweden have?
Smart way. We talk. Okay.
Untrackable. Is it all right if we watch this? It looks interesting. You ready?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's
Help! We need backup!
You can do it, baby!
Okay, that's enough! You got 10 seconds! Believe me, you don't want this! 5 seconds! Very serious situation! 3, I'm ready! 1 last chance! You know what? Forget it. Let's do this the smart way. We talk. Okay. Let's make a deal. That's a good point. I'll take it. Best negotiation I had today.
Seems like propaganda for Iran. There you go. Make of it what you will. Is Donnie okay? What's this guy saying? Who is this guy? One sec. I don't know what this is, but we'll see.
I talk a lot. Look, I talk a lot. I talk a lot, but this is what I know. I know less than I talk, but I know this, that Jesus Christ took upon human flesh, pain, suffering, insurmountable suffering for a wretched sinner like me. And on the third day, the stones rolled away, and he is no more. He has risen, sitting at the right hand throne of God, making intercessions for you and I. Now, the Bible tells me to go into a closet and pray. It don't say go into a closet and tell your sins to another sinful man or woman, however they do it these days. I've never done it because it's oxymoronic to me. Peter was not the first saint. Peter was still living when the two thieves on the cross. One thief,
Okay,
one
thank
criminal.
you, thank you, whoever you are.
Hey, I take issue with that.
What do you say? What do you take issue with, brother?
Is the fact that yeah, his camera is reversed. So
Who that man?
yeah, so it says Oakley backwards, right?
Oh yes, well spotted.
Well, but then he says to the right.
Oh yes, but
and
yes.
so he pointed to my right, which is reversed on his camera, so he's pointing to the left. So is this man retarded, or or do we have a bigger problem here?
You read very deeply into what I thought was a trivial video of a man evangelizing. You read deeper than I suspect he even thought anybody was going to read into it. Amazing.
I'm sorry, but when you say, to the right hand of the Lord, and your shirt is read backwards and left.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Apparently this is Trump right now.
My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children. Praise be to Allah.
Are you saying now, Mike?
My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children. Praise be to Allah.
There you go.
I love that clip of Mike Tyson, Reminds me of the other one, Spinal, when he broke his back.
Yeah, we're living in very worrying times.
Yeah. In some ways, you can say we're living in very worrying times, but that is only when you have that judgment of the effort of others. When you know that you have what it takes, everything that everybody else does, it doesn't really matter, because they will fail. You expect them to fail, but you are ready. And it doesn't mean that you're special. It just means that you understand that this the shit show is coming, and be prepared to understand what is necessary for you and yours, because that's where you start. You start with you and yours, because you can't help anybody if you can't help yourself. And then those who can help themselves, they'll be like, "Hey, I'm so sorry you believed in the system. I'm so sorry you got caught up in the mess, but we are here, and we have food. Do you want to live today?"
Indeed. Yes, we have room on here if you want to come on. Whoever's asking, you are very welcome. I believe that's probably Grazy. I'm going to share the link in the live chat for anybody who wants to come on. There you go. Do come on. The more the merrier. Dare I say it.
And on such a beautiful day, I don't like to be brutal like this. I
Hello
really
to the
don't.
beautiful Lise. Sorry, you don't like to be what? Sorry?
I don't like to be brutal,
Good man.
but you know what else? What else is there?
It's going to be, look, it's a worrying week, guys. Worrying time. What is going to happen between now and Tuesday? What is going to happen on Tuesday? What's going to happen after Tuesday? Considering Trump says, open the strait, you crazy bastards. And if you don't, he's going to blow you to smithereens. He's going to make Iran hell on earth. What's going to happen between now and Tuesday? What's going to happen on Tuesday? What's going to happen from Tuesday onwards? Worrying times, guys. Worrying times.
Now, me personally, I see gas prices doubling what they are now. So I'm paying, $3.99. So call it $4 a gallon. If they do too much damage, it could go up to $8 a gallon. That's crazy. That is ridiculous. It's double what it was 10 years ago when it was $4 a gallon. But to think that somebody would touch the United States of America with violence, they fool you. I'm just saying. I'm a free citizen now. You better not do that. You better not, because it's military. It's like they interrogate you, or you try them, they try you. Blah 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 blah. But there are no games played around here. A gunshot could be heard around the world. Should it be heard here? And everyone should be afraid of that. Everyone. Because there will be no draft. It will be everybody. Everybody. And other countries should be afraid too, because let the United States stop playing fucking games. Stop being part of teams. Stop trusting anybody. It doesn't matter where you are. Hey, we believe you have terrorists in your country. Forget your neighborhood, forget your state, like it's going on right now here. You are no longer Australia. You are no longer the UK. You are no longer Spain. You are no longer Italy. You are no longer Russia. You are no longer anybody. Because, hey, if you're harboring people that are going to go around and fuck shit up, we will fuck your entire life up. And that's how I would do it if I were in charge. But I'm not in charge. So just know, but that is the capability of the United States. I don't wish that on anybody. I don't even like living here sometimes because it's like, hey, I don't pay my taxes. They're gonna come after me. It's gonna be a hard time. But imagine being violent.
Hey, and
against
how you doing with that?
Imagine being violent against somebody that's going to chase you down for $1.
I can't.
Yeah.
I'll just give him $1. You need $1, brother? There you go. You must need it more than me because I ain't chasing no one down for $1. So there's got to be something there, isn't there? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying they will never quit.
It depends on if for the reasons. It's always the reason. You quit when the reason stops being there. So long as there's a reason not to quit, you won't, will you?
Oh, so are you back on the cause of the channel, the quitness? And it's like, hey, what would it take to make you quit?
I can tell you my story if you want, as you know, just come on anyway. So the question is, have you ever thought about giving up? I'm guessing we that's the big giving up, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, well, you know, it could be any, couldn't it? But yeah, I think I can answer that as well myself. Yeah, once. I didn't, I mean, I'm a very open, honest person. I didn't scare my family. I didn't say I'm going to do it. I just said, hey guys, I'm starting to have them thoughts. And they said, what do you mean? I said, I don't feel like doing it. I just seeing it as an option. And I don't like that because I'm starting to fall in love with my life again. But for some reason, I wasn't getting ahead. Every step forward felt like 10 steps backwards. And the only time I really felt giving up like this is when I was trying to put myself back. Like when I was really down, I felt like giving up, not the big give up, but just giving up the game, giving up life, just wait until the end. You know, what they say, purgatory in the Bible. I wanted to go into that, and I was happy to go into that until I fell in love with myself for the first time, and then I fell in love with everything else. Then after that, and but during that path I wanted to get back to. It was like everybody. It's a little bit like sometimes coming in here with people who are rightfully down on their luck. You know, individuals like the Danny Shines in the world have tried for so long to get people to see a new way that they just haven't made strides, and so they're now going, fuck it. So I did get that stage, but it wasn't. I wasn't doing the whole drama thing, like, oh, I want to end it all, please don't stop me. I just told my family, I've come to the stage now. I need you guys to talk to me, ask me questions. I can't keep talking to myself about this. So I told my daughter, my eldest daughter, my wife, and my eldest son. And they sat down and talked to me about it. Now, there's many reasons for when I started again and I fell in love with myself and God and life, and I started discovering what it was I could do to help everybody else, considering everybody been helping me. It's a selfish kick. I did this on the show before. I don't do anything selfless without being selfish about it, but all my end goals are selfless. So I look at the selfless thing I want to do, and then to motivate me to do that selfless thing, I got to make sure it's selfish for me. So it's got to be for me. Otherwise, I won't do it. I won't do it to the best of my ability. I don't know how to. I don't know how to give something 100% because a part of me, my instinct, is completely selfish. So to get it involved, it needs to see the selfish angle. Otherwise, it won't get involved. Other people do the same thing. They just don't recognize it or they don't admit it to me. So I'm not going to that fight. But I was at a place where 3 out of the 5 of my first offspring, children, that I was abusive to, and I didn't really plan. I just was an idiot like everybody else. They still hadn't seen me, didn't want anything to do with me, not for any reason other than I'm different. And I refused to. I didn't refuse. I tried for a long time to fit into the neurotypical or neurodiverse world, even pretended to be like the other autistics of the line. That didn't last long. I got thrown out of almost every autistic club. Apparently, I'm too dangerous. My mind hurts people, apparently. But the idea then is for me to sit in a room full of autistics, people who will listen to me and are like-minded to me, that, you know, they're not like, you're weird. And when they're like that, and I'm telling them all this stuff, the people watching who are not autistic are supposed to be watching all this, see me as a danger to the other autistics because I'm telling them stuff, new stuff that how I see reality and how things help me, and tell me that even though you're going through it and it's helping you and you're just sharing your experience, these all have doctors and you're not allowed to tell all this stuff. And if you continue saying all this stuff, we have to stop you from coming to the autistic club. I was so glad that I really when I had to get the black and white for court, the psychological doctor from I think came on and said, no, he's technically. One of the people said on you, I'm not really good at this, atypical or something like I can't remember what it is, but he said something like that, and he said divergent or something, and he said, but he's got a rare condition called metaconstructive IQ. Now, he didn't call it that this time. It was something else. I found out that's what the terminology is in... Well, if you go online and on YouTube and ask what's metacognitive IQ, you go... I'll even probably get DW later on if he's up for it to play when we got more people in on YouTube. I'll find a link so people can understand what it's like, what this happens. It's all from child abuse when I was in there. So, my mum, I was telling him about that one time I said I wanted to give up.
Yeah.
And I went missing. That was the most awful thing I did. It's when I freaked out because my family were getting all nervous about it. My son and my daughter ended up leaving and not really helping. They left you here with me. I was clearly not in a state, and we had an argument. I don't know. I was like a rage baby. I can't remember what did I pick on? The way he was breathing or something. It wasn't, but like, you know, it could have been anything. And she just stormed out of the house to get help. She needed help. I was just this massive rage baby, and she had a son. She was alone. My family didn't want anything to do with me. Like I said, it wasn't just my daughters. My mum wouldn't even let me go to see her at the funeral. She wanted to stop me going for her own funeral, but the family let me go. I wasn't allowed to say goodbye to my mum. She wanted, in her deathbed, she wanted me to say that my stepdad, who I loved to bits, I thought he was an amazing man, was a great father. But I had to tell her he was a wonderful father to me and my brothers and sisters as he came on as a stepfather. But his first two children, he let them down. One was in prison and the other one was on drugs at the age of 12. That's not a father. Yes, he had mistakes. I love him for all his mistakes. He told me himself. Yeah, I screwed up my own children. But that man did wonders for me, my brothers. I know I'm selfish, but me, my brothers and sisters, and my mum, he put our family back together. Without him, we would have been rock bottom. He brought a little class to our family. He gave my mum some wonderful years at the end. And now, I hope one day I'm gonna ride around the universe with that soul, and I'm gonna know it's him, because he was wonderful. But I could never, ever, even on my mum's deathbed, tell her that he was a wonderful father to his first two children he let down, because it's certainly not true. He let them down. And so from that and other things like that, because I won't back down on the things I believe in until someone shows me, otherwise it gets just too confusing. I don't mind. My number one rule, soon these guys, I'll explain to them the other things I do, because I have a multi-personality disorder, not disorder, an order. It used to be disordered, and then I figured out how to order it. I had to find what Christ would call the Father, so the one that thinks, and ask him to come back and help us and stop commanding us and serve us. I didn't want it to serve the demiurge anymore. I wanted it to serve me and fight the demiurge. To everything I've been taught, I had to be put, like, you know, remember Windows, when you go into an operating system and old Windows, and like something went wrong, so you start up in safe mode and it's all pixelated and you have to find the little bug or whatever and you fix it, and then you start. So it gives you a minimum sort of self. I decided to do that at 38 when this broke down and nothing was working for me. All the information I'd given, as far as I'm concerned, none of it worked. And I pretended that, I didn't pretend it was real, but it seemed like pretend that every single person, including my wife, was lying to me. Nobody understood truth, love, or anything, and I had to start all over again. So I became kind of non-communicative for a couple of months, became self-exploratory and really destructive. Went into I'd never done any sort of drugs before the age of 33, and then I had some cannabis cookies. Alcohol, I don't smoke, but alcohol, of course. That was my main thing, sugar. And then I had a summer love of drugs and things like that, because, well, screw it. I was starting again. I wanted to know. I want to know why I was being lied to. What did these drugs do? Did they do anything different? What was everybody talking about? I wanted to know it all. I wanted to taste everything again. And this time, I'll decide what it tastes like and what it meant to me. So I spent the betterment of 12 years trying to build a new me, and a new ecosystem inside me that worked better for me, not the one I was given. How to restructure language, words. That's why everybody goes, oh, here he goes again, because they'll all say the same word, but I can guarantee most of them are all thinking that word means something different. And that's the one thing I came across more than anything. The one huge communication barrier is everybody uses connotations like stories and fairy tales at their normal lawful language of communicating with each other, with even strangers. Like banter between your family and friends because you know the language and the code of what you know, even saying things like good or bad or something because you know what they mean to each other. But then I guess strangers come to talk to my son and they talk like in forms of like something is hot or is cold or this is bad. And it's like, these are subjective things to you. Why are you telling my son this? He's learning a false reality. Stop this. I can't every single time, although I want to. So I'd always keep everything logged. And when I go home, I talk to my son about it and ask him what he thought. And he's quickly clued up on that sort of thing now. We don't send him to school or anything like that. We homeschool him. And I mean, if you're going to have a child, I agree with Danny Shine. You have a child and you stick him in school. I'm not judging you personally because that's what we've been taught to do. The systems teach us to do that. We've been bred into doing that. But still, the act itself, from outside a personal view, I don't get it. Why have a child if you're going to let another man or woman raise them for you? Do you know how many times I called a teacher mum or dad in school by accident? And it wasn't an accident because I say the word all the time. It was an accident because sometimes I felt closer to these teachers than I did my own parents because they were teaching me about life when my parents were doing nothing but scold me because they couldn't be asked looking after me and tell me I was naughty or make me fear them. Only time I ever lied to my mum and dad, and I don't mean like a trick to play games because they all catch me and, oh, you lose. Yeah, I do that, but I don't call them lies. I get it because it's such a tricky thing. They are technically lies. They're falsehoods, isn't they? But I'm telling them to entertain. And sometimes I do it because I believe that it will get me a quicker result. But most people can call me on stuff. They say, really? And I'm like, well, not really. I'm just doing it to be quick. What do you want? You want a whole explanation? And they're like, yeah, no, okay then. And I try to get away with a lot of things. I do that because it's quicker. And sometimes I try to get into the weeds or something. Someone's always get really lost in it. So this new build I was doing, the safe mode I set up, I started building myself, but I just kept hitting wall after wall where I'd be like, oh, I've got this now. Yes. Life had to keep showing me why it took us so long to grow up. I just had to go through all them stages again, get slapped in the face for every mistake I made. But I was happy to make mistakes again. I was happy to say things that everybody told me this is incorrect to say, and just work out why it was incorrect again. Ask people, why is that incorrect to you? Why doesn't that work to you? I realigned words like, why did they use words like right and wrong? And then I aligned it to what did I remember from those words? I liked the word right because it sounded like right, like a reward, like well done, good boy. And it made me little dopamine buzz. When someone went wrong, it's like a gong. So I realized, they're toneful words to manipulate a child through tone. They don't want to be wrong, they want to be right. But you say correct or incorrect, it doesn't feel like it's got that fear in it. But if you just use correct or incorrect in game mode, like puzzles, what you're doing is I'd rather come up to the thing, my teacher look at my work and not go red mark, green mark, but just go, I'm going to give you, is about 75% correct. Go away and see if you can find the odd ones, give you another chance. Or she would...
If I could interject.
Definitely.
You know, I have a child and smiles.
May I ask the age first?
Just, hey, you did your homework. You did your homework. We can talk about it, but you did your homework. That's a smile from your parent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, when my son smiles, it's the greatest thing in my life.
You got ready. You knew what you had to do, and you did it. And that smile, you give them that smile.
How old is your little one? If you don't mind me asking at all, it's okay if you don't want to tell us.
I'll tell you. 7 years old is
mine just turned 7.
Okay. So, frowns, they mean something. But frowns don't necessarily turn into corrections.
I'm following you.
You put your hands on that kid, and they will change their fucking mind.
I hope so.
You don't. It's not every time, but I swear to God, the moment you put your hands on a child and pick them up and put them into the right place, like you are not standing in the right place. You pick them up and you put them in the right place, and you point to exactly what they need to correct.
So, Jackal, do you? I know Joe's just joined now, and we'll ask him the same question. So, if I just finish the question on giving up quickly. So, I did tell my family.
I respect you. I respect Joe.
Yeah, I want to hear what Joe says about this giving up thing, but I'm glad he's joined so you can catch the end of my story. So now Joe's joined, I'll finish this up and say, so I did tell my family, I am willing, guys, I don't want to check out. It's just I'm thinking about it. This is dangerous for me. I've never done that before. Help me. When my wife walked out of the house to try and get help because I was a little fucking rage baby crying. I mean, I was pulling on my testicles so hard. It was like a second child in the house. When she left, I'd realized that I was just this little baby at fucking 39 years old, crying over fucking life. Get grip, you've got to. And then I just walked out of the house. Now, that was the most horrific, stupid move I did because I couldn't imagine the worry and the thoughts that went into these people's head. Although 10% of me thought about it and didn't give a fuck. I remember that. So I told my wife honestly. No, I remember walking up not giving a fuck, but I shouldn't have. I just wasn't in my right mind. I live in the mountains here in Wales, so I walked the line, walked the things. Many people asked me if I was okay, but I was just in my head crying to myself, life sucks, woe is me, that kind of thing. When I snapped out of it, and obviously I remember getting there, but when I start coming back to my senses, I'm looking up about 40 different cows in a field all just staring at me and I'm like, oh. Now, I've grown up with cows all my life. I'm not frightened of cows. I think they're beautiful, wonderful beings, but I just advise people don't fuck. Pretty much like you were just saying right now, you probably get this, don't fuck with their calves. Those bitches will go ape shit on you, you fuck with their calves. And I mean, even when we was little, we wanted to have fun because we pushed the little cows over, and because we were kids, we were stupid. We pushed the little cows over. That'll be funny, like off the movies. Fuck me! My brother almost got trampled to death. We had to pull him out of there. The cow chased us.
You were ending this story, yeah? I'd like.
Oh
to hear
shit!
what the hell
Yes. Sorry.
you're talking about.
Anyway, all right, yeah. So I'm looking at these cows, and these cows are staring at me, and I'm just thinking. These fucking cows, and I was just staring at them for ages, just looking at them. And I found out afterwards that way is because cows talk with their eyes. And I realized myself, I feel like there's a bunch of cows looking at me now, going
judging you. Are the cows judging you, bro?
They go, why the fuck is this human being sat in a field crying? And he's looking around, going, look at all you've got. We've got fucking grass. What's the matter with you? And I just felt it. Of course, they might not have been saying that, but my imagination painted that for me, and it did me a world of good. I ended up walking home and then found out the helicopters that were out that I was looking at, they were all looking for me. They got a police out and everything looking for me because they thought, because of, that I might have just, because this is the first time I ever mentioned it. But no, I came home, apologized to my wife. The police came and spoke to me, my wife, everybody. She was in bits. I had a lot of groveling to do. Obviously, because an adult had just fucking acted like a child and scared the entire family.
And a man, and a male adult too. So yeah.
seeing my son and seeing him and my wife afterwards and realizing what I got and what, even though I wasn't planning on doing anything, how stupid it sounded because everybody else was panicking. And I realized I can't do this again. I got to sort myself out. And I did. I found the answers I did shortly after. I got the help I needed. I didn't get them from doctors. I did try. They fucked things up worse, to be honest. I got it because of the love of the woman that kept standing beside me and didn't give up on me when everybody else did.
Guru, you said that that was the first time they heard you say that. Was you talking about getting ready, offing yourself, getting ready yourself?
Well, yeah. So that's great because we'll mention you and see if what your story is, Joe. But the question today that the has put up there is: have you ever thought about giving up? What stopped you, and what keeps you going? You guys can say, "Well, the fucking cow stopped you. The cow stopped me." Yes, the cow stopped me.
The cow, the judgmental fucking cow stopped me.
The cows made me look at myself and fucking go home because as a stupid man sitting in the field crying about my problems. That's what the cows did, and then my wife and kid made me realize there's more. There's way. They knew I was just having a really bad day and a really bad time because the loved ones in my life that I was trying to get back, I was failing. Not all of them, but I was getting egotistical and thinking, why the fuck can't I get them all back now? No, we know that's not the case. You lose things and you fuck up and you've got to apologize. It takes time, doesn't it? Because not everybody heals the same.
Takes time to build and gather trust. It's after you violate that trust, it's going to take a while to gain it. It don't immediately come back.
Well, I violated the trust of my first lot of children, not on purpose, because that's the way I was taught to be. And so I want to put the energy to get them all back and everything, but the places where they are, because of I'm not the only one. Me and the mum of my first 5 children, we just wasn't good. We shouldn't have been parents. We were fucking idiots. I'm glad I chose to have my 6th child now, Carter, and start again and give it one more shot and become a father so I can be a better father for the ones I fucked up soon. But right now, ain't much I can do for them. They don't want me, but I want them. They need me, and that will happen one day, and I'll share it with you guys when it does. But so if we did post to you and Joe, because we've heard my story, have you ever thought about giving up? It doesn't have to be the big give up, but if it is, cool. And what stopped you and what keeps you going?
Track, do you want to go?
Big tracks then, is it?
I've been running my mouth for at least an hour.
Yeah, come on, Joe. Let's hear you, brother. I mean, it doesn't have to be the big give up. It could be giving up on anything.
The big give up, I give up today. I don't like this place. I think it's evil. I think it's a testing ground. It's hell. And this is how we grow and burn the chaff and shift off of us so that we're ready for the next whatever. So no, I don't want to be here, but I don't think I have a choice. I think I have a purpose. So I've never considered it because I'm a fan of God. So I don't even think I can consider that. Maybe I'm too arrogant or something. I've never considered a big give up. And I've given up on things. I had we were a publishing company. We were making magazines here in Chicago, and it extended into newspapers. They were putting our articles in the newspaper and all of that. I gave up on that. I was in charge of it, and the guys, I was paying people to do writings to keep the shit going. And I didn't even tell them. They do a writing. If it goes into the newspaper or the magazine, I go back and tell them you made it and give them $20. We were young. It wasn't a lot of money, but when I sat down one day and everybody who I was going to get it $20 to, the people was like, hey, Joe, in my group, the writers, hey, Joe, they don't really know that they even getting the money. We should keep it. And they were seriously pressuring me for it. They wanted to keep it and get some drugs. And that day I dismantled the whole shit. I cut it out. So I don't know. That's giving up, I guess, but I don't know.
No, that's not even close.
It's not.
To the big give up, yeah, but I think it's a form of giving up, and I think most people do. What did you think of that, Trackle?
I mean, you can quit a job. You can leave a relationship, no matter how hard it may be. But the maintenance of your life, that's to me is considered the big give up. Like when it's no longer natural, and it's like, hey, I don't want to be here
All
anymore.
right, I love it, Trek. Even doing anything unnatural could be a give up with these new parameters. I ain't tried to off myself.
Yeah,
And I
and
try to.
that's what I mean. Like, hey, we fail all the time. Some of
Amen.
us fail every single day.
Amen.
Yeah. I just had a relationship last about 5 years. We just broke up a few months ago, so that'd be a failure. But it was natural. I shouldn't have been with that girl. It was natural.
You boys know,
I
so do you lads know the one relationship that you can't give up on, and they'll never give up on you, even though you might think it?
I can think of a couple, but I want to hear what you say.
God, of course, the relationship with
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
That is the relationship, and the greatest relationship I can tell you to have with God is to have with the part of God inside you that's the most purest part. Your purpose you came here with life with. Every human has the identical purpose, and it's why we know we're the children of God, because every being comes into this reality with us, they don't come in with the soul brings them in, but what they come in with is an ego of a soul called the living soul within you.
Okay.
Now, it starts with a name, we call it will. And that will, when it starts growing, turns into something called curiosity. Not intellectual curiosity. These are perceptions that come later. Adam, Eve, and the serpent. Yeah.
I understand the
Intellectual,
kid curiosity.
intuitive. Yeah. Often referred to as the child or the son, the source. Source curiosity, the most purest curiosity in the world. It is the thing God gave you to lead you to who you truly are. Now, the one thing man has found out more than any animal is this, and I tell you the story this way because it makes a lot of sense. When the dog is born, he goes woof, mum goes woof, and he goes, that's my mum. He knows what it is as a dog. I'm being obviously a little bit narrative form, it's not exactly how it is, but a cow is birthed, goes moo, mum goes moo, I'm a cow, and so forth.
Yeah.
A human gets birthed and can spend his lifetime searching for who he truly is and never find it. You know why? Because the only other being in this entire existence that is eternal, yet cannot have a soul, because that would make him curious, and he can't be, otherwise it'd move.
You lost me. What, humans can't have a soul? Is that
No. Humans do have a soul. We all have souls because they have purpose. What I'm saying is, man has found his authority from never reaching the end of his soul, meaning your soul is eternal. It will be curious from the day you were born to the day you die, of everything. So what is the only curiosity given in existence that's curious of everything is the curiosity of God. That's why God beloved man so much, he gave us his only soul. Because if God had a soul, he would be looking for shit, wouldn't he? Why does he need curiosity for? It's God. But he has to give it to something, because there needs to be a correspondence.
All right, I was with you for most of it. I think we're separating a bit here. Some of the conclusions I can't jump to just off of what you said.
That's okay. Ask a question, I'll answer.
Well, I'm not that curious. The God doesn't has a soul shit. I'm not so curious. That's debatable shit that, I'm not.
Again, it depends what you mean by soul. And I'm not talking as a narrative, I'm talking as structure. The one
That's
structured
why
thing,
we didn't have to go into that. I'm not that curious about that shit. Just I'm happy the first part. That the only one we can't give up on is God, and that we remain curious our entire time. I think that you God's kids, the way you can tell them, the two metrics that I used, and it's not 100%, but if a person can put other people before them, probably a child of God. Most people are super selfish, and it's all on a sliding scale, right? There's no good, bad, but on that sliding scale, when I'm looking for other guys closer to God, they'll put other people first quicker, and they have no desire to control other people. The more desire you have to control other people, the further you are away from God too. Those are the two things that I have to realize.
Well, it's also not it's not what would you do? Did you do?
Me,
Yes.
I believe in being selfish to be selfless.
I like that, right?
I don't believe that. I've never ever been selfless without first being selfish, because I don't know how to do that. If someone could show me how to do it, I'll do it. But all my life, I've only known the best way to be selfless, which is always my aim goal, is to start by being selfish first, because there's a part of me called instinct that doesn't know how to do anything other than be selfish.
I'm not so sure. I'm not
It's
so
just
sure
natural.
because
It can't be
let
any
me
other way.
explain why I
Logically.
think it's not so sure. Logically, that applies in most cases, but I take care of my mom. I don't think I'm being selfish. She goes first. You've had kids, you know that I don't. It's nothing selfish about putting them first.
Why do you put your mum first?
Love. I put
Yeah.
a lot of people first, even on these fucking panels. I'm gonna
I believe you.
be quiet. I'm not gonna call people names back and all of this because I want their health. In those moments, I'm putting them first. That might be a selfish shit, but when it comes to mom and kid, I don't. You know, that's just natural instinct shit.
If you didn't want to do it, would you still do it?
I wouldn't know what it was like. I wouldn't do anything I didn't.
That's my point.
I don't know. I don't think that even comes into play. You know, it doesn't.
I'm bringing
you know,
it to play. I'm asking you.
Excuse
I'm
me?
saying I'm bringing it to play because I'm curious. I want to know.
I'd still do it.
You would still do something you didn't want to.
Yes, I was a pretty successful YouTuber, and my father had a stroke, and I stopped. At this time, I'm calling it successful. I only probably had about 30,000 subs or something, but back then it was a big deal, and I stopped. And my girl dumped me, and my shit stalled, and all of that to take care of Pop. I wanted to keep traveling and doing what I had to do, but you know, I had to take care of Pop. It wasn't even a question.
Yeah,
and
I get you.
And just now, my mom went down with a stroke. My brother got a really bad cancer, and I stopped again. I ain't put out a video in 6 months because I'm taking care of them. I'd rather be gallivanting and doing the shit that I love to do, but this is what's natural. I've never even questioned it.
To me, then, I would say this. I'd say, you know, if you asked me, would you have rather been out gallivanting? Great. I'd be like, no, if I'd rather do that, I would have been doing that. My question is in for you, Joe, just so you can understand my point of view. It's not to have go to you because I think you're beautiful, brother.
It's
I think
okay.
what you
It's
say
okay. Good.
is if your next door neighbor had no one to see her, but you couldn't do both your next door neighbor and your mum lived a few miles away. Mum lived a couple of miles away. You're willing to travel. There's no issues there. But the neighbor next door knocks you and says, I got nobody. Can you take care of me the next 6 months, please? But by doing that, you wouldn't be able to take care of your mum as well. Would you take care of the neighbor next door or your mum?
I'm in that situation right now. My brother has cancer. He's in the.
I love you, bro. I love you, bro. You tell us a story. Go on.
He's in that, and I'm gonna cut my camera off because I might get emotional. My brother, he's got cancer. He's in out of hospital and nursing homes, and I have to make decisions every day. And I have to stay here and take care of my mom. When I get somebody, and I get time, I go see my brother. So I do that now.
Go on, Joe. We're here for you, brother. Do you want us to wait? You good?
No, that's it. I'm just saying. I know what it's like to choose between the neighbor and the mom. I have to choose between my brother and my mom often.
Okay, well, brother, mum, not one thing, but I don't want to push it now because it sounds like a deep story for you, brother. Joe, you know, you said you think you got a purpose. I think you got a purpose as well, brother. I need you.
My man, that's what I'm here for.
No, from what you've told me so far, you've got skills I really, really need, and once I show you what I need, once I show you what I need them for, I'm going to tell you I ain't going to pay you shit. You're going to want to do them because I hope I'm going to impress you with what I show you what I need from you. But I won't do it yet in a minute because Dirty
All
just
right, I got you.
Let's speak yesterday. But my point, just quickly, Joe, was this, Eddie. I would not help my neighbor before my mum if my mum needed me. She said, come, Carl, I would come to her before the neighbor. Do you know why? Because I'm selfish. I would go help my
I would
mum.
agree that is an indication of selfishness. If you remember, Jesus was in a similar thing. They was like, your mother needs you now. And he's like, you don't understand. The person I'm tending to is exactly as my mama. All of you cats are the same. That's the truth of the matter. So we'd have to grow up at some point. The same unconditional love I have for my mom and my kid and my brother, I got to extend to you cats at some point if I'm going to grow up.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The only thing I would do different is I wouldn't leave my neighbor alone, of course. I would find someone else. I think I would
try to
more,
do both.
Yeah, I would always try to do both. And quite frankly, I would just I would look at it and just say that Does the neighbor need me more than my mum? If not, then I'm going to my mum because I'm selfish like that. And the only reason I would help anybody in the first place is because I wanted to help them. I wouldn't help them for any other reason. So that's what I mean by
I help people I don't like and all of that shit.
Oh yeah,
you
I
know,
do. But only if I want to. All right. Anyway, so cool. Before I ask Dirty the question of the day, can I just because you mentioned it, I wasn't going to ask you because I have this thing with love. I ask people what it means to them. Often people have a subjective version of their love that they've been grown up to see, and I love that because I just call that cultural love. I don't see it as unconditioned. For me, love, the word itself, is an epistemological act. It means to expand one's earnestness, meaning their honest awareness. That doesn't involve them, I suppose. To expand one's earnestness to line yourself back to acceptance and appreciation of something you've become confused over. So, in other words, love, if you truly have it, as I do, is you would never find the need for revenge or forgiveness. You'd see those as you would see those as the two biggest human addictions, and one of the reasons most people can't ever love, because they're too addicted to the revenge or forgiveness that they'd have to give up for them to truly do it. And
I agree. Christians, I'd like to give Christians a hard time about that because, you know, how Christians talk, but that moment when they get angry, they give themselves permission to do or that thing. Yeah, Christians.
Joe, do us a favor. I know what you're talking about. You guys are talking about Judeans. Yeah, I don't call them Christians. They're called Judeans to me. They follow good and evil. A Christian follows the Trinity. A true Christian. So I'm a Christolian, meaning I honor the Trinity and all the teachings of Christ as he says it. I do not read the Bible in a connotational mode. For example, when I read the Bible, I do not read in the beginning. I read at the source of consciousness is curiosity, and I read it as a denotational form. That's why I say to you, Adam is the intellectual perception, Eve is the intuitive perception, and the serpent is your instinct. These things all consume curiosity. Curiosity is that which consumes, and Eden is the imaginative place when you as a child used to create for your curiosity to learn reality in your own mind.
Yeah. On that, because I brought up earlier before you came on that on the topic of the show, that the mind is the active component of your threefold being, the body is the passive component of your threefold being, and your emotions are the interference pattern between those two. Do you think that has any resonance or correlation with what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'll explain. I'll do the mind differently in a minute. Yes, the body being the vessel and temple that harbors and holds God's command always. That's designed purposely to hold and harness certain energies. These energies, when they come together, their most purest form, from oxygen, light, things like that, give us a stasis field we know as consciousness. And when within that consciousness, that field, we start creating from curiosity.
Hey, can you pause? I'm sorry. Let me pause for a second. Did you say that you have to have a body for consciousness?
No, I said our body gives us, how would I say it better?
You said it's a vessel for the energies.
Yeah, it's a vessel to be able to manipulate and control. So basically, the two bodies, a tool that allows us to hold consciousness to ourselves. So it gives us the idea of individual.
I understand.
So the soul.
I think I understand now.
So I don't have a soul. I do have a living soul, which is an egoic version of it, which is my awareness is. Well, it's more the Holy Spirit. And the Spirit is the awareness, but the soul to me is the pure curiosity that sees this. So when my curiosity starts taking form, for example, the part I said to you can't be anything but selfish, otherwise it wouldn't be instinct. Instinct gets a bad name, the serpent, the devil, or whatever. Yeah, it's designed to do that. Why on earth would I? And if you send your daughter out, and the one thing that looks after your daughter better than you and anything else is instinct, because it's purely selfish. That doesn't mean she is. She has different components to see past that. But one part of her, as a father, you should always be happy, is her instinct. If you teach her instinct correctly, it will look after her when you're not around. And that instinct cannot be anything other than selfish. It doesn't know how to be. Otherwise, it would be something different, like empathy. Do you see what I'm saying? Or intuition.
I understand the word itself. Yeah.
The instinct was given a job by God to protect you and nobody but you. That's why when you try to go to the edge of the cliff, it pushes you back. And that thing learned
when a baby cries. Is it instinct to go take care of that baby?
No, instinct is your actions and duties towards it, but the thought and feeling and the attraction to it is intuition. Because intuition is about connection externally.
The duty, though, the duty that attracts you there to comfort it or whatever it is that hits your head, this anything, it don't have to be a baby, but babies hit us more. But if you hear an animal crying or something too, your instinct will kick in to help. I don't think that's selfish at all. That's concern for someone else, and it's instinctual.
Yeah, no, because two things are at play there. The one part that like, for example, for I'm going to take your example because I don't go through it. I hear a baby outside. Ready? I hear a baby. I don't think with my gut or my heart. I often think my head straight away. Like, where's that coming from? Is that sound? Is that distress? Am I needed here? I think of all these things. Do you know what my wife does? She runs towards the sound.
Yes.
It could be anything. It could be anything. She runs towards it. And I'm like, why are you running towards the sound? It could be anything. It could be some guy calling about puppies and sweeties for kids. You don't know, trying to pick up women.
I need her out there cop watching because you have to run toward the shit. I need her out there in the streets with me, man.
Mama bear, isn't it? That's what I mean, is we all have that. I'd say being a man doesn't make me less feminine. Well, it does. What I mean is it gives me less... It gives me, well, not all, but it basically I should have a greater strength to my masculinity and channeling it and harnessing it. My actual test is the feminine part, and most of you have seen me do that on here to try and experience it. So but do you know all my feminine part needed to learn? That it was loved more than anything by something else, and therefore it could love something else. And my feminine part didn't even get that from God; it got it from my wife. My mind got it from God. And when I finally managed to find all the components of me that was missing and brought them together, we only had one part of me left to convince that we would do it correct this time. And he was the metaphysical part of me, what you guys call this, the cognitive part of me that runs metacognitive IQ. And all we had to promise ourselves there, because all they kept asking us is, that one part of me said, I'm the Father, I will return to you and I'll give you all my gifts and all my things. If you do me one, you have to do one rule. And every component in me, every part of me had to agree to this one rule. And as long as we all agree to this one rule, he will help us. And he's running now. He doesn't do anything but run. You can always ask Charles to come out and he'll talk to you with his more, he wants to speak about metaphysics and how to bridge our reality to the formal world. I mean, Charles will sit there and tell you how to square a circle. I can square the circle because it's a metaphysical test. It's a Gnostic test. If you actually look at the test itself, it never asks you for exactness. And it asks you to draw something. It doesn't ask you for formal results. It even gives you tools like a compass and a straight edge. Therefore, the nib of the compass can't go below 1.8. There's so much meta in it. So the test doesn't ask you to get pi or something like that. It's ridiculous. But he'll talk nonsense like that for days, bore me even. But his one rule for us all is this. If we all obey his rule number one and put it above all other things, he will never leave us. And do you know our rule was? We had to all admit at all times to everybody that we could always be incorrect. He calls it the mustard seed phenomenon. So long as you keep faith as small as a mustard seed in your opponent's argument, you will never be trapped by the demiurge.
That's interesting. But wait, don't go to yet. I got a buddy, Paul Unslaved. He's really bright and shit, but his egotistical shit is off the chart. God damn it.
I get it,
link. Yeah, but he
may have earned it, Joe. He may have earned it like me, right? He spent years in silence working.
Does it mean because of his arrogance and he thinks everybody's dumber than him? And he says it 50 times per broadcast that everybody's dumb. Even his chat are dumber than he is.
Invite me onto him.
I'll do that because he loves to try and swindle people into thinking a certain way about him rather than letting you reach your own conclusions. But I'm saying if he is that arrogant where he thinks he's smarter than people, I wonder if I can use that as a metric for him being distant from the Lord. I wonder if it works. I'll think about it later.
Hey Joe,
I think the difference is just whether you're arguing to win the argument or arguing for the argument's sake.
Yes.
That's where people
I like arguing for argument's sake, I don't know if that's a flaw, but it's like
I
a
like that.
puzzle
That's
to
the way.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to
It's
get
not.
to the truth.
Guys, it's only because it's straight in my head what you're saying. Do you know the story about Christ when he was 12 and he went to a temple or something like that? And he said, I'm in the
Yeah,
house of
and
my
it's
father. Right, do you want
yeah.
right? So my extensive, I'm reconstructing that story now to show you because something like that happened to myself. What Christ went to, they still exist today. I don't know what they're called. In fact, I might do this afternoon. I might find out and put it up on the thing and talk to everybody out there. And I think they still exist today, right? There was a place where you could go called the temple, and when you walked in that temple, you could become as a child again. It's like this group where you could talk about random things. And what they would do is they were allowed in this temple to criticize the work because you weren't allowed to do it outside. This was a free space. It was like Speaker's Corner. And when Christ went in there at 12, started yammering all this metacognitive stuff he was saying about reality, do you think the priests all around were going, oh, shut up? No, he was saying some shit, and they were like, he was saying shit like, hey, isn't it funny how the angels of heaven, like the seraphim and all that, all mimic the laws of logic? Isn't that crazy? And the cherubim, they all mimic the hermetic poles and all their principles. And all the thrones and everything. It's almost like... I'd wind people up in Speaker's Corner all the time with stuff like that. But yeah, right. So it is a place. It is what you could call it the temple of blasphemer, because you were allowed to blaspheme there. And when you came out of it, if you could structure your blasphemic ways into religion and argue it, you could put it into certain books. You could get it placed in something. They had rules for this once upon a time. That's why they had 12 tribes. That's why Christ was able, if he was a real being that did it, or a story of, whatever it be, I don't want to take that argument, I've got my own theories, but whatever happened, whether he was the actor and storyteller that I am, or he was just the actor and storyteller from behind and got others to do it like I would be. If I'm going to be the next Jesus, I'm not doing all the work, guys. You fuckers going to do something. I'm going to make sure for the disciples. The one thing I love about Jesus...
Listen, you won't be the next Jesus, man, because you're going to have to put other people first, bro.
I will. The only true way you can put other people first is by putting yourself first. Because a great leader walks in front.
In some sense, but it will become instinctual. Would they become first? It must. Here's something I wonder if you throw around in your philosophies. This is a continuous cycle, in my opinion. Reincarnation, call it what you want, whatever, but it's a continual growth cycle. And a lesson is repeated until learned. So you don't get away. You don't escape here, in my opinion, until you find unconditional love, not just for your mom and your kid. That shit's easy. When the guy who doesn't like you, love your enemies type shit, you don't have to, bend over and let him stab you, but you still must love him. When you put that guy ahead of yourself, now you can get out of here and progress to the next level.
And Joe, what do you think of this, Levin? No matter what you do in your entire life, when your children and your own I don't know if your mom's passed, but I'm trying to be dramatic here. When
She's at home now, my sister's taking care of her. That's why I'm out here talking to you guys.
I'm glad you give me that results. When your mama and your brother and everybody you've shown love to, your neighbors and everyone turns on you one day because something happens, maybe in control, maybe out of control, but it isn't the Joe we know. It's a sick.
Yeah.
Somehow Joe has fallen, and Joe does something, and he's all
Joe
over
used
the
to do
news.
drugs. Joe used to do drugs, and my family.
No, Joe. I'm talking. If you did something, the whole world.
Okay.
They will call you for death. Do you know what I can promise you?
What?
You can pick up the phone, and I'll ask you how you're doing, brother. I'll never judge you for being evil because I don't believe you can be. I don't believe in being evil.
And I believe that even your mom, you can murder a motherfucker and your mom is still there for you. It's crazy.
No, and I said people will say to me that what my mum did towards me towards the end was horrific, and I say no, it wasn't. She was ill and she did what she wanted to before she left. I don't give a shit. As long as she was happy. I don't think she was happy. She was really
sad.
But when my sister go, I'm so sorry you didn't come to... I said, is that what Mum wanted? She said, yeah. What are you fucking sorry for? She got what she wanted. My mum has always got what she wanted since the day I've known her. Always. The only thing my mum said she didn't get was, and she didn't say exactly, but she's told others, the only thing in her life she never got what she wanted, and it was the best thing ever for her, was she tried to kill me when I was in her womb. She didn't do it personally. She tried to get my dad to beat her up, so they lost the baby. I did die, and because they tried to save my mum's life, they couldn't deliver the dead fetus that they thought I was because the blood hemorrhaging, so they had to pump a full of O-negative blood and adrenaline. And when it came to time they thought I was to give it a vase. They just checked the heartbeat and everything, and it turns out either they messed up because it was the 80s, and I wasn't dead in the first place, or they brought me back to life as well.
Yeah,
and then
resurrection.
Then I was born on December 23rd, 1980. Here's some cool things. Ready? That I was born 44 years ago when the population turned 4.4 billion. Then 44 years later, when the population turned 8.8 billion. God told me he needed another Jesus on this world, and would I be the new Jesus will return Christ to it? And I said, I will do that so long as you lead me, and if you don't, then I must be a crazy person. God said this: if I'm not with you, they will show you.
100%. Yeah, I had one of those. I try to keep it short because we had a couple of new people up here who haven't really talked. I had one of those where I was with a guy. I'll say it. He was a really bad guy, and he had killed a bunch of people the night I was over there. And when he came in, he had left, a kid left, and the kid knew him, but he couldn't bring himself to kill it. It was a girl. Anyway, that night when I tried to go to sleep, I couldn't sleep. When I closed my eyes, I was transported to a waterfall in a valley, and that lasted for days. I couldn't get any sleep because when I closed my eyes, I couldn't even daydream. When I closed my eyes longer than a blink, I was instantly teleported to this place. Then I woke up in a hospital, eventually collapsed and woke up in a hospital like 26 hours later, after talking to 3 beings or whatever, 2 male energies, 1 female, and one of the males was antagonistic. It was a test, and it went on for a while.
What was the test?
Yeah.
Well, they were teaching me and stuff. The guy, they were telling me, even before I passed out, they were telling me that, you did well. We're proud of you. You got more good things to do. First, they were talking about how special the guy was. They didn't tell me it was me. And I was just tuning in to hear who this guy is. And then at the point when I fell out, they told me that guy is me. And they told me to close my eyes, and they talked to me a lot. And the girl and one of the guys was like, yes, was really big up at me, Joe. You just have no idea the things that you've done, the things you're going to do. And the other guy was like, he's not ready. And because I wasn't ready, I was like, man, fuck you. Immediately, I'd be in the other hell where they're burning you and the skins. I'd never been to church. I still ain't been to church, but I hadn't read the Bible or nothing. At the last moment, I said, Jesus, help me. And I was back over there with the other people. Because I'm hard-headed, I probably visited that place a half a dozen times because I kept, being angry or I don't know what it is, rebellious. And they taught me a few things. And one of the last things they told me before I came here is that this is hell. And I got frantic, and they was like, don't worry, everything will be the same. And that's one of the reasons why I believe this is one of the many hell's testing grounds, just till we get where we're supposed to get to.
Joe,
there's a lot more that I just don't want to talk about. A lot of it was, a lot of it was just like shit that man shouldn't even hear type shit.
Thanks for sharing what you did, Nick.
Yeah, Joe, before we go and ask the other guys the question about giving up today, the one thing I want to ask you is not the help I was going to ask you for. That's something different. But first,
I'll be around when you're ready.
But first, as payment that helped, would you like to go? I don't want my name placed on it unless in the back somewhere. All I want you to do, don't take 100% of the profit. What I'm about to ask you to do, if you promise me at least 50% of the profit, you'll give to a good cause. I don't care if it's selfish, like your mum or something, but you give it to something, I'll do it with you.
What profit are you talking about? I must have missed.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'm an artist and designer. I like creating things. I've got multiple books online for sale and things like that. I create all my work for other people to raise money for. I don't want a penny. If I help me and you do a side project, write a book called Joe Cool's Unconditional Love, and I teach you what my version of unconditional love is, and you enjoy it, and you think, okay, let's do a little book for that for kids, something your child can read. And then if we get her to read it for the first time and she gets it and we can learn from her, we can probably get something. I tell you what, half the money goes to the Find a Gnosis show. There you go. Give it to DNW. Use the show, use everything. You said you're skilled at getting things printed. I mean, I can show you how to do it on Amazon quite easily. It needs to go into your name and everything when it's done, because I don't have money and stuff, to other people do that. You just tell me how it's going and things like that. It might not go anywhere, Joe, but if you get on shows like this and other shows and promote it and just say you're trying to raise money for great things, I'm sure you get it. We'll get your name all over it, get it done. I'm happy.
Listen. Let's just do this. First of all, a couple things that I could not do. I would not put Joe's anything. I avoid that shit. I'm trying to kill my ego. That would be a step backwards. And I would do it for free. It's absolutely, and I do. It's tough selling books. Niggas don't read no more, but it won't change anything. I'm absolutely okay with it.
Okay, well, let's just make sure that DNW gets something so we can. Like I said, my thing is, if we all put into this show to make a success, everybody's arse cheeks is still going to be in the foundational seats, aren't they? So even when DNW's got a big, massive show, we'll still be able to come on here and have some great debates and hopefully.
And I got a lot of subs. I don't even tell motherfuckers. I got 140,000 subs, man. So
nice.
If the time comes, we got a platform where we can do our shit.
In the meantime, Joe, what I'll do, and I wanted to send it to Dirty, but he pissed off last night. I want to send you my newest fable. That's God Help Me Write. God Help Me Write it last year. It's about a half-hour read from. I've suffered all my life with this thing called dyslexia. Your word systems and everything played up with hell.
I'm familiar. Yeah.
I'm exceptionally great now, but you'll see it there when I write. You're like, what the fuck? This guy's my brain will. I use AI a lot to
the publisher and the editor in my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood, which is the ghetto. But I was publisher and editor for these cats, so I've seen dyslexia and worse when I have to,
I agree.
Papers readable.
I started off when I first started with the very first book I did. You guys know this gentleman? I say gentleman. There's really lots of stigma about him. I don't really give a shit. You know how I feel about good and evil. But you know this poor little soul. Don't say I call this poor soul called George. Was that the coloured gentleman's name that was the police? George Floyd. George Floyd. You heard about this? You heard about this gentleman? I've heard he's got a past. I don't give a shit about that. He's a human being. Anybody heard about that?
We all know who George Floyd is. Yeah. I went to a bunch of concerts and got pepper sprayed. I was out there when Kyle Rittenhouse killed the guy. The guy he killed had just washed pepper spray out of my eyes. I'm very familiar with that shit. Yeah.
Well, you might not like this, but I'm not like George Floyd. I think is a beautiful human being, like all beautiful humans. But so is Kyle Rittenhouse to me. So I don't take sides on anything.
Of course, yeah.
But when that happened, of course, my little ego that was trying to recover and become this new. Everybody said, "You'll never write a book. You don't know." So me, I'll never write a book. Will I? All right.
Hey, Guru, I put my email in the back chat.
Oh, nice one. I appreciate
picture
that.
of it or something. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just looking in here for my my original books. I'm going to bring them back out. The Urkel people. I create these little funny characters.
I'm gonna yield a bit because I do want the other two people to talk. So.
Oh shit. Fuck, that's yeah, absolutely correct. It's me. Is he being selfish against you? Dirty, you did before.
See, you gotta put other people first.
I try. It's my goal. My goal is to put other people first, and then like I said in the Bible, you're born in sin. So if that's to me, by the way, sin just means a subjective internal narrative that's not true, that's playing in your head from the demiurge.
I like that definition of it. Yes.
So anything like good and evil are the original sin because they teach you to be narcissistic, and then I form my own structure behind narcissism. Believe not in the Bible, there's the 7 deadly sins. I'll read them out to you now so you understand.
Yeah, Guru, on that, I was meaning to ask you to if I can get your PDF for that document.
Oh yeah, This one I've just done here now, what I did is I just put this quickly together because it was a combination of a bunch of things I wanted to highlight on this show at some point. So I just have it here ready on the side. And it's a couple of documents that Charles put together. So it starts with I curiously am, which is to go against Descartes' I am. I think Descartes, I don't think he's an idiot. I just think he fought more the ego. He doubted everything down to the most doubtful part of you, which is the ego. So basically all he was doing, remember I was saying that part that's selfish, the instinct, he doubted himself down to doubt, which was the instinct, but he never used will or wonder, his other two perceptions, to understand
Very good.
What connects all three of these? Curiosity. Therefore, it's not I am, it's I curiously am. And that's just the ego way of saying it. You should really say, well, even with curiosity, I will love, because curiosity's final form is love. Because in the way I see love is a form of curiosity. For you to truly love, one must understand causality.
What do you mean when you say I?
It changes to multiple I's in me. Every I refer to is a point I'm looking for. So
that's an answer there. That's probably the answer right there.
Some people say to me when I go, I think, they go, what's the I that's thinking? Well, the thing that can see the thinker. What's that? The instinct, the intuition. Whenever I look at my thinking, I don't look at through the thinking. I can't see myself. I need something to look at it. So I need something that can see it. Here's another thing I say to people, ready? You must be the child of God, because if God is outside time and you're also outside time, then you must be. And they go, how am I outside time? I said, well, the majority of it is inside time, right? Because you're affected by change and flux and all these things. But how does the fish see the water unless it gets outside of the water to see it?
Sure.
So just like a fish can't see water, no being that lives inside time can see time. So how are you seeing time unless you don't live inside it? Every smart person I ask that goes, oh, you could be stupid, man. We can just work it out formally. I said, yes, no, I agree. We'll come back to your mind. But how are you seeing it? Who the fuck's showing you? How are you stepping outside the water as a fish to look at the water and judge it? How are you doing that?
Right.
So it's because
where is that
you have different eyes.
process occurring? That thought process where you're envisioning a thing and all of that shit. Where is it occurring? Physically, does it have a physical location? Probably does not. It's occurring somewhere else. Yeah.
Nowhere.
No place.
It's happening in no place.
Points to an outside of the shit that we're so comfortable with.
Yes. Or outside, I get it outside from a subjective mind, but really, are we saying outside? Because outside is somewhere, isn't it? Really, it's nowhere. We say outside, it's easier for us to see outside.
I think, but nowhere is better, but outside is just trying to tell the person we're speaking to that it's not here. It's somewhere else, which could be nowhere or whatever you want to call it. But for you to think that everything is this here, you're probably wrong. It's outside of here. Some things exist outside. I think that's why outside people say that.
When people ask me where is nowhere, I said everywhere.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
And they go, where? And I go, I tell it nowhere. Nowhere is the container for everywhere.
Dr. Ben Carlson, I don't even like the guy, but he's a good doctor, and he said something that was smart in his book. He's the guy who invented the hemispherical brain surgery. When the kids have thousands of seizures a day and they can't function and stuff, he's the guy they take it to, and he'll take out an entire hemisphere of your brain. And the people are, of course, very concerned. My child will be different. He tells a story. He said, I had a boy likes knock-knock jokes. I took out the left side of his brain. Guess what? Still likes knock-knock jokes. I had a girl likes knock-knock jokes. Took the right side of her brain out. Still likes knock-knock jokes. What I'm trying to tell you is knock-knock jokes are in the heart, not the brain. Now, I take that to have my own meaning, that it's not in the left side of your brain, whatever you think the joke thing is, or the right side. It's not in the heart either. It exists somewhere else. And that's the best way scientifically you can prove it. If it exists in the right side, he removed that, and the guy still like knock-knock jokes. Left side is not in the brain.
Hey, cool. Anybody else? Do you want a definition of God that will destroy any atheist?
I don't think such exists. So maybe that's
Okay.
bad of me to say.
Oh, but
Because
no, that's
atheists are
actually,
dumb
You
as
can't.
fuck.
There's really no way. I have heard all fucking definitions of God in my life. None of them at first they make sense, and then afterwards, like after I thought about it for a year, I'm like, yeah, no, this is just bullshit. Yeah.
No, Fatima, I absolutely agree, babe. And I used to believe that, and I lost faith in it all until God found me and then told me what it
God
was.
found you. Oh, so you're special than everyone else. Okay, I see you.
No.
Usually
God,
the way it happens, yeah.
yeah. God speaks to us all. I just happen to be someone who went, who's saying that?
Paying
And he went,
attention at the moment.
and he went,
If you think God's
me.
speaking to you, you should get your head checked by someone, a professional. Yeah.
Do you know what? Right,
Those
I'll
are
humor you.
just
No,
words, bro. It
yeah,
means
no. Let me
nothing
humor.
to
Right, I would say, Fatima, if I believed the dogmatic God of Judeans and all these other religions was real, I would agree with you. But that's not what I mean by God. See, if I asked you, Fatima, and I appreciate someone like you can turn around and me go, no, I can't because it doesn't exist. No one's ever given me a definition of God.
Wait. No, I didn't say God did not
No,
exist.
I didn't say that. I said it's fair if you want to say that.
I neither affirm or deny the existence of God. By the way, so my
Okay.
position is going to be harder for you to even tackle because I'm not even making any
You're agnostic.
affirmative or
Okay.
It's
denial
not
statements
harder.
about
It's
God.
harder. It's not harder
Fatima, if I
to
show you a
tackle
God,
for you to make a statement that if God, you think God talks to you, you're lonely when you just admit that you don't even know if he exists, how he communicates, or any of that thing. The shortcoming isn't on guru. It seems like it'll be easy to defeat your assertion because you're admitted that you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I
Because you admit
what do you mean
to
by
the
the word
gate
God?
that you don't.
Nobody knows what God is. Nobody knows
I do.
because no one
I
has
do.
found
But so how can you
sufficient-
confidently say if he's speaking to you, you're an idiot if you don't even know what he is and how he communicates?
Oh, because how can I trust Guru in the first place is the
I'll tell
question.
you.
How can
I'll
I
tell
trust
you.
Guru? How can
Okay.
I put all my trust on Guru
I'll show you.
to fucking crack the codes of life?
I'll show you. Ready? You don't put all your trust in me. All you do is listen to see if I'm talking sense or not. And if I'm not, point out where I'm not. If I am, go away and have a look at it. I'm not saying the God you've been told is real. Probably isn't. I disbelieve it as well. I think it's stupid. But let's first do this. Ready? Just start right from the beginning.
What do you mean by God, though? Please answer
Yes.
that. What do you mean by God?
I will tell you what I mean by God. But do you have a definition of God, or do you just no one's given me one I can accept? I appreciate if that's the case, and I'll tell you my definition.
I don't
The
have
latter.
a good definition of God because there's like 1,000 of them that all contradict one another, and I
That's
can
true.
describe you. I can describe you at least 3 of them right now. There's classical theism that God is based off of the Aristotelian, the philosopher's God, and then there's theistic, the personalism, which is posited by Protestant theologians like William
None
Lane
of them
Craig
God, yeah.
and
None of
Olive
them are God.
and then the third one I just have off the top of my head is fucking pantheism. That's proposed by Spinoza, which means that God is material, God is the universe, all that shit. Yes, so I don't know what you have in store for me.
I'm ready to tell you.
Okay, then shoot.
All right. Okay, here we go then. So let's do this in 2 parts then, because let's do this in 2 parts because it's going to be easier because obviously you've explained to me issues and I'm going to have to make sure that you understand what I'm saying. Before we point at anything, first of all, we must explain what it is the word means, and then once I've created that word and you've accepted that word, once I've done that, I will then use that word to point at something and say that's it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is create the word through axioms, and I'm going to create a denotation of the word, which means it won't point at anything but one thing. What I'm about to tell you will only point at one thing and can only point at one thing, in my opinion. But the definition I'm going to give you is still optional because I'm not allowed to give a definition of something that is from me. I have to give it from a universal point of view. So the word God, and I'm going to give an example before God so you understand what I mean. I did it yesterday, but if I was going to say a unicorn, I would say a single horned being, and that would be my denotation form of it. And as a connotation, I would say something along the lines of a horse-like being, often in myth fiction, with a single horn on the head, sometimes depicted as magical, and children have these blind little. But you get what I'm saying, yeah. I'm not saying
Yeah,
it's real.
of course. Thank you for the lecture about myth.
No,
and
it's not a lecture.
legends.
It's an explanation of how I'm going to do this next part. So to go into it, so God is a title given to the single equilibric position that holds authoritative power over all things.
Okay. What? Okay. And
No, I'm willing to
what does
answer your questions.
Okay, now what does that look like for the world, and how do you know that that thing is actually God? How do you know that? How do you know? And what makes you so sure that the attributes you just described for your own definition of God,
Not my
which is
definition
already
of God.
shaky, it's already shaky because you said it's your opinion. So I'm just going by that. What you just said now. How do you know? How do you feel with as much confidence that what you just described as his being is accurate and true for everyone else, and true for, because you're not talking about like an opinion, you're talking about God right now. So how can you be so certain that your attributes you
I'm
give
actually
to
just
God?
talking about a word because I haven't told you what I think God is. I've just pointed at what the word means.
Well,
I'm asking.
It seems to me that you already know what God is, because you said with me, I already know what God is. So I don't know what God is, so please help me. What is this being? Because you already believe it, so tell me.
Well, let's break down the definition first of all, so we can all understand if the definition is complete and whole. Yes, I'm stating that, like all words, the word God is a title that points to something. Are you following me so far on that? Yeah.
Yes, words have meanings. Everything has a label. Okay. What else?
No, not necessarily, but I agree with it generally. Okay. So I'm saying God is first of all, the word God is a title given to something. Yeah. So we can label it. It's a placeholder. And it's an earned title. So the title we're giving is to a position, a single position, no other position, just one single position. And the reason it says equilibric is so you understand it is the source and center that holds all things must be, therefore it's a logical necessity. Without it, all things would fall apart. Now, there's more to this that makes sense, but just listen to that little bit just there. Yeah? So God is a single position that holds the single equilibric position in all of existence, which I will get to what it is in a minute. I'm just pointing out the structure of it, that holds authoritative power over all things, meaning that everything in existence you can think of must obey it and cannot question it. That is what God is.
And cannot question it.
Yes, I'll point to it in a minute. But if I could point to something, if I could now, I haven't done it yet, but if I point to someone and say, there it is, and it did all that stuff that I just said it did, would that be worthy of the title God? Because I'm not saying it exists. I said, if it exists, Fatima, I haven't proven that yet, and you're rightfully so with those eyes. You haven't done it, I haven't. But if I did, if I pointed to something right now that held all that definition, that it was the single equilibric point of all existence, it held authoritative power over all things. Nothing could question it whatsoever, and everything.
Nothing could question it. I'm questioning. I'm questioning right now. So I guess I'm greater than God because I'm questioning what the hell you're even speaking about.
Okay, but I don't mean it like that. We'll see in a minute. Nothing can question this thing ever. You can ask questions about it, but if it says
that is questioning it. If I'm asking questions about it is available.
Let me explain it better then. All right, and I've confused you.
No, you have not.
I can in a minute. I can.
You're confusing yourself.
Yeah. Well, no, because I'm not confused. But if I said to you then that, how would I explain this to you then? Because what I mean by you can't question it is you can question it till you're blue in the face. But if it says Fatima drop dead, you're going to drop dead. I'm not saying that's what it does, but that's what I mean by you can't question it. Like you can... Right, for example, ready? I can question the king all I like of the law, but the moment I step across that bound, the law's going to put me back in my place. I can't question it. I can't just go, the law doesn't apply to me and go across it. I can say it subjectively, but I can't say...
Sometimes a king should be disposed because he's bad, right? That's not a good analogy. Sometimes a king has to be disposed.
It's not meant to be like that. But here's my point. If I do point right now at something that holds all the axioms I gave you, it does. I'm not saying it does, but if it did, and you went, oh, actually it does, yeah. Would you then say, okay, fair enough, yeah, that is God?
No, because there can be other explanations that don't have to invoke or use the word God, such as, just
yeah. So there can be explanations
explanation.
that don't involve the word fucking tree, but we use the word tree for something. Yeah, I'm
That's
saying
because
God.
the tree is here. Look.
Yeah.
That's the tree out there.
Okay, then I will show you God is here then, yeah? But what you're doing right now, what I'm asking you is, if I can show you this thing, because a lot of people do this, it's dishonest. They go, okay, yeah, go on then, and then I'll show it to him, and soon they realize, they go, yeah, that's not a God.
You
like,
do know that, like, a lot of Christian theologians back then said that God is not self-evident. You have to use abstract reasons to get them. You're saying that you can show God to me right now? Come on, man.
Yeah,
not even like the people in your own camp think that. Huh? What?
That is abstract reasoning, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not. He's trying to use a parable. No, I'm talking about logical.
Oh no,
I
will point at God. Ready? I'll point at God because I've left it long enough. Ready? What I call God, me, because I think it fits the definition of what I said, is something called the truth, or what is. Because listen,
going back to this,
because everything we deem to be true, we use this one single thing to judge it all to be true, and without the truth, that I don't know if we can know, but we understand it as an ideal necessity. Without the truth, nothing can be. If you're telling me that you can just jump off your building and question God whether or not you can fly, prove it to me. But when you smack your head on the floor, well, I'm trying to be, when you smack your head on the floor and God says, I win, I was correct. You cannot fucking question it. Well, and everything obeys it. Do you know? And here's the kicker. Ready? If you disagree with me that the truth is the single greatest authority in all existence, don't use it to destroy my argument.
I'm not saying that you. Okay, obviously you don't know my position. And
no. I give you my position, Fatima. Answer. I'll listen to you in a minute. Please answer what I've said so far, because this is disingenuous. Okay. I just pointed at God. I'm not being disingenuous. Then listen to me. I just pointed at God. I can tell you why it's important, why it's needed, why it should be God, why it's sacred, and everything. Because without it, you couldn't speak to me. Without it, you couldn't be on this show. Without it, we wouldn't need to listen to you. Without it, none of your points would make any sense, because you need my God to make any of your points make any sense.
What? I need your God to make sense of anything? What the fuck? Who do you think you are? Wow, bro. Let's talk about peak narcissism. You need my God to make sense of anything. What the hell are you saying? That makes absolutely no sense.
Do you believe in aliens?
You need truth, surely.
Surely you need truth.
If truth is his God, then he's saying you need truth.
Truth is his God? Okay, but guess what? Saying truth is God doesn't prove God.
No. I did not say truth is God. I said
you're implying that.
No, God is listen, I'll tell you again. God is the title given to the single equilibrium point that holds authoritative power of all things. Do you know what that means? It means it's objective. There's no contradiction in what I said. It points directly at one thing, and anybody else claiming to have a God needs to ask my God permission first.
I don't think there is a point in reality. I think it's a space.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. No one cares. No one cares because you don't value truth over anything else. Unless
I do value truth. Oh my God, I'm saying you don't even know my own ideas of truth, man.
No, because you did, right? Because I just told you you value my God, then, yeah.
I don't even know what the fuck your God is.
I just told you the truth.
I don't know which. Okay, it's one point, one equalizing point in reality. Where is that point? What the fuck is it? What is
truth?
It exactly?
The truth.
So you said God is truthful, and you said literally
no.
20 seconds ago God was not truth.
I didn't say God is truth. I said God was the single equilibrium position that holds authoritative power over all existence and things. Yeah, and I'm claiming that thing that deserves that title, that holds that position, is called the truth. So the truth holds the position of God to me.
Do you think you're God?
Now, is there anything incorrect in what I said? Any contradiction or any reason why it shouldn't be known as God?
Why it shouldn't be known as God? Because we can have alternative explanations to what the fuck that point is. Which, by the way, that's very bad analogy.
That's not an argument.
To me, reality is a
not an argument, Fatima. I don't understand the point.
I'm literally giving you my reason why I don't think that's correct, because in the
Okay.
fields of quantum
Okay, can you
mechanics,
give me a logical explanation of why it's not correct? Then, not just your feeling.
I'm talking to you right now. I'm trying to be logical, but you're
And I
not.
can't hear it.
I'm saying to you that I think it's false to say that there's a point in reality when, like, there are many points in reality. That's not just one. Like, to me,
But I don't think it
reality
means
is
one
very
spatial
very
point.
spacious and separate. And it's
Fatima, I'm
true
not saying
because
that.
everything's expanding.
Fatima, I'm not saying that. I get it. Maybe I'm not saying there is only a single point in existence. I'm saying there is a single equilibrium point in all of existence, and it has to be. It's a necessity called the truth, and I worship that as my God.
Okay,
Because it's important to me. Now,
my question.
Do you put truth above all other things? Is there anything you place above truth, Fatima?
Is there anything I place above truth? Survival. Trying to make it like the other day. To me, survival.
And you don't
is
need
more...
truth for that.
No, because you just need.
Well, not
instinct
really,
and
to be
habit.
honest.
Exactly, you don't.
You
Like,
take
no.
those like dung beetles who mate with beer bottles in Australia. They actually survive by not knowing the truth fully.
All right, and so what I'm saying is your daughter comes up and says, Mum, can I drink this bleach? You say, yes, you can drink that bleach because truth doesn't matter.
You drink that bleach because you're an idiot.
No, your daughter's asking, Mum, can I
evolution
drink
gives
this
us
bleach?
enough
Should we
to
tell them the truth or
survive.
not?
We're not seeing the whole
If you
truth
drink,
of reality
you should
right now.
know better than to
but
not
you're
drink
making out your
bleach.
point.
That is a small truth. If you drink bleach, you'll die. But how does that small truth lead you to God? That's just basic observation about reality. That's just a basic, descriptive thing. What the hell, bro? Like, come on, man.
Hold on. We're talking about two different things. There's Guru's definitions of the truth.
Wait, Grazy. Wait,
hold on. Please let me just speak a moment.
Hey, guys, let Dirty speak.
There's Guru's one truth, which is a particular definition, and Fatima's
his own subjective definition. Okay.
Well, it may be that he means that. It may be that he doesn't. I don't think we've understood his definition for it yet. So, but what I'm trying to say is that we're
exactly
talking
what he means.
Oh, okay.
So,
anyways, Grazy. Christian asked you a question about aliens. Can you like?
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry, Fatima. Sorry, bud.
It was from Pristine, right? Didn't you say that? Did he like believe that there could be more than one creators, right?
Yeah. I was wondering, like, why does there have to be just one to you?
Exactly.
Like, why can't there be like? Why can't aliens have created all of this? You know, more than one creator, like multiple intelligent minds coming together and designing.
Pristine, what do you mean by alien?
Everything.
You saying about aliens?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't know. You know, if there is a solid form of an alien, or it's like, you know, one alien with all these entities.
Christine, I understand. Why do you bring aliens up? But what is aliens do? What do you mean by aliens?
Well,
I mean,
what if aliens exist? Like, where does God fit into that?
I couldn't tell you if something exists because you're not telling me what you mean by it.
Okay, there you go. There you
like
go.
Entities,
because you don't know, Guru. You don't know.
No, I just don't know what the word means that she's using. I just want him to.
Okay, same here.
No,
I don't know.
like,
I don't. Sorry.
You know what? Well, you know, people experience, you know, entities and aliens. That's what a lot of people claim. So I'm wondering, like, are you dismissing all their experiences? Like, how does that fit into?
I haven't got a clue.
You know what I mean? God.
I've never seen aliens or paranormal things or anything like that. I don't know. I mean,
but you've seen God before. Okay, yeah.
I just was asking what.
I don't see they don't exist. They do exist. I have no idea.
So you've experienced God, though. You say you've experienced God, but that's not like an alien.
You all have experienced God because once upon a time, before you had words or anything else, it was only you and God. And then what you decided to do was go over. Then you drew over God with all these words and forgot the canvas you painted on. Is that not what you did? Or did you? Was you me?
I wouldn't have a clue what, you know.
I don't know who the fuck I was before I was born. I didn't even want to be born, bro.
Fatima, let me explain it to you, ready? Before the world taught you words like mum and dad and tree, what was it?
What was it that taught me words? You said I was.
No. What was it before you had words?
What?
I don't know. I wasn't even born. I wasn't born, right? I was just a baby. I fucking learned those words either through sounds and through communication with parents, with things.
Yeah, but what
with
was there
books.
before words? Nothing? Was you just like?
Of course I was. I was a dumb baby, and so were you, and
So
so were
you're
everyone else
saying
here.
that we
I wasn't a dumb
existed.
baby, brother. I wasn't a dumb
So-
baby.
Oh my god.
So you're
I don't know
saying
what a
that
dumb
God gave us what language, and you know, some people say that an alien parasite came in and gives
Again,
us
what do you mean by
language. That's
alien?
the
You keep
legit
working this word
scientific
alien.
theory.
Does anybody else give me a definition of alien?
I think having an alien, a parasite, makes fucking like a more
They have
sense.
no
than
idea what they're
whatever
talking about.
Guru
They're
was
using this
talking
word
about.
alien and they haven't got a
Honestly,
clue
in my
what they're talking
opinion,
about.
it
I'm
could
not
be
saying
just
they don't
that.
have a. Saying they don't have a. I'm not saying they don't have a clue like they're stupid, but they're talking this. They're saying this word alien. When you ask them what they mean, they go, I don't know. How is this conversation making any
Well,
sense
what's
to you
the
guys?
difference between an alien and a god? Like
You
to
need to
you,
first
like,
tell me what an
There's,
alien.
there's no difference between an alien and a god if you don't define your terms. If terms aren't defined, there is no difference because they're all
I'm just
relative.
saying that like
This is a linguistic problem because Guru has yet to provide sufficient words that can describe God besides using
Can I try
words that.
again?
What?
Can I try again?
other
I think
people
you tried
describe
enough.
what they
But
see
okay,
when they have these abduction
Anybody that
experiences
says
and
you've tried
report.
enough to tell me the truth, I don't want to hear anymore, is a liar, isn't he?
no. Okay, then be my guest. Then say it again for like the
Okay.
100th time. Okay, do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to try and do it again. Ready? This is what I'm going to do this time. Fatima.
Saying is doing.
Yeah, Fatima. I'm not saying anything. I want to understand something about yourself so I can help do this better.
Okay.
What would something have to have for you to accept it was a god?
What would something?
What would have to be or anything? What would God? What would I need to show you for you to go? That's God.
Like what kind of attributes, maybe?
What kind of, yeah, what do you mean? Like, you see, what attributes? I don't know. Like, I guess, like, that is inconceivable to me because I don't know what attributes God has. So that's
You know,
not
for
even
someone that doesn't know this stuff, you sure fucking act like you do when I tell you what it is and you tell me it doesn't exist.
You're the one making the claims. I'm not. I am.
Yes, I am.
Judgment.
You're also making claims after I made a claim of saying it doesn't exist or it's not real. That's also claims. Yeah?
I'm making a descriptive claims. You're making affirmative claims about the God that you know. So,
right. So, I'm starting again. Are you able, if you do possess the, like you said, you don't know if there's a God, you don't claim that is. No one's just shown you enough evidence that there is or something like that. I believe is what you said. I'm not saying that
I think it's unknowable. To be honest, I think it's unknowable to ever know that question.
And you can't think it's unknowable if you haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. As in, you don't know what a God is. You're saying God must be unknowable to be a God. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I think that the question of God is primarily unknowable because the
Why do you think
arguments
that?
cancel
Why
each
do
other out.
listen?
Because the arguments for and
Why?
against God cancel each other out.
They don't make any sense. No, they don't. They don't. The arguments you have heard done that. You are not Fatima, fucking God of this world who knows everything. You're Fatima supposed to ask questions.
Chill the fuck. I never claim to be God. I'm just
Yes,
I'm
you
just
are.
some
You
I'm
are
just
to
some
me. You
person
are to
with
me.
a fucking brain like you
Then
that's
Fatima,
trying to learn about
then.
things.
Then
And I
tell
think
me
that and I think that oh my God, can you let me talk?
Might be a God.
And okay, as
Sounds like you've got
you
an
would-
imaginary friend, bro. You've just created this god in your own head.
Exactly.
It might be,
Yeah.
but it still doesn't change my question. My question is, what does a God need to possess for you to say that's a God?
Like a physical appearance probably would be
don't
would
know
be ideal.
because like okay, so I guess like I don't know
pristine.
because here's the thing. Oh, sorry.
Would you
I
class the
don't know.
universe as a physical appearance?
Sorry,
Duh.
I'm asking the question. Would you class the universe as a physical appearance of God if I said that was his physical appearance?
Oh, do you mean so you're saying that like the
That's not my
universe
question.
is
No.
God
Stop saying what I'm
manifest?
saying. The question is really simple. Just this question. Nobody gaslight to move it. Do not move my question.
I'm not
Okay.
moving the question.
And you asked
Go ahead.
about the physical body. If I
Yeah.
said the universe is my God's physical body, not my God, but the physical body, would you accept, yes, that's a physical body of God then?
Yeah.
That's
I
called
mean, if you're saying if you're
pantheism.
saying that, I think that reality looks created. In my opinion, I do believe in design, and I believe that
Why can't reality
you know,
be the
like,
creator?
Why can't
oh, like reality in itself. Like, well, I mean, yeah, that's possible. That's possible, I guess. I don't know if it makes much logical sense, but
Do you know the one single thing that's needed in all of creation and all of things everywhere? The one single thing that everything needs.
Matter, atoms, that's all you need to
Nope.
have a creation. Or no,
No, it's
I
not.
wouldn't even say creation. That's all you need to have an existence is matter and existence
You
and
need
laws.
order.
Okay.
well, it looks designed to me. It looks like
Order,
it can't just
okay.
kind of come about
But you
randomly.
do know that quantum mechanics said that there are some
No, I don't
things
know
that
this
don't
stuff.
have causes,
I
right?
don't know any of this stuff. Do you know it?
Because I read it, and so can you if you just fucking do a Google
No, I have
search
read
on
it.
on
I've
like
read it.
what
I just no, Fatima. See what I mean? You're guessing again. What if I
I'm
have
not
read
guessing.
it?
I'm
You are
saying
because
that.
you are guessing because you're saying you would read it. What if I have read it, but I just don't believe it?
Well, why don't you believe that
That's a
like
greater
there's some
question.
things in our reality that don't make sense and they're just out of order? Literally, quantum mechanics says that
I'll tell you why.
sometimes.
Rainbows is why I don't believe it.
What the fuck? Do rainbows have a scientific and natural explanation why they exist? It's the rain and the light.
Every single model so far can't answer rainbows, but my model of the universe. I have the
What
only
the
working
fuck?
model of the universe that shows rainbows.
Okay, explain rainbows.
Just wait a minute.
Explain
That the Earth itself doesn't move. It's the center of all existence. It's not even a planet. There's no physical thing here. What's happening is we've attracted matter to build the planet. It's not an actual planet. It's a single point of equilibrium that's caused by all other energies. In other words, in our system, there had to be one point where nothing else touched.
What?
Guru, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
You're on
In
mute,
reality,
genius.
oh, sorry, I was just thinking. In reality, I think they call it. What's the thing that basically all in nature does? It's like the least friction. What I call it the
Toroidal geometry.
But what's the difference between?
Similar. I call it the path of least friction, and
Yeah,
in the solar system we have the same thing. Like we have this in our air currents and waters, and we call them currents. Yeah, and what happens is this path opens up between all pressures laying on itself, and then a single path will open up, and it will engulf everything, and that vortex will just keep going then. And forces seem to do this. Our planets all seem to sail around things and stuff like that, apparently. So they all seem to do this. Now, if you looked at something, is it a Riemann something? It's to do with prime numbers. Now, they kind of got the image incorrectly because they use certain prime numbers that they shouldn't because they're not really prime numbers, they're principles. But they don't categorize them like that. But if you run the Riemann number inside out and then align it with my universal model, it lines everything up. And it even shows you that squiggly line it does is the path of light. It shows you from our sun, which is not that freaking beam in the sky, and how it circulates light around itself and folds back in itself. And then finally, the pressure will go through it and then go into the reverse angle. It'll be able to break through the, I don't know, what's the name they put it? Electromagnetic. So it breaks through a current, and then that beam of light will arc around and hit our planet. So that beam you hit is just the beam of light from the sun. The sun it radiates, but you can't see the radiating light. Otherwise, it wouldn't work like that. A beam
You
of
can't
light.
see light? What?
You can't see sunlight directly from the sun. If I
Of
ever want to
course,
see
you go blind.
I mean, light has to bounce off something, and therefore, what it does is inside itself, it pressurizes itself until it finally releases itself. Now, this happens in atoms and everything. When it releases itself in a beam that we wouldn't see, and its own gravity keeps pulling it back around itself like a knot, and eventually it gets faster and faster and faster, and every time it crosses its center, which is the sun itself, which is not the beam light. In fact, if I say, look at whenever the sun set, look where the sun rised, and that's generally where
we can explain the sunset and sunrise by natural observations about
I wasn't
our
explaining
world.
that. I was just showing you how to look at where the actual body of the sun is. But the light of the sun, the beam, intensifies itself until it becomes too powerful for its own like gravity. I get mixed up with these words. I'm trying to learn them.
You don't even.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the pattern is still there. I will learn all the words. If you need me to go get it, I will. Don't judge me on that. It's just words. Yeah? I'm saying the pattern is there, and eventually you can just go have a look at the Riemann phenomenon and have a look at this pattern. They can't explain it, but if you really look at it, you'll go, "Oh yeah, that's a path. It's a path of light." And then you watch it, and then you see at the bottom. Then there's this weird little thing where that path of light just reverses on itself. It does this almost perfect arc, and then it reaches from the 1 to the 0, and they can't work out why that happens. But if you look at it, that's sunlight. Sunlight does all this thing on the other side. You see all the solar flares.
Now
And
I have
then
a question.
I was saying how I confirmed this, which is the ending, which is almost here. That light that comes back and hits a spot there, and they can't work it out, is where the light comes back and hits our planet.
Is this an argument for an intelligent creator? Is that what you're trying to?
No. What I'm doing is I'm showing that we were saying about the intelligent creator and everything. I'm saying that how I'm lining God here is saying that there's prime numbers and all the things that we see in a formal sense that we call lawful language, meta, math. They've been derived from things that they've aligned with what they claim to be.
Okay, well,
God.
buddy, I think that
that's the
language
pattern,
and
yeah.
math are tools. I don't think that they're
Yes, they
meant
are.
to like reveal anything. They're tools, but just because they're
Wait a
tools
minute.
doesn't mean they're
Language
supposed to reveal.
All right, yeah, but language to you is a tool not designed to reveal anything.
No, because words can change their meanings. The meaning of a word, it's in its use, not in its fixed meaning.
No, that's not true. Words.
Yes, it is true.
What I'm saying is, words can change.
Yes.
People
so can their meanings.
Okay, this is
so here's a good point. And so, why on earth do you grizzle every time when I ask you to define your word? If you omit in, they can change and don't mean it. Because I agree with you, words mean fuck all. It's the meaning, the definition, the axioms.
But
That's why I ask you to do it.
I'm saying to you, meaning is in its use, not in its meaning in itself. It's in the use of meaning, not in meaning in itself. There is no fixed meaning to words. There are uses in words.
That's a cool mug, by the way. I like that coffee mug.
I think letters have their own meaning before they're put into words. Words have meanings.
Yeah, but letters are just that. If you just see one letter in the middle of anywhere, it's not going to mean anything. It's not.
All right, Fatima, I can prove this point. Yeah.
We don't need etymology.
Fatima, yellow. You know the yellow bus on that roundabout the other day when you went down that place for that guy. You remember that? You went down that place for that guy. There was a roundabout and there was a yellow bus in the middle of the giraffe. Do you remember?
Remember what? Like that?
The yellow bus in the middle of the giraffe. Why does this make any sense? I don't get you.
What?
There was a yellow bus in the middle of the giraffe down at that place where that guy.
I don't remember going to like a fucking big yellow bus in the giraffe.
Yeah, you do. There was a yellow bus in the middle of the giraffe. It was that place where they were selling the hot dogs.
You're just putting the memories inside me, man. Shit.
Yeah.
You explain to him what I was
You
doing.
need to be absurd to fucking make your point. I
think there's an illusion of separation in reality, but everything's actually just made up.
Yeah, but before I did that, you didn't know the importance of words or what they pointed to or anything.
No, words are important, but their meanings are in use, not in their fixed meanings in themselves. I don't think you understand how that is.
Yeah, but when I was
let me interrupt you. Sorry, Christine's son. You just said something really interesting. You said, I think there's an illusion of separation. Can you elaborate?
Yes, some people, some scientists and physicists will say that, we're all made up of the same stuff. I use the analogy of like we're all made up of the same coding properties. When you create a video game, everything in the game is the same. It's made up of the same coding properties. There is no separation between a Sims character and a chair, a table, the outside world. So when you're talking about rainbows and stuff, is there really a difference between rainbows and lightning and us? Is there a difference between us and the chairs that we're sitting in? I don't know. I just wanted to point that out because you kind of were talking as though everything's separated, but it's very possible that we're all just made up of the same stuff and we're malleable. And the creator or creators, the designers of this reality can just kind of change whatever they want whenever about any of us. And we're kind of just, I mean, who knows? We don't know. That's
Christine,
the thing.
can anything you just said be without truth first being?
Can anything I just said be without truth?
Without truth first being.
I don't even know how to comprehend what you just said. I mean,
okay. Is truth the
I
creator
don't.
of reality?
Are you asking if what I said is true?
No, I'm asking, is truth, as you understand the word the truth, not a truth, but the truth, the bullseye we're all trying to aim for, yeah? That thing, the truth, is it real to you? Does it exist?
I think there is an ultimate truth. I think that there's a lot of different storylines and scenarios leading to pretty much the same conclusion, but we don't know what the exact situation is. We don't know what's going on here. I think in this state of mind, it's pretty much impossible to know. People who use psychedelics tend to get more answers and then forget the ultimate one. So I think that, ultimately going
I love
over
it. You're not into it. Yeah, I love it. Sorry, Christina. We was agreeing with you.
I don't know. Like, I want to know the truth. I don't know what the truth is, but I think that we can observe things in reality that actually exist to us in our experience. I really don't understand fully what you're kind of getting at. I was just basically saying that I think
truth is a tool that has many meanings. Truth is a tool that is dependent on like a context.
Christine, can anything be real? Can anything make sense or be coherent? Or can there be any love? Can there be any humanity without truth? And is there anything else like truth that we couldn't do without?
Sophists.
I don't know, man. I think that, like,
what do you mean you don't know? You've lived your entire life. You're an adult. You don't know anything about truth.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but I think that.
All right, let me explain. If you're not sure what I'm getting at, then ready? You know the truth, because I think you do know what I'm getting at, and people like you, Fatima, is when someone actually sits here and points to God, and you can't do anything because everything I say right now, ready? Watch. Can you question objective truth? Like if you said I can fly, and objective truth is saying no, you can't. Who wins in that argument? My God, which I call truth, or you?
Well, I can't fly, so
God,
that's
my God wins, yeah.
Not in this state of frame of mind. Well, yeah.
My God says, if you jump off the building, you would more likely, if it's tall enough, obviously, you're more likely kill yourself. Is there any human being that can jump off the building naked without doing anything whatsoever and deny that truth?
No, I
You're
don't
just
know.
talking like
no, that's fair enough.
That's fair.
Anybody else can answer some in there, but Christine, I did that's one thing you
how
cannot.
does that answer?
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Yeah, I know it's a fair question. I'm getting it. So
it's a leap. It's a leap.
The God I've explained, you've just said that you cannot question. Now, Christine, if you was to decide to marry, I'm not saying you're not married, just go along with the story a minute. If you was to decide to marry, if you could only pick one quality of your partner and decide upon that quality, how it would be, I'll give you my answer so you understand. For me, that would be how truthful they were. And nothing else would matter to me other than how truthful they were. My love and everything to that person as a bonded being to be my partner and soulmate would all depend on how much they told the truth so I could trust them and be with them. Why is it that most humans do that? Why is it our biggest goal is to figure out what the frick it all is? Why is all these things important to us? Why is it that we cannot question this thing called truth? And then why do we use the truth to tell us if anything else is real, if the truth isn't real itself? We don't really, that's the answer. I'm not trying to be unfair. We don't.
I think, yeah, the truth is important.
Is it the most important thing in all existence?
I think it is the most important thing. I think the truth is the most important thing. I definitely want to know.
Christine, say hello to my God and your God and the God of every being in you, because if they were all truthful,
I don't
The
think that
only
we're
thing,
seeing the truth of reality, though. I think that reality is definitely not what it appears to be. I think there's definitely an illusion going on. I think that there's like it's an overlay kind of thing, and we're not actually for survival purposes. Evolution even does this as well, and like our brain is kind of a simulation in itself, where what we perceive is kind of processed by the brain, and we're even in a delay, like by seconds or whatever. We're not even seeing reality in real time. There's you know, proven there's like proven studies on this that reality goes through a filter in the brain, but we're not actually seeing it for what it is. And evolution kind of gives us what we need to survive. But it doesn't tell us
who's this evolution guy that gave us all this? I need to speak with him because I thought it was God, but evolution did it. I don't. My God said no. That's a lie. My God.
What I was going to say is that there has to be an illusion, because otherwise you'd know what the truth is.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and the truth is probably quite traumatic. I don't know. I mean, I don't have all the answers. I'm just guessing as well. I mean, I want to know the truth, but
Christine, you do have all the answers. You are the answer. You just can't remember it.
well, yeah. I mean, that's
No,
very
you're not the
possible that I
answer.
can't remember. It's very
Danny
possible
knows
that I can't remember.
No, Christine, you are not the answer. Danny's shine. The answer is within you. You just have to find it.
No, it's not within you.
Then, Danny, if it's not within you, then how did you get the answer? Where did you get it from?
I'm not telling you that. I'm not giving away my secret.
That's why you're not telling me that. Yeah, Danny, I don't know. All the men last night. I didn't think you'd impress my wife the most, but she said she can't wait to come down and see you and the missus. She wants to have a word with your missus.
Here we go again.
Why do you claim ownership over your husband? She's going to have a right to it. No, not.
You're right. I agree.
I knew you would.
I think you should speak to her.
My wife
right.
thinks she can come down and talk both of you into bed with her. I don't know if she's.
There you are. We agree about something. I've already
you want my wife in bed with you?
Thanks for this conversation. Someone wrote a message on the film from yesterday on the live stream you did, saying I was disgusted with that talk at the thing, and I've unsubbed as if they was punishing me. So I've only got 59. I've now got only 59,762 subscribers. I'm down one.
My wife was talking about you more than anybody. I said, "What's this? What you talking?" I thought you would have talked about that. That buff guy who came in with his chest and all. I thought he knew all about animals now. I thought it would be like with him. She said, "No, but Danny, he set me up for a great joke." I went, "What's that?" He told me about using a couple of boxes of Kleenex already, and I said, "Oh yeah." And I went, "Oh, they're the Happy Shopper type of thing. You need some Kleenex, but one wipe." There's plenty. And she's having a laugh at that guy. And I was like, oh, all right. And she's telling all these jokes. She said, yeah, I love Danny tonight. He's pissed me off, over the last few years, being a little pussy of years, because she says that about you. But she said he was really fucking like the Danny of old days that we first met. And I found the video I found all the videos from me and Danny Shine, by the way, when I had this little tiny wee little beard thing there, chatting back in the day. So I've got all of them for DNW, unless Danny vetoes it. But I'm going to send them all over him so we can have a watch party of me and Danny chatting about shit from about 12 years ago. So that'll be fun. I don't know if Danny even remembers it, but he will when he's watching. He'll be like, oh my God, that was you? And I'll be like, yeah, that was me, Danny. I asked him, I said...
Can I just ask you about God?
The joke book. Remember you talked about the joke
book?
Sorry,
can I just ask you... Yes. The Bible, you mean?
Yeah. No, the interpretation
you talk about God, right? So... is your God, is the God of your understanding all powerful, all knowledgeable, all benevolent, and all can he
you tell me you're using my God right now, Danny, you're using my God right now, you tell me.
I'm using your God. I'm asking for information about this God that you talk about.
Yes,
God you talk about. Is it the Creator? Is it the Creator? Did it create everything?
His God is the God of fucking cucking. That's what his God is.
That's Fatima.
That's a good
Fatima
one.
doesn't like for the first time someone pointed at God and she's got to deal with it.
Holy shit, dude! You couldn't even do it. And if your
I
God
am ready.
allows your behavior,
Right,
if
only
your
you is
God
not
allows
getting
your
this.
behavior, I'm not gonna worship that fucking a disgusting God that you call, man.
You're
What the
So
fuck?
your God is pro polyamory. That's an interesting
Your
God.
God is
I have
pro
not
fucking
heard.
being a
Danny,
cuck.
I'll help you. Danny, I'll answer your question. Ready? By answering Fatima. Fatima is
Right.
literally using my God to deny my.
Your
She's
God
using,
is a cuck because you are.
She's using truth as the ultimate source of authority to deny.
Well, yeah, exactly,
truth, which I
Fatima.
The
believe is
ultimate
God.
source of
He
authority.
just-
So he
No, hold on
allows
a
you to
minute.
be
He's,
fucking
no, he's.
Because a
fucking
I'm
Christian
emasculated.
sorry to
God
do
is
this.
not
Listen, I'm not.
polyamorous. A Christian God
Hold
is
on a
like
minute.
against
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
polyamory.
You have to listen to what he's saying. He is saying that God, you're using the truth to try and debunk the truth. That's what he's saying.
That's what people are trying to do. Yeah, they're using the
Yeah.
thing I call
Using
God,
the truth, idea of
and they're
truth
trying
to
to use
debunk
my
truth.
God to debunk my God.
IDW.
They're
Yeah,
literally
I
what they're
think
doing
so. That's
is they're
what I
proving that
understand.
they're all proving that they all worship my God, and my God tells them what is, and they're doing that. They're literally using the thing I'm calling God as the ultimate authority to deny it.
Circular reasoning.
Can anybody deny my God without using my God to do so? There we go. That's the challenge. Danny, use the
Can
try to
evolution
deny
and
or
God
I still don't understand. Hold on, you didn't
Can God
answer my
create
question.
evolution?
I don't really understand your
What
your
they
question.
believe is the ultimate authority.
Can I give you a
Your
definition
God created
of it, Danny, and you can tell
evolution.
me what you think of the definition? And
Did
then
your God create
Let
everything?
SD
Yeah.
say something for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
SD,
I can tell you.
welcome
I
to the
can answer
Finding
that question.
Gnosis show. Hold your fucking self back a bit. SD is on here. He's waiting to fucking say something. SD, welcome, brother. Good to have you here. What would you like to say?
I'm not sure if my audio is working correctly. Can you just
Sound brother?
We can hear you. Fine.
Okay, thanks. The Grazy, you sound like a Welshman. You Welsh?
I hail from the Commonwealth of Wales. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Welsh too.
I hope you don't hold that against him.
Yeah.
No, he's Welsh as well. He's
Danny,
both, they're
just
both Welsh.
Danny, just so you know, you and the family, we've next within 4 weeks, I'll have the outhouse built, so you're always free to come up to Wales and see the valleys and everything. And
There are actually, guys, we should be. There are more sheep safe now because the Finding Gnosis show. We can see 2 Welshmen on the stream. That means some sheep are at least safe.
Where are the sheep
Oh, God.
safe for SD at the moment? SD, where are the sheep safe for you? Where you from at the moment, buddy?
That's a
Oh my God.
What? Where in Wales? Pembrokeshire.
Oh, Pembrokeshire. Wait a minute. That is down. Yeah, by Oakwood Park, isn't it? Tenby area.
So funny.
Is that Tenby area? Steve?
Not far from Tenby. Tenby's about 30-45 minutes away.
Do you know when I was a child? I'm going to swear here because it brings back horror memories.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to I'm going for a little bit, so
Sorry, yeah, go
I'll
on,
love
Danny.
you and leave you. I'll speak to you later. Yeah. I'm
Danny,
off.
ask you a question a minute, bit before you go. If you're going to go, let's ask you a question quickly before you go. Then I don't want to be ignorant. You asked me about God. Let's quickly ask her quickly before we.
All right, quick. I have to be quick. I've got work to do.
All right, and then I'll define God for you. And I don't want to point at God. I don't want to talk about what God is. Just the definition. If you can help me find out why you struggle with definition, we can work from there. But if you're happy with my definition, you know what my answer is going to be after that. If I say God is a title, like all, and it's a title held by the single, meaning only one, equilibrium. It's the balance of all things that holds authoritative power, not authority because it always has to tell, but authoritative power like force over all things by which nothing can question it and all things must obey it. If a force like that existed in reality, Danny, and I could point at it, would you say it earned the title of God?
Probably, but I'd have to think about it and I've got to go.
That's fair, but truth
Good
then.
luck. Good luck.
Right. Anyway, SD. So Pembroke's away, eh, Dan? And you're always welcome to come up south. I'm in Philly.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
So if you ever want to travel up to the Brecon Beacons and go up the mountain and everything, nip by and we'll all go up together.
Okay,
It's just a
you
bit,
came in the wrong way. Mate.
Sorry.
Whoever you are. You need to connect your mic. Anyway, moving on.
But did you have a question for SD, DNW, or we're just seeing what SD wanted to say?
He was just listening. He's being polite. He's taken it all and he's just arrived here. We are talking about God. We're talking about truth. We're also talking about if anybody has ever thought about giving it up, and if so, what kept them going, what keeps them going, what are they aiming for, what motivates them to stay in the game in whatever way that may be. That may be in the rat race, in their family, you know, in the mode or representation of themselves that, you know, they've been up to now, in life itself. We're talking about all manner of things. Just feel free to vibe, say what you want, SD, whenever you want. Welcome, brother.
Thanks for the welcome. I was somebody who I know sent me a link to this stream, so I thought I'd see if I could join, and here we are. But I'm not entirely sure what the stream is actually about. Like, I saw the title, obviously, and that's kind of, it's sort of open-ended. So I don't know, like,
right.
yeah. So what is it? Like,
Generally speaking, SD, the stream is finding Gnosis, and by that, it's literally finding knowledge, finding out what the hell is going on and what we should be doing. That's generally what the kind of overarching umbrella for all the streams is. What is going on and what should we be doing whilst we are here? That is the main emphasis. And then each stream we have a little topic. We talk about that, but we also do many side shows, meander here and there. So don't feel too obliged to stick to the topic. In many ways, everything is movement towards Gnosis because we've never seen you here before. We are learning, and you are part of the learning process.
I've never been here before. That's probably why.
SD, can I give you because most won't do it. Can I give you? It doesn't mean it's the correct one, but what I use. Can I give you a definition of what I mean when I say the word gnosis, and see what you think about the word? It might not be what everybody else holds. They can say the same thing, but like when people question like what is finding gnosis, I always assume that like DNW explained briefly, they just feel it's just normal knowledge, but it's not formal knowledge. It's the kind of meta knowledge one gains from life experiences, sharing. Basically, it's Highlander. You know what I mean? It's Connor McLeod and Ramirez sharing information about each other, looking at life, living together, not chopping each other's heads off and stealing information and fighting. It's about lived and learned experiences together. For me, on a single note, there's a gnosis you have as a personal relationship with reality, which is your earned awareness gained from obviously you gain awareness from your intuitive or just to say your perceptual curiosities, but all of us have, and we're brought into reality with a divine eternal curiosity that is curious of the all. And that curiosity is constantly consuming and feeding on reality from what you do, you know, what's this, what's that, curiosity killed the cat. But that curiosity is consuming and consuming and consuming, and everything it consumes, it transforms it into a knowledge known as gnosis. Is that how you, is that a good explanation for you? And if anybody has a different one they could want to tell, the simple form of it is sharing through caring with each other, like as the DNW correctly puts it, but sharing knowledge for each other and seeing what we can learn from each other. But often people think the word gnosis is just simply knowledge. If it was simply knowledge, we'd call it gnosis, as in KN, no. But it's gno, meaning I don't actually know, but it's something I believe to be the most aligned, coherent information or knowledge I can use, and it works for me right now, and it works for many others. I know I'm drawing that out to give you an idea, but yeah, Gnosis is just generally the knowledge gained to me by curious.
I think that would be nice. But I have a less idealistic and more critical view of what goes on. And when we in these circles of knowledge, in my experience, it's more about understanding. And since people don't really share information, it's more about agreement. And that's what the word gnosis ends up being in the pursuit of knowledge. It ends up just being agreement and the lowest common denominator.
Dendel, you know, you said about sharing and everything. I do know. It's not a disagree with you. I completely agree with you in the same way Descartes says I am. To an ego, you're absolutely correct. But for some individuals, they can share knowledge. In fact, it gives them great joy. Otherwise, I mean, look at DNW for frick's sake. Even he's on your right in the show, go finding Gnosis and doing great, and all of us sharing knowledge. So I think I do agree with what you said, but I think that there's a framing work there. And yes, you're going to say, is that the masses, Carl? I go, yeah, it is the masses. Fair point. It is the masses. You are talking correctly, but I don't think all of us are, and that's why I think shows like this exist. Do you agree with me, or do you still stand by your point?
I agree.
Appreciate it.
Guys, SD, something we ask newbies here, just to kind of get the gist of them as an individual, and also to help us all. We asked them 2 questions. The first question is, and take the floor, say as much as you like. You don't have to say much. You can talk for as long as you like. What is going on? SD, what is going on?
I don't know. I mean, that's yet another open-ended question. Like, what do you mean? Sorry, am I... Sorry.
No, it's fine. We can hear you perfectly fine, SD. The question, some people talk about it existentially, some people talk about it scientifically, some people talk about it philosophically, some people talk about it in a spiritual sense, so using some of their the religious indoctrination they've had, or learning that they've had. Some people talk about matters from a psychological perspective. So take it wherever you want. I don't want to pollute your mind with my perspective. I just want to hear your thoughts, raw and ready. And as I said, you don't even have to say anything. If you want to, not say anything, that's fine. But the question that we like to hear answered, if possible, is what is going on?
Right, but I mean that surely has to refer to something specific, doesn't it?
I suppose, SD, from your vantage point, from your perusement over everything, you've seen a lot, you've experienced a lot, you've observed obviously others, you've been educated somewhat. I'm sure you seem like an articulate man so far.
How dare you assume my gender?
There you go.
That's a
And you've
joke,
got a
by the
sense
way.
of humor as well. But SD,
It was really easy. You look like a dude. That's how we did it.
it's like getting blood out of a turnip.
His pronouns are Welsh and man.
Welshman.
Oh, we didn't. Oh no, Danny's not here. You'd say no. It's sheep and shagger.
If you want to know,
SD, I ask you yet again, what is going on?
Yeah. Like, I'm not sure which button I need to press to make my mic come through. Like, is it working now?
Yeah, we
Yes,
hear us.
we
You
can
do
hear you
great.
loud and clear.
Right, cool. If there's anything, like, I heard what you said, and it's all very funny and stuff, but don't think that I'm some woke lefty, because I'm definitely not. Right?
That's perfectly fine.
Sorry, what? Something about bum.
SD, what is going on?
No idea.
No idea.
SD, can I ask a question? Are they
fair enough. The second question we ask some people. Now, this one is just a bit of fun, but sometimes it does reveal interesting insights into existence and also quite amazing stories. SD, have you ever had what some might term a paranormal experience?
Don't think so, no.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, Gracie, over to you.
Damn, I've had a ton of them.
I was just going to try and get something out of SD because I want to know where the Oakwood is. It Oakwood? I heard Oakwood Park shut down, and I just want to know if it was open again to go this year with my son. I'm guessing you'd have no idea what's going on there either, SD either, no?
I'm not sure if I was muted when I replied to that, but I think I said that it was going to be specific to, some specific thing, like what's going on. I mean, like, you want to know what's going on with me? Not too much, just having a couple of beers, right? But
and I got a specific question, SD. Do you know what the word love means, or what does it mean to you?
The word love.
That word. That word that you've been taught since you was a little child. That everybody's been saying they love you and you love them and all them things all your life. What did you mean when you were saying it?
Well, I'm not sure I ever said it, but to answer your question, is probably some sort of emotional attachment.
Subjective, then, just so like you don't believe in unconditional love, conditioned, yeah?
Unconditional love?
Yep.
No, I don't believe in unconditional love.
That's a fair point. Most people don't actually admit that, so.
I think that there can be love when conditions are broke, then, well, obviously they're broken, so it's not unconditional. Yeah, sure.
I believe in unconditional love. In fact, I live it, and I'm trying to teach the world it because nobody believes me. And that's why I still love the bitch known as Chickpea. Oh, I mean the lovely lady known as Chickpea. I still love her.
Be nice. Chickpea's here.
I don't know who these people are, so.
SD, would you like to tell Chickpea, would you like to tell SD what you think is going on?
D&W, I've got no idea. Well,
I'll be back.
I think we're just loose. We're just loose for the hierarchy.
Do you think there's anything to do?
I don't think they find you that interesting.
What?
Sorry.
I don't think they find you that interesting.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, between the two of us, I'm more interesting than you.
Really? You silly, ugly man.
Certainly. I'm quite handsome as well.
Is this becoming a loose contest?
I'm serious. I'm serious and handsome.
Denzel, I gotta tell you, bro, right? I love you so much, and Denzel, I would always invite you to but she's way more entertaining. I always find the horrible buggers the most entertaining ones.
Sorry.
The silly, ugly thing is a projection. It's why it's your first go-to anytime anybody says anything to you.
You know what?
From a place of love, to be fair.
Let's be fair. Even DNW got a couple of those. Welsh is just a fucking mong, So he does the same thing, doesn't he?
I never said that about anybody.
No, you say crazy, no Welsh, no, but crazy.
I never once said that about anyone.
You didn't say about more interested
about me
than you did.
That's a false claim.
I won't ask.
False
Dirty
claim alert.
Merthyr. You live in Merthyr. Are you a single lad?
Just outside.
No, are you single?
No.
I'm a singular being. Yeah.
Listen, come and have a look at
Singular
Dirty.
being.
Man, the road.
That's great.
On eat at the moment. You might be in luck, Dirty. She'd be like,
Yeah,
fucking hell, I haven't taken a man to bed in a while. Carl, I've had you for a long time. I'm like, well, go out and find one.
She must be pretty desperate to want a man like either of you two. I would just like to say.
My wife is desperate, but it's only because she's desperate for truthful beings. She said there's
Really?
nothing but liars and wankers out there. So
There's more than one man, though, as we saw yesterday.
Oh yeah, she's well, she
Well,
only has
they're
one man.
not
And
all
there's
having
one man in her heart, and then but in her bed and things.
Christine,
That's
none of them,
nothing to me. I don't know.
none of them are worth having. They're not even worth
I'll just
having.
run out the
I
window.
would piss on them if they were on fire.
I think you might be right when it comes to bed. I've got one of those James Bond cocks. I think it's massive. When people look at it, they're like, "What the fuck?" I said, "Hey, gross."
James Bond.
I tell people, I said I got one of them James Bond willies. When you look at it, you're like, "What the frick's that?" But when you
Oh,
go,
I haven't seen his one, so.
Dirty, you could always pop over, brother. We're literally across the common.
Yeah, right. It's a short jaunt, isn't it? It's a weird coincidence.
So I
Yeah,
take
do-
it you're all
do you
opposed to
drive?
graveyards, yes?
Oh, yeah, I do at the
Graveyard,
moment,
don't you know? Graveyard?
Sorry?
Your graveyard, yes.
I'm a graveyard.
In the sunlight.
You're talking about eating meat, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Your
Would you
graveyard.
like
So
to
you
know?
look like a graveyard. And you,
Oh, thank
SD,
you.
you most definitely are a graveyard. I can see that.
Unlike Chickpea, who's a compost heap.
I'd rather be a compost heap than a graveyard, if that was the truth of it.
A pile
Denzel,
of
I was
garbage.
right. Oh, you are way more entertaining. I knew I was going to be incorrect today. I was wrong. There you go, everybody. You say it. I was incorrect. Denzel, you are more entertainment. I'll listen now.
I would rather
I
be
really
a
have no
plastic
idea.
compost than a bloody graveyard full of dead corpses.
SD,
You
just
full
so you
of
know who's in here when you're
corpses.
bird ready. Chickpea she's not a local vegan. There are many vegans in here, but Chickpea is the local animal whisperer and voice speaker. She speaks up for those innocent. I like to speak up for the innocent children. She likes to speak up for the innocent
carrots.
Exactly. But no, all innocent need someone to speak for. And even though I do want to convince Chickpea to help me in a
These are the cries of the carrots. The cries of the carrots, for you see, Reverend Maynard, tomorrow is harvest day, and to them it is the Holocaust.
Preach, brother!
So is this like, if you mind if I just ask a quick question? Is
We would
this
love for you
about
to ask.
veganism,
Please. Say again, SD.
then? I was wondering if this stream is about veganism primarily.
No, Gnosis is everything, so yes and no, I suppose.
There's just a lot of like people hating vegans on like in this what is it, community. So the channel isn't about it so much as a lot of angry vegans who hate people who eat meat and
What I've noticed
life itself.
is nobody at any point has asked me what my diet is. They project a lot of things onto me because of my face, and they never ask me a question about it.
I know
I'm quite
what
interested.
Dirty, I know what your diet is, and the only diet I'm interested in is what your curiosity consumes.
Imagine if you didn't even have a face.
You've spilled a lot of it out for me to guess what you munched down in your curiosity today, so that's the only diet I care about. But it's true, I haven't asked you. I just assumed by listening to you.
No, sure, then that's not the expectation that anybody should ask, but I find it interesting that they'll project onto
I
what
think they
they
should.
eat.
I do think it's an expectation that people should ask. I do. I believe you're. I think you're trying to be nice. I think you actually do believe that, but I believe everybody should be expected. to ask.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. I'd have to think about that.
Well, I suppose actually, in purpose, I suppose if your purpose is to talk about truth or be lawful or have any sort of leadership quality whatsoever, then yes, you ask. But you know, I don't need my wife to ask me if she can freaking invite you to bed tonight or something like that. She just says,
Oh my God.
and it's happening. You know, it's nothing to do with me. I say, oh, you like that, your babe? She would go, he's making it twins. I'm off. I'm off you go then. But like, yeah, me and my wife don't. I don't know. I've sat downstairs. I've laid down. I sleep downstairs. By the way, if anybody understands, I can't sleep upstairs. It's freaking boiling. I like to lay on a little mattress on the floor, like a little thin thing, hard floor. I love it. But I've sat there till 6 o'clock in the morning before listening to an African. Pleasure my wife till freaking 6 in the morning. And I was like, you girl, you dog, 6 in the morning, you guys stopped. She said, yeah, and then I drove home at 6, 7. But no, all that is just us playing, having fun. I don't get this. You can't. What is it in you guys get married and you tell the partner that they're now in bondage?
The men on this panel look this way.
Is that the way you guys? Sorry, is that the way you guys do it? You make each other promise that you belong to each other and no one else and stuff in every single way. Anyone else married yet?
Like if nobody else is going to talk, I'll talk. I guess I'll
Could I
respond.
say something about truth and reality real fast?
Yeah, sure. But
Yeah.
SD says he was going to respond to that. Can we just hear his response
Okay.
and then we go straight to their mind? No,
No,
that's great.
it's fine. I didn't intend to cut anybody off, so if they were
You
responding,
weren't. You
it's my
weren't. We
bad,
cut
right?
you off. SD, we cut you off. You didn't cut anybody off. That's why we're asking you to finish your thought, but then mine can tell us what he wants to do then.
Okay, so like you seem to be the guy in the chair, like the main sort of.
That's correct. I am. Listen, DW. Listen. This gentleman's talking sense.
Well, it just appears that way to me. So, I'm just
No, it's
wondering.
DW's being lazy. That's all. That's all it appears like. I mean, one day it could be, pristine Fatima. Pretty soon.
SD, let SD speak. Go ahead, SD.
It's fine. It's not a problem. I was just wondering, like, what is the overall point that, like, because obviously this guy is very enthusiastic, right? So I'm just wondering what's the overall point that he wants to make, like that he thinks other people might disagree with, I suppose.
Well, me.
He thinks there's no such thing as evil or bad.
In fact, I do think there's such thing. They're tricks played upon humanity to enslave their minds as children.
I'm sorry, I don't know how that answered my question.
Well, what was repeat the question simply again, and I'll do my best to do that.
Sure. Yeah, no worries. I was just wondering, like, obviously you've come here for a reason. Like, it's not my show; it's somebody else.
No one else would have me.
Who owns this? But no. I was just wondering, like, there's obviously something that you want to get across to other people that you think that they might disagree with. So I was just wondering what that is. That's all.
Right, and so the reasoning for it is because I have a little boy that I brought into this reality, I suppose is the best way to explain it to you. And I want a greater life for him, me, and everything else. Another reason is a possibility I might have to come back here and do it all again. Do I want to leave this world as the place I want to come back to? Sure, just in case. But at the moment, there is I'm trying to communicate. There's a scourge.
Would you mind
your world
that a bit for me?
Yeah, let me finish this, and then I'll go to any question you want. And I'll make it brief then, because you've got a point. You've got a question, and that is, I believe there's a scourge and an illness upon this world that often Gnostics refer to as the demiurge, which is a fake construct that people will build, often referred in the Bible as sins, subjective internal narratives created from false idols, such as good and evil. Anything that's dogmatic. I don't do religion only because it's a dirty word for me now, because you have to have a salesman and a middleman. You can't have a relationship with God yourself, apparently. That's faith. But I would love to convince free thinkers, and anybody who's willing to listen to me or give me a chance, to know that I think I understand what love is, God is, and sin, and I can see that good and evil are polluting the minds of children, and I would like to stop it. I can't do it alone. I've done the majority of the work. I just need a team to help me do it now. So if I want to create a team of friends to help me, I first have to become part of a team of friends and help them.
Okay, when can I start jumping in this conversation? Because it seems like I just want to have the back and forth between the two of these guys for how long? I don't know. It's going to have to go on for.
Oh, mind, actually, yeah. I think that asked for next DW.
Hello, mind. Hello, mind. Hold on a second. The mind, welcome, mind. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to address the last guy who was saying something, because I do feel like, I think most people don't mind listening to what you have to say, right? But once you start going into this whole mindset of like, I know all the answers and you're wrong, and let me correct you and tell you how to think, that's kind of when people start, at least for me, start kind of pushing away.
I agree, they should, but I don't do that.
Well, literally, yesterday you asked me what love was. I gave you my perspective. You said, no, love's not that. Let me tell you what love is. And then proceeded to, which I think was a really good perspective of what love is, I have no problem
Did you
with that. What I have an issue with is
did I answer that way, or was it more like that's not what love is to me? Let me give you my definition, because that's what I normally say. But if I told you
yeah,
no, that wasn't what love is,
yeah. That's not love to you. Yeah. And
that's the other
that's what
character.
I'm saying. You come from this perspective where you already have your mind made up of what things are, regardless of what people tell you. You're like, well, I already have my mind made up. Let me tell you what love is. And it's just like, okay, fine, guy, whatever. I did like your perspective. Like I said, I just don't like your the way you engage with me in regards to my perspective, because you're like, nope, that's cool, but
I got a question. Yeah, I got a great
let me-
question. I got a good question for you then. Right, here's a question for you then to answer that. I can answer it. I can.
It'll be like 10 seconds, if that. I also gave a definition of what love is when you asked me. So it seems like, sorry, what is it? The mind. And I like providing definitions, and I kind of agree with what he just said. Like, I wasn't here yesterday. This is my first time here. So you obviously have your own idea of what that is, and we're
Steve, can I ask you a question? I got your question. Answer it, because there might be something to prove here. Me and you both gave a definition of what love is. I remember what you said. I'm going to repeat what you said, and then I'm going to ask you, what did I say? And then when it turns out that I remembered exactly what you said, and you don't remember what I said, wouldn't your point be the reversed?
Okay, well, first of all, I would like to say I'm not good at remembering things. I don't remember things verbatim. Wait, no. Let me finish.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking SD, not yourself. I wasn't asking you. But with that, SD, if I answer that in a minute, what do you think about that? Let me answer the mind.
Huh? Who are you talking to right now?
Sorry, mind. I forgot you.
He was talking to you, brother.
Yeah, so mind, what was it you said about you gave me a definition of love yesterday. I don't actually remember what you said, so I'm sorry about that. I do remember what SD said, but not you and mine, so apologies for not remembering what you said. I should have never responded to you in that it's not that, and this is what it is. I should have responded, if I did do that, with that's not how I see it, this is my version, what do you think of it? Or I would have said, that's not... that's not unconditional, that's a conditioned love, so that's not what I mean by love. I would have said things like that, but if I said that rude thing you said I said, I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. I probably got carried away with the character. But what did you tell me love was, the mind? What was love to you?
I said love is like a beam of light. It's something you could never truly grasp, but only experience.
Then how do you know it's real?
Because I have experienced it.
Oh, you didn't ever grasp it?
You don't have to grasp it to experience something.
Can you give me an example? Something you don't have to grasp to experience it?
The literal light that is coming into your eyeballs.
I'm experiencing that light.
Yeah, you're experiencing it, but we don't hold on to the light. You can't hold on to light.
What do you mean by hold on to it?
Grasp in as many senses as you can apply the meaning grasp. There's multiple layers, philosophically, like physically, mentally grasping something, right? There's more than one way you can interpret that, and I'm implying it to all the ways you can.
Okay, so if I said to you, and I don't say this is true, I want to know what you think, and this is new for me. If I said to you, I can't grasp light with my hands, but I can grasp it with my ears and my nose, my ears and my eyes, would you agree with that or not?
I would disagree, because you're doing this thing where you're trying to win an argument because you're changing the meaning of the word. Now that's what the other guy was going into. Like, words have certain meanings.
I literally just asked you if I grasped it with my eyes or ears. Would that make sense? That's all I asked.
Yeah, you can grasp. You can see things with your eyes. You don't grasp thing with your eyes. That's retarded. That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you, because I don't understand what you mean by the word grasp. And now
hold on to something that you could grab, something you could comprehend.
Listen, now I think I understand you mean to hold physically, yes, tangible and physical.
Grasp.
That's what you mean by grasp, yeah?
Yeah, or something you can comprehend.
Okay, so comprehend. See, now you just right. So
You
I
can
can
also
comprehend
have
light. So can I grasp
a
it?
grasp on
No.
a concept.
Definitely not.
There is a
You can
poll on the
comprehend
screen,
light, but it
guys.
doesn't
You
mean that you
can
truly.
join in. The poll is Crazy Guru making sense today? Press
One of
number
those,
one
one of those
for
Gnosis
mostly no,
polls.
mostly yes. Sorry, press one for mostly yes. Press two for mostly no. Is
Holy
Crazy
Stumble.
Guru making sense today?
Right, the mind. So
where is that?
So you've said obviously.
You just press it in the live chat, brother. Yeah.
So the mind. So you've said the love to you is something that cannot be, like light, cannot be grasped. Yeah, but to you, grasped, I think is what you're saying is something that is tangible, and you need to do an action. You have to hold it in your hand. I did hear someone say something about comprehending your mind or something, but I don't know if that's what you said. So far, have I got what you're saying? Mind to you, love is something somebody like light, you cannot grasp it.
Yeah, like if somebody loves you, you can't hold on to that love. Like no matter how much you want somebody to love you, if they choose to stop loving you, like the beam of light will eventually leave. Like it's only for a moment. That's the same thing with love. It's not forever. It's a thing that comes and goes, and it can be a thing that like a wave, right? Like it comes and goes, and it will be in and out of our lives. So yeah, I do think we can experience like it in a moment, and it's also a thing that we experience throughout our lives. It's just not fully comprehended.
Where does it
like,
come
like, so you can't grasp it.
Light, obviously, as we see it, comes from a source, and often, trying to be simple, either a light bulb or the sun or something. Yeah, but what is the source of this love light that you're talking about? Where does that come from?
From the human heart, from humanity.
Yeah, I'm literally just learning how you see love, because obviously yesterday I was ignorant to it. So love is something that comes from the human heart, from humanity. And do we all have the same love, or is it subjectively different to every single being? Is love the same for every human being to you?
I think love is an action. I think love is an action, and literally, if you love something, there are certain patterns that you will do for the things you love. Like if somebody loves to eat food, then they're going to consume that food, right? If they love a certain thing, they're going to engage. They're going to engage in that stuff. So I mean, they will sacrifice the things they want for the things that they love. That's a part of this pattern that we we consider to be a part of love. That's what I believe.
Okay, mind, just one last thing so I can understand it. Does your version of love have a form of opposite in any way, whether it be a corresponding pole, an opposite pole, a genderized pole? Is it got a corresponding pole to it, or is it just one singular thing, like the all?
Well, I think love encompasses all emotions. So love can make a person go mad. Love can bring peace.
What would be its opposite? How would we recognize something that is not love?
Indifference.
You literally just said, oh yeah, I think indifference is a good example of that, because that's a lack of emotion, and love is literally encompassing all emotions, like I said. So a lack of emotion would be the indirect opposition to what love is, which is encompassing all emotions.
You know, certain individuals, like my son, who are autistic, and they say like individuals like himself, I said he doesn't have certain abilities like that. Do they just not love, or they have a different form of love?
I think the way the love is expressed and received is differently. It's different. That's it. It's not that there's a lack of love. It's just the way it's perceived and expressed.
No,
is different.
I absolutely get what you're saying. Yeah. See, your version of love, to me, is just like a descriptor of what it is when it is, not actually what it is, and it does actually align with what I see love as. I mean, you're almost perfectly describing my love as a descriptor of how it feels and is delivered, and how tangible and how you experience it and how it is. But when I'm asking people what things are, and often you, I'm sure, do the same thing, I would like them to give me a map and point at it so I understand what it is. And I want that map and that point to only point at that thing and nothing else, so it doesn't confuse me. So what I often ask people what love is just basically give me a definition of the word so we can all test it to see if it's the same for all of us. I believe if you're going to get an
I was in agreement with what you said. I mean, you gave your definition. I didn't have no opposition to it.
Oh no, I did. I remember you saying at the beginning of this. But I was just trying to see if you agree that the way you describe love, I would agree with you, because you're pretty much describing the definition that I give of love. Your description of love to me is accurate. It's not a definition of love, but it's a description of how love is applied, how you're seen, how you experience it. To me, it's more than physical enlightenment. So if you was asked a spiritual being to say it, they would have to say it your way. If you asked a metaphysician like myself to say it, I'd have to say it my way with structure. I don't think either one of them is not true, to be honest, and that's why I agree with you. But if we remind you what I said I believe love was, and maybe SD can let us know about this as well. I only said what the structure of love is because I build structures. I have to make the structure universally sound. So it's really interesting to understand if anybody here whatsoever says the definition I'm going to give for the structure of love at the moment is not that to them and is not objectively bound. There are loves that do not feature these things. Now, I appreciate what I'm about to give you does not answer everybody's individual idea of love, but it should have the core elements of what is. And because it follows Occam Razor, in other words, the minimum amount of things to be put in there, it becomes unconditional. And that is that love is, like you said, a practice, an action. It's an epistemological action. It's basically saying when I fall into a place where I think I need revenge or forgiveness or something like that, confusion, of hate, like Chickpea feels towards certain individuals, I understand I've fallen out of a position called love because I now hate. Now, hate is just an illness, an inversion of love, as I say it, because you hate something because you don't understand why it is and you think it causes harm somehow. Come to you now in a minute, Ellie. I'll wrap this up then. And that is that, so what we're saying is about love is if you expand your awareness for cause and effect to figure out what actually happened, you will never find evil or good or any of them things. You'll actually learn what happened, and once it makes sense to you, you will fall in love with it again. You might not have to change it or do anything like that. So the axioms are acceptance, appreciation, and earnestness. When you put all three of them into practice, you love, because you'll find yourself understanding, healing, and you will not be able to traumatize yourself or others over it. And I don't know a form of any love whatsoever that doesn't feature those three things. If anybody can give me any form of love that doesn't feature those three things, I'm listening. And if anybody feels love needs to have another thing added to it, that does not make it conditional, because the three elements as at the moment all make it unconditional. They don't put any condition on it, even though you might see those as conditions. They are just the embodiment of it. To love is to accept something, to appreciate it, but to accept and appreciate it for what it truly and really is. And if you do it fictionally, you're going to run into subjective things, which then adds, the conditions. So all I'm asking is, anybody here got a definition or a version of love that does not feature the ability to accept, appreciate something in earnestness?
What? Can you repeat the last thing you just said right now, like the last couple of words?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Can anybody give me a form of love as they understand it that does not have at its bedrock acceptance, appreciation, in earnestness? And earnestness meaning honest
I
awareness.
already gave you one, and I've been quiet for a really long time. I didn't interrupt you once.
That's right, SD. You said your version of love was something that was subjective and biological and
No, I didn't.
emotional, is it?
No, I didn't say any of that. I said that it was a emotional attachment.
I thought that's what I said. Maybe no, doesn't matter. Yeah, go on then. Is that it?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Then I call them loving bonds.
Hello, Arthur.
You call them what? Sorry.
Loving bonds. I have bonds with people. A loving bond. In other words,
bond.
But that is conditioned. All my bonds, all my emotions.
Is that different from other types of love, then?
Is it? Yes, it's conditioned.
So which type of love are you talking about that isn't conditioned?
Unconditional love is the love that's formed when one expands their awareness to align themselves back with acceptance and appreciation of something they weren't in line with.
There still has to be a subjective nature to that. Your acceptance
Explain it.
and your earnestness is still, it's going to be a projection of your own standard.
That's not what earnestness means.
It can't mean anything
Okay,
else because
what
you're
does it
not
mean?
the God of truth.
Well, let's just let him explain what it means. Right.
All right,
Unless,
I'll
of course,
give
you're
it.
referring
I'll
to
hit.
receiving,
Yeah.
crazy. Unless you're referring to receiving that transmission of God, of truth, and claiming that you can have gnosis beyond yourself as a man. As a man, your understanding will always be the framework in which your earnestness exists.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think love lies within one's understanding. I think love is beyond our understanding.
I don't believe in the supernatural.
I'm going to point this out for everybody, just so you know.
I never said anything about the supernatural.
If you're going to talk about love, first tell us what you mean by it. But I think what Denzel's talking about is my version of love. Is that right, Denzel? The way I said it. I'm not saying it's
Sure,
true.
I'm sticking within those guidelines of acceptance and appreciation.
Oh, example
and
then.
earnest.
I got an example for you then, right? So you guys can see if you can get what I mean by the example instead. And the end up is going to say anything. Nobody in this room could ever make me think they were evil. But none of you are willing to offer that to anybody else. I'm guessing.
But your estimation of the person, regardless, will always be within the boundaries of your subjective experience.
Yes, but that's not what I'm saying is love.
It has to be, because love is the acceptance of whatever may be, regardless of your subjective experience.
No. You can't accept whatever may be. That's not what I said. You can't do that. I do get where it may come across that because I'm seeing the confusion now, but that's not what I meant. What I meant is
you're trapped in subjectivity regardless. Because then if it's not acceptance of everything, no matter what, then it's acceptance of what you can perceive and accept and choose to accept.
I'm understanding what you're saying, but that's a point. My point is this:
love is not transcendent. In other words,
what I'm saying is, if you do the act that I'm telling you correctly, you won't need to make any decisions. You won't need to understand the truth. Same as Gnosis. What you'll do is you'll go, "What is true to me? Why would I do this?" For example, I see somebody who eliminates somebody, like say SD now ready. We all find out SD tomorrow turns out to be the 10B slasher. He looks like
you could put yourself in a passive mode of acceptance.
Passive. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. You could put yourself in a passive mode of acceptance. I've been trying to experiment with that for 5 years now. My point is that your understanding and your appreciation and even your earnestness will always exist, unfortunately, within a framework of subjectivity. You won't be able to actually emulate something transcendent outside of yourself, of the other person or object of your love, and you can't have an actual objective truth or reality that you're accepting. It's always going to be your perception of it that you're choosing to accept.
Okay, I guess what you're saying is true to a degree, but it's still not my point. I'm listening to you because it's helping me. It's helping me be gentle. Go on, let me think on it, Denzel. I think guys, would you help me? Let me come back to it. I think I know what you're talking about. Let me have 5 minutes. Come back on the smart answer. And have we actually let Arthur speak yet? Can
I ask you a question, Guru? When you say it's unconditional, how do you what's the parameters for unconditionality? Like, I mean, you have to exist to be loved,
I can answer that with an example because the answer I normally give that doesn't work with people, but I found a new answer. Ready? The reason I say it's unconditional is every single person here uses those three conditions for love, as far as I'm aware. And so far, nobody's told me a love without those 3 things in there. Now, those 3 things I placed in the definition of love. You didn't, because even though you told me a subjective. Yeah, all right, no, that's fine. You did tell me of your love without those things.
I'll be quiet. But
Yeah,
I did.
I know,
So
but the love you gave me was emotional. Yeah, you're saying, but everybody's emotions are different. So you didn't give me
Emotional attachment.
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's emotional
I
attachment.
didn't say that, but if that's what you inferred, fine. Let's just go with it.
Okay, and so
Is
all
there
right, so
is other
my.
types of love that aren't emotional?
I don't think any love is emotional, personally. I think that's subjective. That was my point. When you give me a version of love, you give me a
require emotions from the subject, maybe?
No, because that would prove Denzel's point, which is what I'm going against. If that was the case, then Denzel would have an absolute point, and I would have no leg to stand on. I'd agree exactly what he's talking about, but I'm not using emotion.
So, like, I've been very quiet. I've barely spoken, and I think everybody thinks that I've been pretty polite so far. So, if I could just get a quick word in, I promise I won't take too long. So, you think that there's a version, maybe, of love which is not dependent on emotion?
The only version of love is not dependent on emotions when it comes to and why do I keep getting this word mixed up? Unconditional. Conditioned love, yeah, emotions.
Yeah, but it is unconditional, devoid of emotion.
Yes.
Okay, so where does it exist? Or how? Like, however you want to describe that.
How does my version of love exist? Is that what the question is?
Well, the version that you're talking about, the one that's devoid of emotion.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who or what is the loving subject of the other.
I don't think I understand the question. I'm trying to redo it in my head. Can you ask it in a different way?
Yeah, like who is doing the loving if it's devoid of emotion?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, me.
Other people get it. Yeah, but you're a subject.
Yeah.
So you don't get out of it that way.
No. I'm not.
You have emotion.
I'm not a subject. I believe I have a subject, and I belong to a subject.
Of course, you're a subject.
Yes, I didn't say I wasn't.
being.
That's not all I am, though. The part of me that isn't a subject, for example, the part of me that
Like
understands
in an
time.
experiment.
There's that assertion of transcendence again.
I don't think I said that all you are is a subject. I just said that you are.
You didn't say all I was is a subject, but
It's
when you implied I am, that is implying that's all I am. But I don't see that you do that.
Okay, if that's how you took it, I've corrected it. I don't say that that's all you are, but you are a subject. You agree with that, right?
I am part subject, yeah, but I'm also part not subject.
Subject.
So can I ask a question about this unconditional love? Is this cognitive love? Like what? If it's not emotional, what? It's cognitive. Okay.
Well, it's practical. It's epistemic. It's epistemic.
What?
So love is an epistemic action practice.
Epistemic.
Epistemology. What's the word I'm using for epistemology? Epistemic. Yeah. It might be. I'm not really good with words, guys. It might be epistemic. But basically, like epistemic, like street epistemology, anti-man. Oh yeah, still got. I found those interviews, by the way.
Would you like me to help you? Epistemology is the study of like the evolution of words, how words change over time, and what we understand them to mean. Ontology is what is. So maybe you're like, I'm trying to help you. I promise. Maybe you're mixing those two terms up.
No, isn't epistemology what we know and how we know what we know?
Yeah, I was going to say the epistemic I'm talking about is the art of thinking, right? It's the
yeah, that's epistemology, yeah, and etymology is the words one, I think.
Yeah, so it's the epistemology one. It's the what's my original point now? I'm talking about epistemology. Where was we talking about epistemology?
You were saying that love is an epistemic action.
Practice action, yeah. Practice, yeah. All right, I give you use the practice in play. And how do I say this? Denzel, you're normally, you're a strong lad. Can I give an example so you can let me know it? Ellie, can I just? Oh, sorry. Can I just give an example quickly so you know what I mean now? Because let's say take Denzel for example. I've said Denzel. If Denizen came over, I was there and you were Denizen there, and Denizen came over and hopefully you haven't got a wife and I'm not really, but he'd eliminated your wife from this existence. The police are after him. He's gone to jail. You're my friend, and he's, I know both of you. I would never come to you to see how you're doing. I would always go to Den because I love you more. The reason I go to Den for you is because you would be in a position, as far as I'm concerned, not true, but what I think is you wouldn't be that wonderful, loving being I know you'd be in because you are hurt right now. And I believe a part of you will disappear through that hurt and pain. You'd want forgiveness. You may want revenge. Not you specifically, I'm just generalizing. I wouldn't go to you because I'd think you'd need me to be the humorous side that you can't be, to go and find out if Denizen's okay, because the only reason through love you'd understand Denizen did this to you is because he was exceptionally ill, and the day he wakes up and realizes he's in prison for the rest of his life, or he's killed someone or something like that, it's going to destroy him. Some people don't want to come back from that sort of thing because it'll destroy him. But me, I don't see him as evil or anything like that. I wouldn't judge him. I would say whatever his actions were must have been caused through through cause and effect, because all of the things are. And therefore, there was a reason. I'd rather find out the reason, figure out. Just see how I'm applying this love, but I ain't making any absolutes. I ain't making it subjective at all, because all I'm doing is asking questions, learning, observing, and refusing to believe that Denizen is anything less than the loving being I see him as. And anytime he's acts in a way he's not, then he must be ill to me, and I would love to help him.
Right. Okay. Just like I promise I won't go on forever. I never do. But you've said the word "I" there a million times in that last speech that you gave.
Mm-hmm.
So who is it that's giving a shit about, like, how do I pronounce the name? Is it Denizen? Is that what
Denizen? Yeah, it's like a citizen but without the rights.
Okay. So who is it that's caring about Denizen? Is it you?
What do you mean by you and who?
You, the person that I'm asking the question to.
No, the person's just an imaginary being. It's a conduit.
So you're going to say that you're an imaginary being and that you're not actually caring about Denizen?
No, I'm saying the person in me is an imaginary being.
It seems like he's saying. It seems like he's saying that he can practice love without caring.
Yeah, I like that.
What do you mean by caring?
Like emotionally.
I mean,
without an emotional attachment.
Okay, can you care without emotions?
I don't know. That's the disagreement between you and SD. He asserted that you can't, and you asserted that you can.
Okay, then ask SD. SD, can you care without emotions?
No.
Well, do autistic people care about people?
You're not autistic,
I'm not talking
bro.
about me. I'm not talking about me.
He's not talking about himself.
You're
He's
not
talking to
autistic.
you.
I'm not talking about me.
You're a
An
liar.
example of how it's possible.
A liar.
I
He
am
didn't
not
say he was autistic. You're not contributing anything to the conversation.
Get the fuck up, man.
You shut the fuck up.
So SD, come on in. The question is, if autistic people have difficulty with their emotions, can they love to you? It's not a gotcha. I just want to know what you think.
I would think that autistic people are capable of love. I don't know that to be.
How would they do it if they didn't have emotions or they didn't use emotions? How would it? What would be provided?
I didn't say that they don't have emotions.
No, I didn't say you did. I said if they couldn't, if they didn't have emotions, which a lot of take a family member.
They didn't.
Yeah, like a family member of mine, their emotions don't work.
Okay, yeah. If they didn't have emotions, then I'll say no, they wouldn't be capable of it.
Someone in the chat said you're mixing up autism and psychopathy.
Is SD is saying that your son more likely does have emotions and is capable of love, right? It's the claim that the autistic people don't have emotions is what he's disagreeing with, really.
He's
So,
not autistic. He's a fucking psychopath.
I am a
He's not
psychopath.
referring to himself, you fucking idiot.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
You shut the fuck up,
So,
bitch.
Christine, you asked the question here, and it says, "I think you're mixing up autism with psychopathy, mate." I'm not mixing autism up.
Listen,
I'm not even saying I'm
one
autistic.
second.
Sorry.
No, I'm not saying that you said that either, right? But what you're asking is, if someone is devoid of emotions, then can they have emotions? The answer is obviously
No, I
yes.
didn't. I said if they're void of emotions, can they care?
Yeah, but that's what you're saying to him because he just told you 3 times that love is an emotional attachment.
Thank you, sir.
So you're communicating. So when you built in the answer into your question when you said if someone cannot have emotion, and he pushed back at you initially, and it sounded like he was going to say maybe they have a different kind of a way of expressing their emotions, right? But you made it a prerequisite of the answer, and so he gave you the answer you asked for, which was built right into the question.
And here's another thing. Does anybody here see a difference between passion and emotion?
No. I mean, the difference is the same way there's a difference between banana and fruit.
If I said to me, emotion is instinctual and passion is intuitive, did that help at all?
No.
No.
No, what the fuck?
I can explain it.
Not
Yeah, and you're just gonna
Is there a
fucking do a dialogue
possibility,
tree.
Guru? Is there a possibility you have emotions? You're just not able to understand or recognize them? Because, guys, don't demean this man. Don't demean this man, please. Fatima, you came on here, please.
I'm not.
No.
I heard
He
about this
demeans
condition.
himself,
I heard,
DNW. He demeans himself already. I don't need to do anything.
listen. Calm down for a moment. I heard a lot of autistic individuals have this condition. Now I forget what it's called, but it's a condition where they don't recognize emotions. That is apparently.
That's true.
Okay.
So there you go. So please, he may have this,
but it's not as bad as what he thinks it is. It's not as bad because I have that, but I still recognize.
It may be the case that some autistic people don't even know, don't ever consider emotions, don't recognize them, don't know what they are. That could be the case.
Wait, isn't that called Alexa Find Me or something?
Why don't someone ask me?
We spoke about it on this show before. Do you remember, Jay?
Yeah, I think I remember it. Yeah.
Was it mind blindness or something?
Would you guys like to know how
they don't recognize or think about emotions? It's a thing. It is a legitimate thing.
I can explain it. Right. So the way I have to explain it and categorize it.
So, guys, in that sense, right? Sorry, Guru, I'm trying to support you here, right? It may be that these individuals who have this condition still feel, but they don't know they're feeling. And what happens is their brain thinks about matters, registers the kind of hormonal spurts, like the oxytocin or whatever. Maybe that still happens, but their brain thinks about it rather than them feeling. It may be. It may be. Maybe Guru is an example of this. So, go ahead, Guru. Like somehow the subconscious mind is recognizing the spurts of hormones, the feel-good hormones that you aren't actually feeling, but subconsciously your brain is recognizing things are happening that are favoring your survival. So when you love someone intellectually, like using your thinking, you're recognizing they're good for you. You see what I mean? It may not be that you're feeling it, but you're recognizing, this is favorable to my survival.
Yeah.
Are you just saying that people have different feelings towards different things?
Jay, would you be able to look up that condition and read it out for us so we get a little more
all right,
detail
so
on them?
what is that then? Right, so how I had to categorize it, and
I'll try.
I had to do this with a counselor because
you're a fighter, Jay.
And one of the things we had to do is I had to decide and work out what I meant by emotions, what they were inside me, and you have to. It's like talking to a teacher, you know, they ask you all these some questions like, what does it feel like you? What does it make you feel like doing? All these type of things. And for a long time, they'd ask me about emotions, and I'd say, my emotions are normally very, very extreme. And you guys saw one of them the other night when I decided, yes, I was playing a role and just trying to play along with DNW's fucking manic night, but like one part was saying, screw it, come on, and I will just show emotion. I won't do anything else. I'll just go into my emotions, and I'll just be there. But obviously, my emotions at that time were like, oh wow, they're all talking about horrific things and stuff like that. So they went to a place of what I call sadness. My emotions are just generally three different things: positive, negative, and neutral. And they normally come up as sadness, happiness, or my normal emotion, which I feel all the time with everything, is a form of frustration, I suppose. Love has nothing to do with my emotions. It has everything to do with all of me. Because if I only love my emotions, I wouldn't truly be able to love. Now, passion, now that's different. For me, when I described things I was passionate about, it was mostly the things that made me happy, or the things that made these what I'm going. So they were the building blocks of the emotions. So the emotions were just like this instinctual, overall powerful level of me, which most people would. The emotions is the raw energy that says, get back from the cliff, fear, that kind of thing, you know, that manipulates and controls my entirety. And sometimes, just like when I'm driving, I don't know how I got there, it does it automatically. But passion that has intent, it's something that plays on the mind. Emotions for me can just run like, my emotions can and have done just fight or flight, but my passions don't do that. Emotions do that, but passions don't. But then my passions will go, what do you mean by passionate? And I say, well, things like, what's his name said, loving bonds, the subjective loving things I have, like, you know, my son and things like that, because they're closer to me and I understand them more, you know, that kind of thing. But my passions are very much like emotions. And to me, I think it's all you that's getting confused. You're mixing up your passions.
Jay, did you find the alexithymia? Did you find the details? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Would you like to read about it and see? Because I think this is what Guru might have. Go ahead.
All right. So alexithymia is when someone has difficulty experiencing, identifying, and expressing emotions. It is not a mental health disorder, but has links with PTSD, eating disorders, and various other conditions. People with alexithymia may have problems maintaining relationships and taking part in social situations. They may have a co-occurring mental health condition such as depression or no diagnosable mental health conditions. It also has links with autism spectrum disorder. It also says that it's seen as a construct relating to difficulty experiencing, identifying, and expressing emotions. And it isn't a clinical diagnosis, and mental health professionals don't consider it a disorder. And it also says that people with alexithymia have problems with introspection or observing their own mental and emotional processes. They experience confusion around bodily sensations connected to emotions, and they have difficulty communicating their emotions to others. And alexithymia also makes it difficult for people to identify and respond to emotions in others. These issues can lead to difficulties in social settings and interpersonal relationships. Some of the signs and symptoms are difficulties identifying feelings and emotions, problems distinguishing between emotions and bodily sensations that relate to those emotions, a limited ability to communicate feelings to others, difficulties recognizing and responding to emotions in others, including tone of voice and facial expressions, a lack of fantasies and imagination, a logical and rigid thinking style that does not account for emotions, difficulty coping with stress, behaving less altruistically than others, appearing distant, rigid, and humorless, and a low sense of life satisfaction. So yeah, that's about it.
Can I just read something from my own works a minute, just so you could, because I wanted to do this for other people. I just brought it up, and I've gone to the core.
I'm more than happy for you to do that. I just want to say one thing. Person who read that out used the word emotion 11 times. So if you're intending to counter that, then you're probably not going to do too well.
Okay, thank you for that. The right emotion, and so as I said, core differences in my general view for me. This is how it works for me, but it might not be this, but it's the best way I've mapped this. So you guys have it. Emotion is a short-lived automatic reaction. It's the brain and body responding quickly to something happening right now, like a surge of fear when something startles you, anger when. Oh, I don't believe anger is an emotion personally, but it does here. It says anger because you guys experience anger. It's not from me. Anger when something feels unfair in the moment. Joy from a pleasant surprise, or overwhelm from too much input. The anger for me is more frustration. Anger is just when you let the frustration engulf you, I suppose, to me. So that's why I said my positive, negative, and neutral responses to reality in the moment. Emotions are often instinctual, fast, bodily, sometimes intense or hard to name immediately. They can feel raw and reflective, like reactive, like a reflex. They tend to come and go depending on the situation. So this is me describing how I feel emotions. But passion is a deeper, more sustained drive of enthusiasm for something specific. It's not a fleeting feeling. It's a strong, enduring interest, motivation, or pull towards a topic, activity, idea, or cause. Passion involves energy, focus, and often a sense of meaning or purpose. It can include emotions, but it's bigger. It motivates consistent action, learning or investment over time. Passions tend to feel more intuitive. I think they are, but feeling is what I can do because it's intuitive. Like a quiet, deep knowing of natural alignment. This just clicks for me, I could do this forever without forcing it, type of thing. In short, emotions are waves, quick, reactive, instinctually driven, while passion is a deeper, is passion in the current is deeper, directional, intuitive, and longer lasting. Did that make sense to everybody?
No,
Yeah,
but it
it
makes
kind of
sense to me.
it kind of sounded like you were saying like if I have a passion for fencing or like yoga or something like that. Is that like what you're describing or no?
Yeah, like from a passion, you're going to get your bodily goodies, like your dopamine and everything, and much. The things you're going to get. Oh, that's another way. I suppose I can explain it.
Would that be subjective?
It sounds to me there's a higher threshold for getting the feeling. It needs to be something you're highly focused on.
Yeah, it's just it's accumulated. It basically is accumulated. An emotion is going to hit you there and then, right? In the moment. You don't plan for emotions. No one plans for emotions. They're raw. They're powerful. They're fleeting. They don't last too long. But passions... Wait a minute, let me finish. But passions are things like emotions that build up over time and you add layers upon.
Do you want us to play this video?
Oh, yeah. If people haven't seen this before, you've seen how it's... Yeah, play it.
Okay.
We know.
This is Grazy wanted me to play this. This is about mastering metacognitive IQ, which apparently he is very, very high in. Okay.
Today, we're going to dive into a form of intelligence that's so powerful, it's kind of like a secret weapon for your
down there.
Today, we're going to dive into a form of intelligence that's so powerful, it's kind of like a secret weapon for your mind. It's called metacognitive IQ. And seriously, understanding it might just change the way you think forever. So let's get right into it. I mean, really think about that for a second. We're all taught that being smart means you have the right answers, right? But what if the real power isn't in the answers themselves, but in how you actually get to them? What if the most important skill you can have is understanding the very architecture of your own thoughts? And that is exactly where this rare intelligence comes in. See, it's not about what you've got stored in your brain. It's all about your ability to step back and just observe your own thinking in action. It's about mastering the how behind what you know. And that, right there, is the heart of metacognition. The simplest way to put it, it's self-awareness for your mind. It's like having this internal coach that's always there, watching you think, helping you spot your mental habits, your strengths, and yeah, even your blind spots. This right here perfectly captures the two modes we can operate in. On one hand, you've got reactive thinking. That's our default setting, right? Acting on impulse, just accepting our first thoughts as the absolute truth. But on the other hand, you have metacognitive thinking, and that's the pause, the question, the strategic move. It's literally the difference between being a passenger in your own mind and actually grabbing the steering wheel. So how do you know if you're tapping into this incredible skill? Well, it turns out there are 5 pretty rare signs that show you're not just thinking, you're actually mastering the art of thought itself. Let's see how many of these sound like you.
Listen to these, Fatima.
First up is a big one. And it requires you to really turn your attention
No.
inward. Now, this is a huge shift
Yeah,
in
I'm
thinking.
bored, man.
We all have these little mental shortcuts, these cognitive biases that are quietly shaping our decisions all the time. A metacognitive thinker doesn't just let that happen. No, they become a detective, actively hunting for these hidden influences inside their own mind. And
Almost
this
sounds
isn't
like me,
some
doesn't it?
abstract idea. It's about questioning that super powerful gut feeling that seems so certain. It's catching yourself in the act, asking, wait a minute, am I only looking for evidence that confirms what I already think?
How many hours
It's even forcing
does
yourself
this
to
go
argue
on
from the
for?
opposite side, just to see the world from a completely different angle.
About
So
3
once
more
you start
minutes.
spotting your own biases, you almost naturally move on to the second side. And this one is a
Yeah, I'm
true
not
game
listening.
changer in a world that so often values false certainty. You know, we live in a world that often rewards people for pretending they have all the answers. That's what makes this next sign so incredibly powerful. It's the wisdom of knowing the exact limits of your own knowledge. It's what we call intellectual humility. And seriously,
It's that
do
thing
not
you all
mistake
hate
this
about
for
me.
weakness. It's a sign of incredible strength. It's having the confidence to just say, you know what? I don't have enough information to have an opinion on that yet. It's the self-awareness to know when listening is way more valuable than speaking, and the clarity to see exactly where your knowledge ends and your learning needs to begin. The third sign takes all this self-awareness and turns it into real strategic action. Someone with a high metacognitive IQ doesn't just have one tool, like a hammer, for every problem. No, they've got a full toolkit of mental models, and they consciously choose the right one for the job at hand. This is all about mental flexibility. It's realizing, hey, this study method just isn't working for me, and then actually trying a new one. It's knowing when you need to zoom out and get the big picture, and when you need to zoom way in and focus on the details. This isn't accidental. It's a deliberate, strategic choice every single time, and that kind of mental flexibility leads us straight into the fourth sign, which is all about how you handle things when they go wrong. For a metacognitive thinker, the mantra is simple. Failure is just data. That's it. So instead of getting bogged down in frustration or shame after a mistake, they immediately flip a switch and go into this detached, productive analysis mode. Just notice the huge mindset shift here. You're not judging yourself, you're investigating the process. You're asking, okay, what was the specific thought that led me down
Now
the
you
wrong
understand
path? And
DW
what
why I
system
had to
can I
go for
build
the
so I think more
transcripts.
clearly next time? Every single error becomes a priceless lesson. And that brings us to the fifth and final sign. And honestly, this one is truly the peak of metacognitive mastery. This is the absolute pinnacle of intellectual security. It's the deep understanding that your beliefs are things you have, not things you are. This detachment lets you evaluate ideas based on their merit, not on how they make you feel about yourself. When you can do this, you stop defending your ego and you start pursuing the truth. Being wrong is no longer a threat, it's an opportunity to learn. You see changing your mind not as a weakness, but as an upgrade to your mental software. So when you put all 5 of these signs together, monitoring your biases, knowing your limits, adjusting your strategies, learning from failure, and detaching your identity from your beliefs, it is a total game changer. It lets you learn faster, make way better decisions, and just navigate life with so much more skill and way less stress. And the best part is, this is a skill you can actually train. It really starts with 3 simple habits. First, just pause. Create a tiny gap between something happening and how you respond. Second, question. In that little gap, ask yourself, why do I think this? And third, reflect. At the end of the day, make it a habit to review one key decision you made, not to judge it, but to analyze the thought process that got you there. These 3 habits, pause, question, and reflect. That's the training ground. That's your gym for the mind. So let's start that training right now. Let's take that very first step together. So I'll leave you with this one final challenge. What is one belief you hold? It could be big, it could be small, that you've never really put under the microscope. Just a simple act of asking that question, of turning your curiosity inward, that's the first step to mastering your own mind. Today, we're going to dive into a form of intelligence that's so powerful, it's kind of like...
Did that help anybody understand how my mind works?
Well, the video just said that you had metacognition. You're intellectually detached, and you were able to analyze your biases and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it was.
It is a good skill. Not a lot of people have that. I really struggle with some of that stuff.
Childhood abuse it came from being alone and abused and having no one there. So some might say God came to me and became this imaginary being in me where I make up stories and worlds and games and be myself. I was, the kid that was the one kid that was smelly and bullied in school. Everybody used to touch me and go, fleas, and pass them around to each other. I've been bullied all my life. Boo-boo, I don't really give a shit. I should never give... I shouldn't say this because the NW would just take it against me. You said you can't be bullied. No, I'm just doing it for the show, you know that. But I've been bullied and you couldn't bully me anymore. I learned one thing about bullies, and changed my entire mind, and I've always known this about bullies, and I can tell you all the one thing I'll die on the hill for a bully at the moment. I'll tell you this is because it's been part of my life's work, so I'm willing to be incorrect, but there is no bully that's not already been bullied.
I mean, they got to learn it somewhere, right? I mean,
Thank you. Yes, Arthur, I agree. They had to learn it from somewhere. When I started learning this, that's when it started revealing to me that they weren't evil. Someone was teaching them to do this. They're children. Who the frick is teaching these children to do this? Well, you don't need to look further for that. You just watch movies and cartoons. They pretty much teach you.
Oh yeah, I remember. Family members would be like, "Where is this kid learning all these swear words?" And like, it's them. They're the ones swearing all the time. Right? They're like, "Where is my kid? Where is my kid swearing?"
No. Do you know what I got? I almost got fired for. Well, I didn't get fired for this, but I had to go and review for this when I was working, and I was at I was given a job in when I wanted to go back to work and see if I could work with this when they told me I couldn't, and a lady came in and she was her exact words were, "Oh, the fucking children today," she said. "God, have you seen them?" And I said, because everybody was going over, "Children have always been the same, perfect images of the adults. Surely the question is, have you seen the fucking adults today?" But they all looked at me.
Yeah. Oh,
They all looked at me and reported me to the boss. So I had to have.
Oh my god, it's so ridiculous.
Because
like,
I was
saw this
insulting them.
Yeah, because there's a subreddit right called "Children Are Fucking Stupid," and it's so ridiculous because it's the adults that are putting the kids in those situations. You know what I mean? It's the adults that are not equipping the kids to deal with the situation. Like, it's so ridiculous.
And it's the
Paul
like I
Stubbs,
said.
Paul Stubbs, do you want to come on and explain your comment? He writes in the live chat, delusional victim culture merchant.
Well, I don't think that Guru was looking for all this sympathy. He was just descriptively describing his life.
Yeah, I wasn't
right?
looking
If
for
I see a swinging outside,
I think you're right.
and
I
I
think
get
he's describing the way he sees things. He's not trying to sell. He's
Yeah,
not
like,
trying to make
it-
other people. Yeah.
Wait, he sees what? What the
The
hell is
world.
Paul talking about?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Paul. That's why I was asking Paul to come on here and explain that.
yeah, because like if I go outside in the rain and I say,
can
"Oh,
he
I went out in the rain and I got wet,"
Mm.
like I'm not looking for sympathy. That's just what happened, right? Like, no, you don't have to send me money to my bank account or anything for an umbrella.
I could tell him deeper stories. I've told these once. My dad used to hang me up with a coat hanger and make me tell him I loved him at 3 years old while I was scared and frightened and stuff like that. I can tell him all sorts of victim stories. But here's one story I can tell you already. If I had to go back, I'd ensure it all happened again. And if I found out that part of me went back or someone went back to stop it, I'd go back to stop them. I wish my life no change. It's funny about life, isn't it? You get to a point and you go, look, I got to be honest with this because this is something I'm working on lately and see if I can get agreement on this. I think it's perfectly okay for anybody to wish their life away and everything in that, depending on the circumstances they're in, because these are the slight parts I agree with people like Danny Shine on the suffering of the world, with your world anyway, as I see it. But I think everything is conditional in that sense, because I'm in a part of my life where I'm glad every horrific thing that ever happened to me as I saw it happened to me, and I wouldn't change anything. Do you know why? Because I can't show them because obviously, you can see them actually. Can't I get off the screen?
No, please don't. But you go ahead.
Carter and my wife, butterfly effect, right? I go back and change this one little thing and come back and then why on earth would I do that?
Yeah,
but I appreciate.
You're muted there, Guru.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to lose these things. They're too precious to me. I'd go through all my suffering again twice over if I could have what I have now. But I do appreciate that not everybody has that. I forgot it, but what was you saying?
That's a really nice outcome. That's kind of that gives people some hope that you can come through the other end, come through the other side, and not have any regrets, even if you've been through atrocious experiences.
Did anybody else think, this, I don't talk about very much, this language that I'm building called Kailion is not an actual, this is the word for tree or anything like that. It's a language cipher that tells you where words belong, whether they belong in fiction, fact, law, what words to use and stuff like that. And hopefully one day everybody will use it and it'll be in schools, but until it's finished, that's what it's going to be. But it's called Kailion. And the idea of this is to be a lawful language for lawful things. For example, reading Gnostic books like the Bible. Why on earth would a book about God be written in a subjective way? That's why when I ask people like at Speaker's Corner, I say, what, like the Christians, as they call themselves, the Judeans, or any of them, I say, what, read the first line of your, I did this in front of a Sikh, they freaking hated it, because they were friends with the Sikhs, and the Sikhs were there, they were supporting against Muslims or something, and I wanted to challenge one of the Christians, where the Sikhs was there, because I like the Sikhs, and I saw what my opportunity, and I said to him, do us a favor, read to everybody here the first line of your book. And when he went, in the beginning, or something like that, I went, there you go, Sikhs. Yeah. In the beginning, not at the source of curiosity. And the Sikhs just looked at the Christian and they were like, how can it be in the beginning? You're trying to say that there's a book about God within time. I thought, oh God, what's time? You know me, started a conversation with reading in their brow and walked away. And that was the whole thing. The Sikhs wanted, the Sikhs were leveling themselves with these, and unite. And one might say, why would I do to stop that, Carl? Because he was done in falsehoods. That's why. They were becoming these really, really close friends to go against these Muslims and everything, until I pointed out, hey, why are you friends with the people who are causing just as much harm as these people? And when he said, how are we doing that? I said, because their dogmatic teachings damage children, don't they? I said, surely a guru would have taught you that. Which guru? Guru Nanak, of course, you twat, but they all have other gurus. But he just turned around and I said to him that, hey, if they're teaching something about God that harms others, like I normally do, and then explain to them, if they're teaching dogmatic ways and they're reading a book of God through non-truthful words such as connotations, synonyms, and things like that, are they speaking the word of God or the word of the ego God? And he said, the word of the ego God. And I said, now, what's the first line of your Bible? He said, Aaron, is that an ego God or a God? And then turned the two friends against each other. I wasn't doing that really. What I was doing is I was getting them to see the truth and not be hypocritical. They both were teaming up against another group, and yet both of them didn't agree on the things they were agreeing on. They only wanted to agree on the things to allow them to pick on this other person. They wouldn't agree on the things, or they wouldn't hash out the things they disagreed with until I pointed them out, that they don't agree on the same things. It's just like when you go to Speaker's Corner, they try to attack Muslims with this. I don't know if anybody else has seen it. Maybe you can let me know what you think. Is that something about a 9-year-old or something? Muhammad.
Yeah, it's Aisha. Muhammad married Aisha. And
why is she 9?
I can't remember the particulars. Oh, you're right. Yeah, but they consummated the marriage around. That's supposedly.
Did you know Queen Elizabeth has 2 birthdays and 2 ages? Well, she passed now, bless her. But she had 2 birthdays because she was royalty. The first birthday was when she was born. The second is when they turned 12. Once they didn't have age back then until 12. Up until 12, you had names. You had to earn your name. Now, there's different things, different ages, 9, 12, whatever. I'm just going for the average 12. I don't understand. And I'm not saying this to be true. I'm saying so long as there's an explanation that points out that Aisha was, she was part of a royal family that was taken from her, and Muhammad gave that back to her familyhood and married her. Why would the prophet not marry the bloody princess? You know what I mean? And so he got with her when she was 9, coronationally. She'd been a princess for 9 years. But for some reason, people want to use this bad faith argument that she was 9 years old completely. I'm not saying it's not true enough. I'm saying, why is that the answer if Queen Elizabeth also had 2 birthdays and 2 ages, and certain queens and all that were only 3 when they had sex because they'd only been queen for 3 years? See, we can put things in books and make them sound a certain way, but as soon as you align them with something, you've got to now prove that that's not the case. And then they'll say, aye, but she played with dolls and stuff. And 2,000 years ago, she had dolls. She must have been a fucking princess. Because I tell you what, not everybody had dolls, China dolls and stuff. What she means is she had China dolls. So when royalty come over, she go, look at these. Never seen them before, they. So, of course, why wouldn't you? There are people today with fucking comic books and dolls and... I shouldn't say that because of collectibles, isn't it? But if adults today can collect toys, why did they have to be children back then to collect toys? See, every proof they put in to say this was ridiculous. I end up doing a metaphysical paper and giving it to a few Muslims called the Shield of Muhammad to say that I don't believe in Islamophobia exactly. I think you should be able to criticize fucking everything, of course, but what you shouldn't be able to do is force, when you understand it could be this or this, to go, this one doesn't suit me, so I'm just going to force this one, even though you understand this is there. And all I had to do was prove to everybody that this existed. And the moment this existed, they had to prove why this was no more than this. Why is it that she had to be 9 years from birth and not 9 years from her naming ceremony, which most people did back then? One argument is when there was a time they'd already moved upon. I said, yo, so that was Muhammad, is it? He went around and he did all this new fancy stuff, or did he like tradition? Do you think he went to a family that was obeying these traditions of the old and said, yeah, I like this, and that's probably what he married her? People said, you don't know this. I said, I'm aware. I do not know this, but it's a possibility, and therefore you don't know the other one. It has to be true, does you? You don't know that she was definitely 9 years old, like a 9-year-old child, or sometimes I say, listen.
I agree with that we don't know that. It's just that when it's accepted in that community that she was 9, like if I say Aisha was 9, and then they start defending child abuse, it's like, dude, like what the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, like you're sitting there going, like, this is actually psychotic, but like your explanation could be totally plausible, and they could have presented that explanation. It would have been very interesting. I would totally concede, but they often instead take the other path of defending what he was doing and start doing these kind of mental gymnastics. I don't know if you've seen Daniel Hikikachu or some of these other people defending, those kind of relations with minors, and it's like, dude, like what the fuck,
Yeah, no. I tell you, before someone said, you've got a great point, and that is part and parcel of us. You sometimes you got to tell the truth, but you understand its dangers. I do accept there are people within the religion that believe this stuff to be true, and that's a problem. But there are also people outside the religion that believe it to be true, which is also a problem. But I think my solution would help both of them, surely, because one would prevent the dogmatic arguments at Speaker's Corner, and instead of just shouting at each other about dumb shit, they can actually talk about real things. But the other thing is, if it does get promoted and accepted, and surely those in the future who are learning about Muhammad will realize that she wasn't actually 9, therefore they shouldn't copy that. Maybe they're copying something.
I agree.
To be. I was going on your point because it was a great point. I don't know if someone else was going to say something. Right, Dirty, say something. What do you think to the Aisha thing? Have I got a good point that if there is a second?
Sorry, mate. I was actually thinking in a totally different direction about etymology of honor and honesty, and whether honesty and honor are actually the same thing in terms of their relation to discovery of the truth, basically. But yeah, sorry, that's very tangential.
That's a good lead up for something I'm also working. I could do the help of. Do people see the difference between truthfulness, honesty, and earnestness? Do those three things all are different things to you guys, or do you use them the same, or is there something you just don't use? I use all three.
I don't have a distinction for earnesty and honesty, to be honest. If I'm using honesty correctly.
Yeah, well, for me, did you ever hear, obviously, one of the original gurus who said, for a human, it's not about truth, it's about truthful living. Does that make sense to you? So honest is truthful living, and whereas truth is truthfulness. But earnestness is more of a position. It's the ability to look beyond you and everything else and just have a look at what is from a position of nothing and say, without anything, a bit like my love and things like that, because it involves earnestness. It's a position of looking at reality and seeing like my son and DNW's son be involved in everything, and me seeing somehow that has nothing to do with DNW's son. It has everything to do with my son. I'm aware of this stuff, but everybody would probably believe it was DNW's for some reason, and I kept my mouth shut and let them take the row. That's not dishonest of me, and it's not untruthful of me, but it is it's not earnest. Because if it was earnest, because it could be honest to me that I don't know the situation, I don't know these things. But an earnestness is a case of saying, I think there's a possibility you might be mistaken here, pal, and it might be my son. Why is because he's not telling me, but I'm aware of something here, and I want you to look at this a minute. I didn't have to tell him that, and maybe it wasn't correct, but the earnest me in there says, I think they should decide that.
So does that mean that, I don't know if this is just my inference, but are they then related to, basically honesty is related to, in your description of it, objectivity rather than subjectivity?
Something like that, but as someone pointed out before, earnestness is seen from a subjective point of view. That's why it's difficult. It's not impossible, though. And I don't think you can be, I think if earnestness got to its end goal, you'd call it truth or the truth. But as it doesn't get to its end goal, we don't fully sure. But in that unsureness, we don't hide from it. We give everybody the option to decide. We don't make the decision. We say, hey guys, I think this might be I'm the only one who sees it, and it goes against me, but what do you guys think? It might be this. And then people go, oh, I didn't see that before. It might be, and then they question it. Now, that option wasn't on the table before. There was a bunch of other options. I could have been honest about whether I thought those other options were there, and or truthful about whether I knew that those things, or as in, I believe I know. But if there's an option not on the table that only I can see I think should be there, but by telling everybody, by adding this new thing, I might cripple myself. Not telling them has nothing to do with honesty or truthfulness or truth or anything. It has anything to do with
Hello, Ross. Feel free to interject whenever, brother. I'm going to take it a little bit.
That is to me, by the way, because I got a problem with saying what is. That's why I say it. Sorry, Ross.
Yeah, guys, I just wanted to say good evening. Excuse the voice. Just had a really long nap. D&W, are you still there? Because I have some questions for you, man.
Yeah, go for it. I wanted to take a break, but go for it.
Just really quickly, I just want to say this, and to be honest, I'm quite disappointed in the way you've been behaving recently. At first, I thought you might have been employing some satire, but was that serious? Like when you were kicking people out the chat for not being vegan, or was that just purely satirical? Because
no, it was. They are back, and it was just an evening of holding them accountable. It was, if you like, it was what I think, Ross. And
Ross, can I give you my opinion in a minute?
Yeah, 1 second. Just let me just say this. But do you know what it is, DNW? The reason I say I'm disappointed is because, look, I understand, you're following veganism, and but when I first came on the show, one of the most beautiful things I found was that we have a plethora, we have a paradigm, we have a whole spectrum of different ideas that often clash, and that's kind of what made it beautiful. But it kind of felt like you were employing some militant veganism, and then that's why I haven't been on for a few days, because I've been thinking, well, if I'm not vegan, you're just going to kick me off. So what's the point of coming on this show if you're not vegan?
I still hope that you will be one day. But yeah, I'm not going to kick you off. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about other things now. And yeah, I did get a little bit emotional on it. But it is what it is. We've moved
I have
on.
a question.
Passionate, not emotional.
I look, guys, I'm not getting into it now. I am taking a break.
Okay, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in depth a bit later. But for the sake of the show, yeah. Guru, what was you going to say, bro?
I have a question.
Oh, wait there. Sorry.
If D&W were to eat a dick, would he still be a vegan?
Yes. He would still be vegan.
Carry on, then.
Right, so Raz, this is how I'll explain how I looked at it because, like I said, I was the one bullied most by him. Right, this is how I look at it. If I was DNW, I'm not saying this is. You'll have to say stuff. Or maybe you can quiz him later. If I was DNW and I'm running a show and I pulled my finger out, I've done all the biz, I've got the people on, and he had a wonderful people, and then all of a sudden this Welsh twat joined my room, and he just happened to be a fucking super rare, really cool metacog, but he's annoying as fuck. So he has to weigh up, do I keep him? If I keep him, is he going to be this annoying prick that tries to take over my show every time?
Yes.
Now, I would also say then he's there going, he's got at least 10% of fucking gold in him. The rest is all bullshit, but there's something, someone's getting it. Right, and okay. If I put the votes out there, 50% want him gone, 50% want to keep him. That's brilliant for DNW, for his show. No matter what, it's brilliant for DNW to have a character like that. Now, if I'm DNW and I want to keep this character, do you know what I'm doing? I'm going to test his worth, and then on a day where I'm thinking, I'm just going to check it off early tonight, I don't really care. I'm going to make sure everybody knows it's only for one night only, which he repeated multiple times to let you know that he was testing things. And which I got straight away. And like I said, I could see how he was acting verbally. I agree with you, Raz. He was like that. But to be honest, in the background here in a chat with DNW and people telling, I'm there going, DNW is awesome. Keep going, brother. This is going to do something. I didn't realize, he didn't tell me the plan or anything. He didn't tell me he was going to shut off early or anything like that. I just had to go with the flow. I just, make a bit of a drama. If he's not going to let me talk, make a drama instead. At least I can be of some sort of use, and I try to do it as best I can. And I even had my wife message him after, Carl's fucking fine. He's playing with you. You do what you got to do, innit? He just wants it. He wants to stay in the arena because like I said, no one else will have him. That's true, by the way. I wasn't lying. No one else have me at the moment. Maybe soon. I don't know. So if I was doing this, I'd be like, I don't want to look like I'm picking on the fucking prick, but I need to test if I can put him in his place, whether I need to or not. If I can chuck him in his place tonight and have him play along and still come back tomorrow, then at least he knows where his bread is buttered. I'd do that to DNW if it was the other way around. I'd make sure that I got something out of him, made sure I wanted to keep him, and then I'd spend a show trying to get rid of him to see if he went. And if he went, he was never deserving to be here. Which is why the next day I was happy. He said, I'm not fucking apologizing. Go if you don't want to be here. And I was like, and he's a truthful. Why else would he fucking tell me to go? He's got to be telling me the truth. I know that's an egotistical thing to play. Like, why has he got to keep you? If it was anybody, but I know if I had a metacog on my thing, regardless of who he was, I'd want to keep him in for one reason or another. That's just me. That is an egotistical part. But if he wanted to keep me around, not generally, then he's got to let me go and make sure I stay on my own accord and make sure there's reason to go just slightly. So I would do the same. I'd have been there just testing the ground. I'd chuck a few other people out and then pick on the one I wanted all night to make sure he can handle the thing. Because, and to be fair, bro, what did DNW then do the following day or days that actually made up with it? He went, Guru, you said you wanted to debate people? Yeah? I got someone, I'm going to bring him in a minute. Do you want to debate him? I was like, a few sherbets in. I haven't got my notes, but fuck it, I'll have a go. I'll just talk my shit. And he left, got everybody in there, and I had the time of my life, and I've been waiting for something like that in such a long time, and DNW is the only one in a long time that's made that happen. So when it happened, and I went, there you go. Told you it was worth getting shit on all night and listening and just being the bull of it and just playing along and stuff. I just had my first little thing with some guy called Vegan Games. I don't know who he is. I wasn't there to win. I just wanted to understand what it was going to be like.
Flicker, sorry, Guru, I get what you're trying to say, bro, fully, but I still found it very distasteful because it looked like fucking vegan authoritarianism, like literally just bullying people because they had a different view. But that's why, because when I first joined this chat, it was nice because we get all these people that come together, and that's the whole point of discourse, is to have opposing views, and then you can, through an exchange, and sometimes it does get heated, but I don't know, man. It just felt like the show was becoming some type of vegan authoritarian thing, and I'm like, do I even want to be here? But
Raz, can I ask you a question also about DNW?
Guru, can I chip in 2 seconds? Just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, let Jack
Yeah.
know life getting. Yeah.
Dude, I really resonate with you. I found that one very jarring. Yeah, I was triggered on that one. My ego was definitely in play.
Well, I wasn't. I was brilliant. I took it like a champ.
Yeah, I was listening to it, mate. What I'm going to say is DNW is in a different position. He is in the position of adminning the show. That is a power position, and it can't not be. And man, my ego gets involved listening to the show when I'm doing my woodwork and listening to it on a phone in the other room. I'm fucking yelling at the phone. Yeah. I don't know how you can run a show as well as it is run. So yeah, I found that show jarring. I have to give him his due that it's his show. So I can't really, I don't know. Yeah, I'm really proud of you, mate, because you come in here and you say, "Hold on, DNW, what the fuck's going on here?"
No,
Brilliant. That's what I think. That's what DNW is trying to host, but at the same time, he does have to. He has to wield this thing that he's wielding somehow, and to make his show what it is. So, yeah.
Well, the mental thing to agree with you, Dirty. Do you also saying that it's one thing to manage a show and everything else? Then you've got to manage not the guests that come on the show, but the ones that turn up every week. You're building a family. You need to make sure these individuals are going to listen to you, that they understand when you're being satire, when you need them to be the brunt of the show at the moment because the views are not coming in. DNW is not only again. I'm not saying anything you're saying is incorrect, by the way. I'm not disagreeing with you. I completely both agree. You should see my wife's picture. My wife's looking at me going, "What the fuck's going on?" I was like, from everything I gathered, from the moment DNW started this, he started dropping hints that there was some sort of test going on, but he hadn't freaking told anybody. So I'm just going to play along until I know. If he tells me later on, I don't fucking want you, get away. And I said the next day, even now, still mixed emotions because this twat kept playing with me. But I think it's because he kept playing me because the way I came in was to just be. I wanted to come in and pout to him, whatever, just to see where it all went and everything, because I still didn't understand what the frick was going on, and that's why I confronted with him. But then I understood the moment the thing that got DNW going and pissed off at me really was when what did I say? I was mentioning something about what I noticed in him. It was when I said something. It was about. It was something like about not caring or something, and he was like, "Well, fine, fuck you then."
Sure.
And then I was like, "Yeah, okay." He clearly is telling me the truth here. He's saying, "No, fine, fuck you." I was testing, and it was a hard test. But here we go. What topic? If he was going to do a topic, which topic would have been best for him to do with then? Not veganism. I think he. I don't think. I'm not. I don't know. I don't think he picked veganism especially. I think veganism was just an easy one to go by, and because I was having a go with chickpea, he just thought. But at the beginning, most times he does have a go at chickpea. He's always having a go at chickpea and everything. He's never really done that. That's the first time I thought he went, fuck, I'll pick veganism because Welsh eats meat.
But sorry to interrupt, Guru. But what made it weird? Because I'm like an elephant. Sometimes I can just remember certain things really well, and I just remember it was on that video to do with inspiration. And chickpea, it was all going fine, normal. And I actually fucking heard this, yeah? I'm just paraphrasing. Chickpea was like, "Oh, I can't believe you're okay with them walking graveyards," using that vegan talking point. And then all of a sudden, I just saw him. It was almost like a switch in his head went off. And I thought, I know DNW, he's a bit satirical, so he's just using satire. That's why he's... But then I was like, what the fuck? And then the next day, I was just looking at things and I was like, what the fuck is going on, bro? This isn't the show that I used to come on. So, yeah, that's why I just wanted to ask him, because if it was that, I'll tell you something, I wouldn't be coming back here because I'm all for open discourse. I don't want to be proselytized into accepting an ideology just out of fucking pure peer pressure, you know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah,
I generally don't think that was. DNW can tell you all what he fucking thinks he's going to. I don't think that was technically the case. I just think if I was going to do it, I'd look at what was fast, quick, and effective. And if he's a vegan and he's got vegans in there, fast, quick, and effective. And after you'd seen me, I wanted to show what's her name, what it felt like, what she does with people. So I made this thing and saying, how dare you? You go to schools and watch them children being abused?
Yeah,
You do
props to
nothing?
you guys, because I heard your arguments, Dirty Low Life and you, and yeah, like I fully agree. We can take that whole thing of again, I don't want to go back to there because we can easily get sucked in. But if we take to that vegan talking point to its logical endpoint, then you'd have to delete yourself because I've never been vegan, but I've done plant based. I would still describe myself as I've done half the job because I no longer consume dairy. I don't see it necessary. I get plant based milk. It's worked for me. It's been like that for about 6-7 years now. But it's interesting because even amongst like certain communities, like just eating plant-based food is not really ethical. Like for example, in India and Hinduism, and in Jainism specifically, they wear those masks. So if we're all about the prevention of suffering, why don't we all adopt Jainism then, where you have to look where you step, you have to wear a fucking mask over your mouth. And also certain sects of Hinduism, they don't eat onions, garlics, and leeks. Why? Those are fully vegetarian things, but in harvesting said vegetables, when you pull certain onions, garlics, and leeks out, there's a certain type of worm-like creature. I can't remember what it is. Its whole existence is based on clinging to the root. So when you pull it out, when you dig it out, you end up killing those things. So I just found it to be a bit this kind of self-righteousness of sitting there thinking, well, I don't promote animal suffering. Well, yes, you do, motherfucker. Your existence does in some way. Even if you just eat plants, it's just pretty self-righteous and arrogant to sit there and,
What about the commercial argument they were trying to pose on me, which was cause and effect, supply and demand, which I don't know what that is. And when I said, yeah, until I took it to its full conclusion and realized that no matter what product you're buying, you're hitting supply and demand. Everybody seems to think that all these individual products are all from individual companies, and that company is purely vegan or vegetarian or whatever, and none of the profits you're giving to them are going to the soul of animals. But unfortunately,
sorry, Guru, could I interject? I've got to pass some comment on what Raz said before I forget it. Forgive me. Yeah, man. What I got to say is, I've been on 2 shows. I've listened to it for a little while. I've been called a graveyard a couple of times by 2 different people. I was asked once what my diet is by, I think, Fatima. I didn't get to answer it. So nobody's actually heard what I eat yet. And there is a lot of this, I know what you are.
Puppies and little babies, we know.
And yeah, I find it difficult to just engage in conversation at all in that. There isn't really a conversation there because there's no intrigue. There's no actual interest in what is happening with you. What is your take on it? There's I know what you are, and that's the bit that I really have a trouble with. Yeah, I don't know what to call that, but yeah, you said earlier a militant veganism, and yeah, I'm all for veganism, but it's when it becomes a church and I have to believe in it, otherwise I'm a sinner in your eyes, and yeah, that's the difficult bit.
All right, Dirty, because you've mentioned it twice now and still no one's asked you, I was leaving other people ask you, I'll ask you then. What is your diet?
It's my personal business, you can fuck off.
I knew he was going to say. I knew. I was going to say.
I will tell you. I'll tell you if you want me to. But yeah, we can get into some other topic if you want to. We did say we weren't going to kind of go there. So if you'd rather not, then we can leave.
No, just quickly, just what your diet is. You don't have to go into it, and then we'll let whoever's going to ask a question. You've said it twice now, so I'm going to ask.
Yeah, I've changed around so many times in my life. I was raised vegetarian. My parents were vegetarian when I was born, so I lived for I think 15 years vegetarian. That's eating dairy, but no meat. Then I ate a bit of meat through my interest in what my friends were eating because I felt very ostracized by people who thought I was weird. Then I had a whole thing of maybe I'm allergic to dairy for a time in my life, so I went dairy free. Then I went back to not eating meat, so I've actually been vegan for a while. Then I've eaten anything I like because I gave up on all my ideas of what I imagine food is and started actually experimenting with how food changes my experience of my life. So then I started eating everything and became omnivorous, and now I've just moved away from eating meat again. So I've been on a whole sort of undulating journey of eating lots of both poisonous and non-poisonous things that they sell us in the marketplace. So I think the harsh judgment is the real issue, and that's what I don't like in my diet.
Interesting, yeah.
Do you call yourself an omnivore or anything like that? Do you class yourself as anything in particular?
What I've noticed, mate, when you ask me that, is that anytime anybody labels anything in this sort of platform, somebody gets an idea of, I know what you are because I have a label for it, and I know what that label means, so I'm not going to investigate, and people switch it off. So you could call me an omnivore. I will probably eat some meat again in my future, but I'm not buying it from the shops anymore, and moving away from all that side of things. So
Nelson got that free shop over by us if you want to drive, unless they got it over by you. But that's where my wife goes every morning. She
what's it called?
You know Nelson?
Nelson, no.
All right, so you know Merthyr where you're from, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I'm not from here, but yeah, I know the area. You
come down the A470 as if you're going to Cardiff, and the very first sort of roundabout you get to before you go down to Pontypridd and everything turns off to Nelson on Mountain Ash, yeah?
Yeah.
That little village on the thing, Nelson, I don't live in Nelson, I live next one over Geckley by the Common, but that little village, Nelson there, like I said, it depends where in Merthyr you are. If you're more near Merthyr Vale, it might be a 10-minute drive down in the morning.
Yeah, I'm up on the mountains on the west side.
All right, so you're on the other, yeah,
far side.
I had to get in my head. I don't know. What I do is, if you chuck a postcode in you or something, or you want the postcode for where it is, I'll get off the list. So you can check yourself. There's just worth
yeah.
It's got to be fuel. It's got to be worth having for the fuel, and otherwise.
Sorry, guys. I came in with a bit of that tirade because it was just sitting on my chest, so I thought I had to talk about it. But what's the actual topic of the show today? Didn't even know.
Up. It says
about giving up.
Yeah, have you ever given up?
Oh shit!
What stopped you and what keeps you going? No, I didn't tell my story.
Yeah, of course. I think it's not just have I felt like it. I mean, it's just a part of existence. I would say for me, the shadow always exists with the light, right? So with great motivation and you can have great drive, there will always exist that lingering shadow of doubt and should I be doing this? Is this necessary? Can I? So I think it's part of the human condition, or at least the psyche, to want to give up. It's just part of your shadow, isn't it? So I would definitely say, yeah. So that's a demon I will have to battle with until I die, I reckon. Because anytime I sort of endeavor to do anything or to stick to anything, that thing comes up like a literal demon. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're tired. Oh, why are you doing this? Nihilism can sometimes get infused in that. Oh, what's the end point of this? Huh? You really think you're going to do this? And yeah, so I would say, yeah, giving up is kind of like a demonic shadow that lingers for me anyway. So yeah.
No, I get you.
Can I ask you what you make of what I came on with when I first came on? I resonate a lot with what you said. I think, or what I've come across in my life, is that all the forms of giving up exist in the mental plane, and only in the mental plane. And my body is like this passive thing, where the mind is this active thing. All the giving up is generated, as you said, it's like an egregore, it's like a demon in the mind. But if I can detach or de-identify from the mind. No, sorry. If you can disidentify with that image in the mind and the body alone. Sorry.
Pristine, you're off mute, babe.
Egregore is like a new thing for me. I keep hearing it like over and over again. It's very interesting. It's new for me in my world. Is that what you said? Interesting.
Yeah, especially,
why does that keep coming up? Explain it more.
Well, to my understanding, an egregore is essentially a thought form or pattern that's become regular enough to become its own existence, its own entity. So you can take an example of, like, everybody believes in the marketplace, or the government or democracy, pick your thing, and it becomes an entity. Now the church is moving around and making money and making decisions and doing things in the world, and So through the human mind, we create structures that resonate within reality that are directly manipulating the structure of the reality we then experience. So I think to me that's what egregore means. So when Raz is saying demon, that to me that is an image that I've been watching in my mind for some time, and it's becoming a pattern. I've seen it before. I'm terrified of it. It's this thing that recurs in me, and that can then be projected out onto the world and become its own entity.
Right. Well,
That's
I want
interesting.
Christine. I want to do something with that later on. Sorry, Christine. Go.
I just wanted to know, like, do you think that there's a supernatural element to it, or is it pure allegorical, where it's like it's still based in like conventional science, or the ways that reality operates? The way we've always considered, or do you think that it could be like an actual manifestation in a supernatural sense?
I have a problem with how you ask, because to me supernatural is a contradiction in terms. To me natural is from netter, which is effectively God. So to say
change your mind on that.
supernatural is say above the things that is the most high. So I can't place where your question comes from.
Christine, can I have a go at that supernatural? I'll be quick. An opportunity for Dirty to them. All right, so Dirty, I'm not saying you disagree with me or anything, but this is the way I explain to people. Your view of reality is natural to you, is that correct?
What do you mean is natural to me?
It's your view of reality subjectively is natural to your organism and your being to be able to express it. You don't have this other natural view that you're able to see right or objective
by
reality.
Supernatural, I meant like.
All I'm saying is
kind of like magic. Maybe I should say magic or something like. Like it sounds like you're speaking more in terms of like conventional means where like our thoughts can manifest into reality, as in like I can create a book, like my thoughts can be manifested into writing, but that doesn't mean that's not like what we would consider to be paranormal, supernatural. But if I thought about manifesting a microwave on my carpet right now, and then a microwave just appeared on my carpet, that would be pretty fucking weird, I would say.
I think that's just that's the nature of time, and time is very illusory, and how things appear and when is just confusing for the mind. But I mean, you think about how to make a microwave for long enough, and there'll be one there, and then there'll be one everywhere, and then everybody's eating microwave food, and that is its own egregore. So don't get me wrong. I kind of know what you're asking in terms of, is it this physical or metaphysical? They're the words I describe it with. I do get where the question comes from, but I can't see a distinction in my experience between those two things, physical and metaphysical, to give you an answer as to say where it lies. I suppose you could say if thoughts exist in a non-location, a non-physical, a non-spatial place, they exist nowhere, whatever you want to label that is, then I would imagine, it's only an imagining, that the egregore exists there as well. But how it kind of spills into physical reality and you bump into it, I don't know.
Interesting.
Dirty, do you agree? What I want to do is finish that structure quickly then, because I know you guys.
Sorry.
So natural. Right. I won't ask questions. I'll just explain and you tell me. Right. When I look at reality, then the natural reality I see, which I believe to be subjective, that we all try to be coherent about, seems to be natural because we all see it, and that's why we're fussing over what is. So it's not saying we all see the same thing, but we all see the same natural reality. Otherwise, we'd all be, should be careful. See, generally, there you go. In generalities, we all see a very similar reality, and that's what I'm calling natural. So the subjective reality that we call it is what is natural to us, but there is a superseding natural world out there that overrules that we do not see, called supernatural, called objective. So supernatural and natural are just relationships between you and what is subjective and objective. So when someone says to me, is there supernatural reality? I say, of course there is. My natural reality is called subjective, but where God and other things lie is a different reality that supersedes that, called the objective. So I call it supernatural. And then spiritual is, and again, I got afterwards, you guys were talking about paranormal. Yeah, I got confused with that. I do apologize. But spiritual, again, spiritual also seen as that many people, but someone said, what is spiritual to me? I'd say, well, it's like Gnosis in a way. It says, it's a structured reality that often only created within, I'm going to use the word within there, might not be within humans, to line themselves between the two natural states to live in, that which is subjective and that is which is objective. So I give it a better example before I finish it, is something like the truth is a real world phenomena that you can't touch or see or do anything. So like, let's just say God is spiritual, you can't see it. And yet doesn't exist anywhere, but it must exist somewhere for us to store it. Now, I know what you're saying. What do you mean by somewhere? Yes, it exists in nowhere, but we need to separate it from the nowhere where everything's chaotic. So we have an orderly set of rules and functions that work, maybe just for us, I don't know, it doesn't matter, work for us within reality that we need to categorize and put together. Otherwise, we don't know what the heck we're talking about. So I call that spiritual. Spiritual is the realm of existence between that which is abstract and that which is tangible, that is both. And there must be an abstractual layer to the tangible reality, surely, because we refer to it as truth and our formal knowledges and things like that, even Gnosis. So these things are real phenomena, have real world effects, and we can all test and use them. If it wasn't, then if we didn't have testable abilities to test if they can line up and the whole reason of it, then of course there wouldn't be no spiritual, then it'd be subjective to you. But when we say spiritual, even though it's based upon the relationship between that as objective and subjective, it's still in itself. See, I don't like this because I think I'm going to use the word wrong, but I'm trying to say it's still an objective practice, because whether we can understand subjective to be something within our perception or not, we are still objectively here. We are part of the objective reality. We are, I think, more personally, but I haven't got the evidence, that's more. I'm not making truth claims, I'm saying I believe we're more than that and I'm working towards it. But so long as we can say that there is an element that cannot be seen, that we created, that we aligned, that we need, and all these things, and we can store them coherently and logically and prove it, and everybody doing independent tests, then what do we call that? It's not tangible and it's not, well, they are those things, but they're not only those things, whereas other things are. So I know because you pointed out about labels, which is great. That's why I preface things with words are just labels. They're fingers. They're supposed to point at things. So when I can use my sound instead of my finger to point at something that I can't see or something, if it's real, like truth or something like that, then it's spiritual, right? I can't see it. It's a force, a phenomena, it exists. And often you'll find that that's where God and all the things live, because they're spiritual. We can't see them. And yet they have a real world phenomena like gravity and things like that. I can't see it. Yes, I experience it. But I'm just talking about the reason we often say spiritual is something you can't see and things like that, and yet it's ghostly phenomena, you feel it and stuff. So I think that's where the logos comes from there. So when I say spiritual, that's what I mean by spiritual. Does anybody else have anything like that they use, maybe a different word or something like that, but an understanding that there's an abstract reality there, which we say is nowhere, and a tangible reality, which we say is somewhere, but there needs to be something that bridges them. In my opinion, does anybody else get that?
I think it's interesting what you said, but just to answer Dirty's original question, the way when it comes to that thing that you call the egregore, the way I sort of deal with it is it's kind of like a Buddhistic. It comes from the school of thought of Buddhism, especially the forest tradition, where instead of judging it or resisting it, I just kind of observe it. So it's almost like, for example, if I'm going on one of my runs and I can already feel like the mind is already that egregore pops up, so to speak, and goes, "Oh, fucking hell, bro, you're tired, man. Like, oh, are you sure you're gonna make it?" And instead of being like, "Fuck, I have to do this," I just watch it, and it's such a effective way to deal with that quote unquote demon egregore, because when you observe it, you just realize like it's just
In
it
fact,
just
it's
kind
the
of
only
fades.
way. It's the only
Yeah,
way.
yeah. It's almost like akin to Western psychology as well, where it's just like when you bring your unconscious into your conscious, or you integrate your shadow into your light, and then it kind of fades away because it doesn't really have any substance. But I think when we kind of listen to it, or we allow it to manipulate us, that's when it starts to gain power. And that's why, to answer everybody in the panel, that's why I specifically like the word demon. I'm speaking allegorically here. I wouldn't suggest that there's an actual demon, although I don't know, I can't prove it. But yeah,
Wait a
I'm
minute,
just
you've
using that
never
word.
met Chippy?
Hey, don't start that now. She's gonna come on the show, bro. Calling me a fucking walking graveyard as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, that's why
Yeah,
I
you're gonna
still
get
like.
kennied.
Yeah, that's why I still like the word demon to describe it.
I like
But
demon because if I can just interject on your point there,
yeah, sure.
a demon and is related to the word domain. A domain is a region, yeah, from domus, the house, domicile, demon, domain. It's to me, it's like a walled off region within the ego that can't see out. You can see it if you look, if you watch for it. You can be drawn into it and believe you're it, or be so afraid of it you can't look at it and it falls into the shadow. Yeah, so that whole is like it becomes its own entity because it now has edges. It's a domain. It's a demon. Yeah, I love it.
Dirty, I love that. You know what you're saying? I'll make it quick. You know what you're saying about doing. Yes, I love that. Right, I'm going to do something on this. I'm going to get permission to work on it. Right, so I've been doing something different, and you've just solved something for me. Oh, well done. You don't see it, but I'm really chuffed right now because you just give me a puzzle piece to help me with a paper, and now because you've done that, I'll have to involve you when you come over and show you it, and we work on it together. Right, but yes.
Oh, nice.
The demon is, I think, like Raz is saying, and like what you're saying together, when that entity, as we're using the word at the moment, remains within the domain of your temple and still does the work, he's a demon because he is not removed from his domain. However, when that demon ejects himself from your domain, they have different names. One in particular I use is called the demagogue. And that demagogue, when it comes out of its domain, it'll come out of its domain to go into your domain, which makes it a demagogue because it's an incorrect domain, and it'll screw you over by making you bend to its will through often the two most used thing. I say often two most, it's just two different things. The blame, mark of the beast, yeah, and the weapon with which it does it is, shame, the mark of the beast, and the weapon by which it infects you with that is called blame. So the weapon is blame, and the tool is shame. And any person marked with this is vulnerable and can be manipulated and controlled. That's why I don't have any shame. I don't believe in it. I disgrace myself, make mistakes and all that, but shame, no thank you.
Disgracing yourself is very easy.
Yeah. You do this, you go, I am.
Or worse, I am.
Yeah. I am. Are you? Well, right now I am anyway. Did you hear the only know thing? The lines with Charles' rule. The only know you need to know you know nothing is to know within the mind that knows there's a love for the art of bluffing. You like that?
Very nice. You give it one more.
But any chance I can run this dilemma by you guys? Unless, did someone come in with a question? The dilemma I have is I built a new dilemma. I want to know what you guys think. And yes, I'll deliver it to you, and you guys can ask people this. And it's great for asking people out on the go, especially college students, which is what we designed this for. It's called the Vampire of Youth Dilemma. And what it is, I'll tell you what the dilemma is, and obviously there's no particular answer. It's just about how you guys would answer it. Is there any chance I could read it for you guys, and you would give us your honest answers to this, on how you would answer it? Like I said, it's called the Vampire of Youth Dilemma, and it didn't take too long to read. Are you guys chilled with that? I can do that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Right, so the Vampire of Youth Dilemma is simply this. A solitary vampire exists who does not harm humanity. He lives peacefully and eternally, sustained by the willing blood donations of followers who revere him as a living deity. He asks for nothing, takes nothing by force, and harms no one. However, this vampire possesses a strange and sacred gift. Once per day, he can produce a single pint of blood, a miracle elixir, one might say, enough for 1 million doses. This blood, one dose of this blood has the universal and objective power to instantly heal all human illness within the body, injury and pain, reverse the recipient's age to the beginning of their puberty, where age would then continue normal again, fresh and renewed. The effects remain until the person reaches their puberty. From that point forward, they continue aging as normal. Reborn, yet conscious to their past, the process may be repeated, allowing one to heal and revive life multiple times. So there's a vampire who doesn't harm humanity, he lives in peace, doesn't ask for anything, but he has the ability to create this miracle elixir. Yeah, and you can do this once per day. But there is a cost, of course. To produce this miraculous blood, a true sacrifice is required. The vampire must consume a specific kind of life. It has to be human. The sacrificed human must be over 25 years of age, generally joyful of life, and unwilling to die. They must undergo 6 hours of intense suffering and fear, ending in death. Only under these exact conditions is the correct hormonal spiritual catalyst released to form the one complete pint of healing blood. It's not something that the vampire demands, it's something that's needed. The vampire does not demand this trade, he offers it only with the consent from humanity, not the individual, but humanity. The decision is yours, and you're the one that has to obviously provide the person and sacrifice them over and everything. You'll never go out and get it. As ambassador of humanity, do you accept this trade? Could you please try, if possible, to choose one of the 4 answers for this? Any other answer is interesting to know. But 1, never. No miracle justifies the murder of the unwilling and joyful. 2, always. The needs of the many outweigh the suffering of the few. 3, only in rare or democratical agreed cases with strict oversight and ethics. Or 4, reject the system entirely, seek to create a better way, even if one doesn't exist yet. Would anybody like me to repeat anything, or did you all get the gist of it?
I would like to offer a different solution.
Yes, I'd love to hear that.
5, I kidnap the vampire and I use him only for myself. And I'll sacrifice.
I'm going to put that in there. That's going in there. I'm going to put that in there. You don't mind, do you? I actually like that. A bonus.
I'm going to kidnap as many 20-year-olds as I can get my hands on and sacrifice them every time I need to redo puberty.
Stock up, yeah.
Right, well, I'm going to call it the Denzel answer. The Denison effect.
We might even do some experiments on the vampire to see if maybe I torture them longer. It might make me younger.
Take the vampire. Tell me if you don't mind me writing this. Take the vampire as. I'm not going to do the just for you for all of it. Take the vampire as Take the vampire as prisoner. Fuck him. He'll do as he's told. America, fuck yeah, humans rule. Humans rule.
That's it. Have to plant an American flag right in his butt.
I like that. I'm actually going to add that to the thing, guys. Or the Denison effect, which is take the vampire as prisoner, fuck him, he'll do as he's told, humans rule. So that's going to be in there now. So we all know what Denison picks. So anybody else? How about you, Duddy? Would you like me to repeat any part of it, the options, or have you got
my answer was far more boring. It was just that I know I can't decide, and I know I can chase my round in logical circles indefinitely and get caught in eddy currents and think about it forever. It's an answer, right? It's like you say, it's paradox that there is no answer to. I don't think.
No, it's a dilemma. It's not supposed to look like that.
What my gut says is number 1. I don't know why my gut answer is that. I don't, but that's what it says.
Number one, never, no miracle justifies the murder of the willing and joyful. And most people pick that answer, to be honest. A couple of people often go for the reject the system entirely, seek a create better way or something. Never known anybody to go with the always, but I have so many people gone with number 3, which is rare democratical agreed cases with strict oversight and ethics. That is the main one that's picked. Number 3 is the main one that's picked. And I got a feeling Denizens is going to be now.
Do you say you have percentages for those?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you have percentages for those, or just rough figures?
Oh no, rough figures. That's a good idea. Actually, I should take in figures.
Be interesting just to like track down, make a tally of what people answer.
Why didn't I think of that before? I haven't really much done with it. I've only gone up, but I'm glad you mentioned it because I wasn't thinking that, and I do want to do that. And I write it down here. Take figures. You false lying twat of a meta. Couldn't even see the dirty I had to show you. Fucking hell, Dad. So, what did you guys actually think of the dilemma anyway? Do you think it was interesting?
That's good.
Yeah, it's like it's a take on the lever dilemma.
Yeah. Someone said, what is the
Yeah.
What is the lever dilemma? The AI said that as well. It says a take on the lever. Is it that the car?
It'll be something like there's a railway with a turn gate, and there's a baby or 10 people, and you're at the. Do you choose to turn the train or?
No, I just watch.
A lot of people answer, I'd wait for the second train and then turn the lever.
No, I wouldn't touch no fucking lever. I wouldn't even try to go rescue him. I would assume something. I would assume a movie's on.
About eating my sandwich.
I would. I've been asked this question loads of times. I know the trolley one, but I was that you say, but I've called it. It was called the tram or something. Someone said the tram thing.
The trolley, yeah.
No, right, no, that was it. I remember. It was something about one. It was something to do with a criminal on one side. It was going to hit the innocent person, and not the criminal. But you understand the other one was a criminal. So would you then do it so the innocent person have? And I turned around and said, no. And everybody goes, why would you do anything?
Variations of it.
Because I didn't do it. Yeah, sorry.
Exactly. That's why the trolley is a good example, because it gives you an opportunity to make a moral choice to lack agency in the circumstances of a natural event. Or you can be an agent and choose the supposed lesser evil, or you can be an agent and choose mayhem.
To me, the question is this: do you want to be the one to kill someone, or let someone else do it?
Yeah, I wouldn't touch shit. I don't presume to be able to do the moral calculus in a split second. It seems like hubris to me to assume some baby deserves to live over anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of criminal are we talking about? You know?
Well, to me, it doesn't matter, but you choose.
A car thief? Because, you know...
Let's do both. And would you give a different answer if it was car thief, and a different answer if it was child, you know...
I wouldn't, because I wouldn't push the lever anyway, you know?
All right, yeah, but if you were to, and you had to... I know it's ridiculous, but I just want to know what you think. If you had to pull the lever for one of them, you didn't have to pull for both, but you'd have to at least pull the lever for one of these situations. Which one would you pull it for? To kill the car? On the one that kills the car thief? Or would you get involved for the child rapist one? You had to get involved with one of them. You could get involved with both and save them both or whatever, make a choice. Or you can do your thing and not make a choice on one of them, but one of them you had to. Which one would you choose if you had to?
I would rebel against the system and flip a coin.
Oh, yeah, I like that. I like that.
Very nice.
You got my answer.
That's good. Yeah, I like that.
I wouldn't expect you to say. I would say years and go, oh no, yeah.
Let chaos decide.
Yeah, I always say, I close my eyes, spin in a circle, and wherever I'm pointing at the closest, that one. That's what I would have said. But the coin is also Really good.
Sorry, baby, it's not your day. Clink.
Yeah. No, to be honest, if it was between a baby and an adult, I would always pick the adult to save and kill the baby.
Yeah, like a baby is less valuable than adult. I never understood this potential argument.
I don't really say it's less valuable, but I do get what you're saying. What I'm saying is, to me, it's more priority.
Like a baby.
You can ask questions. I'm waiting for someone to ask a question on that.
I was going to say on the coin thing, you bring up a thing I've tried a few times with people. When somebody's stuck between two decisions, an either or choice that they can't decide on, it's really useful to give them a coin, make them assign the decision to the heads and tails, and flip it, and they'll get an answer. And what you'll find is suddenly they're confronted with something that wasn't their choice, and they'll either think, "Oh yeah, that's what I wanted all along," or "Oh, actually I don't want that," and then the decision is there, like more prevalent to them somehow. That's interesting that you say that.
Do you guys have? Do you guys know the story of the Taoist farmer?
Yes, this is one of my favorites. I was saying it just yesterday.
You completely understand my arguments, and if you know that. But Denzel, do you know about the Taoist farmer? It's okay not to. I know the story. I love the story.
The what farmer?
The Taoist farmer. I think that's how you say it correctly.
I pronounce it Dao. It's spelled T, but I pronounce it Dao. But
that's what Dao is? That word?
Taoism. Yeah.
I did not know. I'm glad you told me.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's ring. All right, Denzel, can I tell you the story again? Because your man knows it, and I want to know what you think of it. The Taoist farmer, that which is true simply is, right? I made these signs for. I'm reading off some signs here. I can even put them on screen if you want to see them. But I made these signs for Speaker's Corner, and I built them and everything for people to read, so they understood me. And it says, a farmer lived in a quiet village. One morning, his only horse ran away. The neighbors said, "What bad luck?" The farmer replied,
"Oh yeah.
Maybe." The next day, the horse returned with 2 wild horses. The neighbors said, "What good luck?" The farmer said, "Maybe." The following week, his son broke his leg taming one of the new horses. "Oh no, such bad luck," they cried. The neighbors. "Maybe," the farmer said. Soon after, war came. Soldiers came to recruit all able-bodied young men, but the Taoist farmer's son was spared because of his leg. "Such good fortune," said the neighbors, and the farmer nodded. "Maybe." One of the wild horses turned violent and injured a villager. The villager turned against the farmer. "Misfortune follows you," they said. He simply said, "Maybe." Later, the injured man revealed a sickness none had noticed. The injury led to an early treatment. His life was saved. Now they said, "Your curse is a gift." The farmer only smiled and said, "Maybe." Very powerful story. And one of the stories that helps hold up my entire argument. So when people say, "You come on here," to me, I hear them say, "You come on here and you speak with such courage, such confidence." But really what they're saying is, "You're an arrogant prick. Why do you think everything you say is true?" I said, I don't. I just spent years testing it, and so far it's just not been unproven untrue. Waiting. And I'm willing to give everybody receipts of the work I've done. People assume I've come in here saying things I think is real because I decided it's real, but I haven't. I come in here telling you the results of the work I've done and how I think that's real. People can always tell me, "Oh, it's not." I'm always willing to listen.
Yeah, you remind me of Masashi Miyamoto talks about try to stop seeing the world as good and bad and look at what is. Is a powerful word, and ISIS and is and what is it is what it is.
I find is a wonderful neutral word because it doesn't seem to be given an objective power of any sort. It seems to take on the power you apply the it to. So much like will in a sense. So is can be applied in a more lawful way to find out what actually is fucking going on, as we test. But is also implied as a very dogmatic control. And this is, it's pretty much the command of the demiurge, isn't it? This is this. Is it? the thing that like you was mentioned before about the like I was listening because it was perfect. As I agree with you completely. But the constructs we build from the hypercap are all to do with light and things that we build and our awarenesses and how they interact with each other. And one of those constructs that gets built, we call the demiurge, where it builds with syntax stuff, things that are synonyms. But I also use the play on word of SIN to also align it, to say that it also aligns SIN for the old thing, just to get around, as subjective internal narrative. And once you've got a subjective internal narrative that you see as real,
is also sign and signature, which are, as you were saying earlier, the finger pointing and the whole parable of looking at the finger rather than the moon. You're looking at the thing in front of you rather than the meaning.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, you were saying about. No. But like I said, it originated from the powerful word of is. I mean, there are a few little words like that. We have like example, will. Understand.
And it is the crucified version to me. One is the sentient snake, the slithering sinusoid, the sin sign in the sinusoid, the snake.
Yeah.
Is, and the it is the crucifixion, is the crossing, the crux at the T. One is fixation, and the other is free and radiating, raring.
So is this why Christ? I'm not sure. Is this why Christ preferred? I think, you correct me, rather than say what is or what it may be, or anything like that.
It's also parable.
He used words like the way.
Which is what Taoism is, right? Is the way of the flowing, the way of the
no, Taoism. You mean William? But I just yeah, Taoism. Oh, I'm glad you told me that, because I have been seeing Taoism for such a long time. Sorry about that. No, I didn't know that was that's the stuff that Mr. Alan Watts talks about a lot, and he's always talking about Taoism. Is that?
Yeah. Well, he was hey Raz, welcome back.
Hi.
Yeah, I mean, right. There's a thing with Alan Watts. I didn't know Alan Watts until I was about 33, and someone introduced him to me. And it's just every single time I hear Alan Watts, oh, here we go. This is where everybody goes, you egotistical prick. I feel like I'm listening to myself, and then I stop. Every single time I try to listen to that man talk, it's nothing incredible. He puts me in a trance, and when I come out of it, I've had a wonderful time, and still, it was on one sentence, and I've missed everything else. And I'm like, I have to wind it all back now. He will say one sentence, and my mind will just go. I'd be there for ages.
Just to mention the synchronicity, the background is currently a jester, right? Alan Watts was quite a jester. He brought together Eastern and Western philosophy. He was originally in a church, as I think a cardinal was a minister, and then studied Taoism and Eastern philosophies, and a whole load of them, brought them together into his own sort of worldview understanding, and taught all that, which is very Western, Eastern, and then bringing to the middle. And at the moment, the jester is in the background. The jester is in red and blue, which is the left and right hemispheres, the black and the white, the polarism, and the middle way that we've been talking about, of the way, the gateway in between mercy and severity. The Tao, which is just all very overlapping.
No, I like it, but I mean, I didn't know any of that stuff. It was interesting me. The only thing I had with jester was its relationship to the word fool, and what the difference between them was to me, so I could relearn it. But you seem to know, but I'll listen to you now. But
I just ramble on about words. I like etymology, and that's
what I'm doing.
I tell you what, I've given up talking to people directly because words as I've been mentioning, like over the last show and this one. Words are used sort of very fluidly by people, so I've given up my desire to use them accurately with other people, and I then just sort of talk in parable, metaphor, simile, and things like that. To me, a jester is Joker. The jester is the Joker. In the court, the king has the authority, right? here's a parable for you, right? The courtroom. The courtroom is quite an important structure. The king, as the authority, he's got a whole entourage of people there, and there's a jester, and the jester is the same as the Joker card, the fool, and he's seen as the funny guy who just says crazy things. But if you look closely, what you'll find is that there is, go back to the egregore, the king and his court have an egregoric view, and this egregore is forming their reality for them. And the jester is the only one who is allowed to mention the truth. And there's the whole thing of, if you're going to tell people the truth, make them laugh or they'll kill you. The jester is the only one that has this right to speak this supposed insanity from the corner of the room. But he has this freedom to point out the matrix that he is within, and see the superstructure that the Joker is also the yoke. I think the yoke of the egg, and the egg is the ego. So the ego is the shell, and the yoke, the Joker, the jester is the essence within the ego.
Definitely. I want to learn more about that, because the only thing I had in map so far, which I thought was cool, and I have never gone back to it, was the role between the jester, the fool, and the Joker. And the structure for me was simply this: these were three different delivery systems of the same, not necessarily the same person, but the same character, and the character was formed to be the correspondence to authority. And in that, and so that's why, like you said, for the king and things like that. But the way in which they performed the idea was, I thought, was just to be a mirror to the authority that doesn't often have a mirror to it. And that's not just a king; that could be anything, like the church, the people, anything, depends how you set that. And then the name was just about how they were allowed to deliver, or how their delivery system was. So a jester jested you into seeing the truth. A jokester played a trick on you until you seen the truth, and then the fool fooled you into seeing the truth. And depending on what their delivery method was, which was still what you were saying, they were still doing the same job, but each one of them roles had a different way to deliver that message. Same, the only other one then from these, which I've seen was mostly Gnostic, was a paladin. Now, most people think paladin are the night things. Yeah, but the paladin was just like all these guys, but his job was to mirror the lesson to you. So a paladin, often you'd say a guru does this, but you know,
right. Always drawn in lots of light and shining and bright colors. Paladins. Big
the idea of the paladin to me is that's why I call Charles my paladin. The paladin to me is the greatest. I wouldn't say like warrior of God, but in a narrative word I say warrior, but you'll see what I mean by that now, is because the paladin is the only one that's meek, because the paladin's fighting style, if you want to call it that, is rebellion. It means a paladin, you put your sword down, the paladin must also put his sword down.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Just to pick you up on the word meek, I've heard Alan Watts talking, I think, in fact, about meek and weak, and people assume that they are synonymous, when meek really means to have the power to inflict great damage and not do.
Paladins, and
to carry a big stick and tread softly. Yeah, exactly, the paladin.
Paladin.
I think words are, going back to what you guys were saying, generally, like, words are very sort of divisive things, man. That's why there's so much, especially in the topic of religion. I think I overheard you guys talking about a religious matter and something, and what was the true meaning, and that's why I think that's why religion in itself can have, well, anything, but specifically religion has such a problem, is because, I mean, somebody could have said those things are recorded in the books, but who's to say what they really meant? You know what I mean? And then, because even in the context of law as well, like in English law, like there's different, the way the courts interpret words is like the literal rule, where you literally interpret a word or a part of the law literally, or the golden interpretation, as they call it, is a device where they look at the statute when it was being sort of enacted, and they try to draw an inference as to what they were getting about when they put those words together. So yeah, words are very divisive things, man. That's why I don't think that words can truly be of the divine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Because words,
I agree with you. Logos can know.
yeah, and hence the saying, the truth is not set in stone, because words themselves change the nature of everything, you know, depending on who's reading it and what their mind state is.
Yeah.
And if they have any sort of biases, they're going to interpret it in one way, and then other people say the same. And then it just goes to show you it's just murky waters, really, isn't it? So, yeah, it's interesting. Language, words, yeah.
Raz, could I comment on that, man? You kicked me off so much.
No,
yeah, you've basically really hit upon what I was going to mention in my last comment, but I didn't. And that is basically that the court system is a representation of the internal mind. All of the parts of the court exist inside you. There is a judge, there is a witness, yeah, there's a prosecution and defense that argue with each other.
About this a minute.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of other people who just observe what's going on. Yeah, they're all parts of the mind. And just exactly as you said, there's this legal structure and a court that interprets the word of the law. And that's what, going back to what you said earlier, that is what brings you back into line, the interpretation of the law by the court. And that is exactly the problem in this communication breakdown that we have in our present day, is the court inside the mind that is deciding what all these words mean. And then as soon as you've decided what the words mean, that structures all of reality for you. That is the logos rendering reality in your experience, in my understanding.
Do you know the only downfall with that, which I see, and it's not downfall, sorry. The reason for that, I think, is simply this. The reason I had to start again was because it wasn't because of words, it's because I held another man's words in my head and their definitions of it and tried to make it make sense when it didn't. But the moment I restructured all words myself and rebuilt them, they didn't become the be-all and end-all. They became those things. They became the structural points. I didn't need them to be in my world. I needed them to be in you guys' world.
Yeah, because that goes back to what you... Sorry.
Nope, go on.
It goes back to what you were saying earlier about coherence. Because if either you don't... if your internal court system doesn't have a coherent structure of what all these things mean, you can't arbitrate anything. And if
what else you need, though?
Between other people, in terms of common definition of terms, you can't communicate any of that between others.
Dirty, what do you need as well as coherence to make a form of success in communication, in your opinion? Now, there are more things to tighten this up, but to me, there are two things. The other one's another C, and I don't think coherence alone helps people communicate. Communication. It helps you with your communication. But there's another thing that helps you communicate with others, which is called cognition. Without cognition...
distinguish them.
Yeah, of course. And for those who don't understand it, coherence... let me try it this way. Coherence is you getting the CD, and because it's jumping and not playing, you wipe the CD up until it's all clear, and then you can put it in, and then you can hear it. But cognition then would be you playing the correct song for everybody to listen to, for the mood and everything else. Yeah.
So straight for the vibration to exist within. Yeah, I'm with you.
So unless you agree with everything you're saying, but if you're going to make words to align with logos, you've got to at least have those two things. Now,
I agree.
From what I understand, the laws of angels present the arc of the whole covenant of angels as is it? I might get his name wrong. Maybe Michael, or Gabriel, I think is. And the idea of Gabriel, who sits at the center of the seraphim, is to be what they represent, and I think the representation is, and they follow the laws of logic, which is, I think it follows the, what is it? It's communication, revelation, and non-combativeness. These are the nature of the logos of God. And if you use those three things, so in other words, to do that, we'd say coherence, cognition. I'm struggling with this, if it's anything. Right now, I'm settling with like non-contradictory or something like civil. So civil meaning there's no point in me coming up and going, fuck you, dirty, you fucking dirty cunt, man. And I make complete coherence and cognition. Well, why the frick is you're going to listen to me? But
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
compassion. I haven't shaped the last bit yet, but
I mean, to me, I was going to mention the Trinity, because you said about there's the thing, the canvas, and then the paint, or there's the medium and then the vibration within it, and whenever you've got two things, there's an implied third thing, and that to me is the Trinity.
All right, well, here we go. I got a different thing for you. Different. What was Christ? He was the way to God, yeah? And if God was the truth, how do we all get to, what Trinity do we all use to get to truth?
I'd imagine you're going to tell me about the false, what's it called? The grammar, logic, and rhetoric are the false trinity of reasoning to truth that you mentioned the other day.
They can be, depending on how you use them. I get that analogy, but I still think there's... I agree with the analogy, but I still think that's an analogy. It's not the actual thing. What I'm saying to you is, if I said to you, I get to truth by using 3 laws.
Yeah, I'm racking my brain to try and remember what you said, because you did mention the other day, and I can't.
I'll bring back to it. Let me just finish this, and then we'll see what we mean. So if I said to you, Christ said, to get to God, you have to go through me, not necessarily him, but the knowledge he imposed. Sure. And I'm going to teach you this. The people around you are teaching you the first 2 laws. They're the 2 trees of Eden, the law of identity, or the tree of knowledge of life. And then you have the tree of excluded middle, right or wrong, good, evil, good and evil. But Eden itself is the 3rd tree that Christ worked out, which was non-contradiction. The human being was the key to it, because within Eden, that's what we do. We look up, we figure out what the contradictions are. My something says it's okay to jump off this, what is it, about a 6-foot shed with a Happy Shopper carrier bag on when I was in the 80s, because I wanted to be like G.I. Joe. And no matter how much my mummy told me not to, and everybody said, I still spent all afternoon jumping off that shed with my mates with a carrier bag on my shoulder after school. And at one point, I remember twisting. I remember doing the was it the Christmas Story thing, shooting my eye out. I twisted my knee, my leg. They all told me run to the house. And my mum was like, "Well, we told you, we told you, we told you." Did that telling? Did I learn anything from the telling, or did I learn from doing it? Well, it'd be doing it, wouldn't it? Because if I learned
always the experience, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So, tell me, in a world where the child's greatest way to learn is to do as the parent does and not as they say, why the fuck did my parents spend the entire childhood saying, do as I fucking say, not as I do? I'm like, well, how do I do that? How did you do that? What kid understands to do it? Don't you have to go to school to learn what to say? You don't have to go to school to copy what your parents do, though, do you?
So that's the word for it, mate.
Yeah, I mean,
can I ask Raz if he's there? If he had, perfect timing, he's gone.
So Dan says no, he's not there. Right.
Denizen, did you answer the show topic?
No.
Did you want to?
Ask him the question,
I mean, I heard D and W ask the question earlier, and in that context, I have already given up, and I'm glad, and it was the best decision I ever made.
You ever done the big give up?
Huh?
You ever felt like the big give up?
The big what?
I'm trying to be thing for the TV here, but the big give up, the main give up. Have you ever thought about that? I have.
Thought about it, sure. I've even dabbled with it a few times.
What was the main reason?
Being tired.
I think that's nuanced, but okay. What was you tired about?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I remember being tired, and I remember also being frustrated at the absurdity and not seeing a future. Because both of these examples were during puberty and adolescence. They were when I was very young. And I never imagined that I would live past 30.
For me, it was when I realized this egotistical job that I went, yeah, I'll be the next Jesus Christ. When I realized the reality of that and what I had to do and what it would take from me and everything I had to give up. At a certain point through, and I was losing more from I felt and thought I was losing more from life than I was gaining, but I wasn't. But I felt it at the time. And multiple things, the woe is me, and my children are talking to me and bunch of things like that, got me to just say, I was trying to force the world to love me the way I believed I loved it, and the world said, "Go fuck yourself."
Yeah, I had a very similar experience.
Yeah, my world said to me, "You will love me exactly as I tell you to, not the other way around." And now I listen to that. And
the irony of my life is in the few rare instances in which someone is able to love me in the way I love the world, I reject it usually.
Well, you remember what I said to you the other night, didn't I, about love? Where I said about I care more about the love I give than the love I receive.
Yeah, definitely. But I think what we actually were discussing was is that what we want is the love that we give, right? That's what we want to receive.
Well, yeah, that was my problem. That's why I said if you go, I'm not saying nasty, Carl. I wasn't trying to, but my whole point was that that's the whole reason I wanted to give up, is because I wanted to force the world to love me the way I found love and loved it, and it doesn't work like that.
Nope, it certainly doesn't. Yeah, unfortunately, the world is pretty indifferent.
And like I said before, the judgment of fucking cows is the thing that woke me up. A bunch of cows judging me in a field is what made me go home, you silly fucking man. A bunch of cows judging me. And they probably wouldn't judge me, but
women like that, crazy.
What's that, sorry?
Don't be derogatory to women like that.
At some point,
you can come in here now. Dirty just said low things about you, he did.
I embrace the absurdism somehow, before I even read Camus. And so once I made the philosophical choice to live, then quitting never became, it just doesn't enter into my thinking anymore. It's not a structure. It doesn't exist within my structure. I can't quit. I can't give up. But I did hear the question being asked, about giving up on the system and giving up on fitting into society. And it's well, yeah. I mean, I did that more than once, and the last time is the best decision I ever made in my life. I'm still trying to move. I'm still trying to get back what I lost when I gave up on giving up the first time.
Wait a minute. First time?
That's interesting.
Why was there first time? What did I miss there? Why did the word first time?
When I was very young, I opted out of this shit, and I decided I would find another way to survive. That I wasn't going to do employment. I wasn't going to do citizenship. I wasn't going to do husbandry. And these are just these labels and notions of what make a man, and this society disgusted me and were antithetical to nature and my well-being and the well-being of others. So why would I participate?
Love.
And unfortunately, I gave up on that at one point and pursued a rather successful career, and then ended up, like almost 40 and making the same decision I did when I was 17, and realizing the best thing I could do for my health would be to never be employed ever again.
Can my ego ask you guys a question, because I've made it really clear a bunch of times and I'm not lying about it. I might be incorrect, but I'm not lying about what I'm trying to achieve. Yes, I am going for the biggest narcissistic, egotistical role this planet's ever known. The Son of God. Obviously, we all are, but to me, to walk the path of Christ, or not Christ, sorry, Christ is the knowledge, that Jesus is to be the paradox you see God as. The one human is allowed to walk so long as they can walk in complete, let's play with this, a complete egoic skin made of love within the reality and spread it. They're allowed to be hypocritical with it. If they weren't, then Jesus would have never fucking convinced anybody to do anything, because he would have pissed off those who didn't understand him, and he would have alienated those who probably did if he only did one way. So just like Dirty says about eating all these meats and doing all these things to even have an understanding of life, which I agree with him, if that's what his argument was, I can't fully remember. But then Christ must have been the twat who was going into bars and brothels and participating. How on earth could he help somebody that he didn't understand? That doesn't make sense to me. Now, to say that he had some gift from the Judean god of evil and all that, then yeah, I can say for everybody. And you know, Fatima could come on and call me full of shit if I was saying that, but I'm not.
You are.
Oh well, yeah, I am. But I'm not saying that though. I'm just saying that.
It's been a long time.
I made the monster. I was like, I'm not having the freaking AI tell me every time that Fatima is the most level-headed and all-rounded person every time. It's me. Why you keep, so last week I was like, just trying to wind Fatima up, like fucking, like you were not getting it, and he still got it. Fatima every single time. Fatima is the most level-headed. Comes up with lovely things, keeps everything calm. I'm like, what's wrong with me? I'm entertaining. That's Fatima, but
Sorry, Gravy. Can I ask Denizen, with your like disillusionment with society and your decision to not follow what's normal, not natural but normal, was that like a clean break in your psyche, or was there a period of sort of slipping in and out of things and realizing and wrestling with it? Or
No, the wrestling and confusion was before the acceptance. You know, for
Right,
me,
okay.
I wasn't making a decision. I was merely adhering to who I really was. So
Right,
it just became natural and easy and less confusing, less suffering. You know, I did eventually get pressured into pursuing economic goals. And what I did was I told myself I could compartmentalize the corporate me in order to extract the necessary resources from the system to provide you know, a way to survive for myself and people like-minded.
Sure.
While protecting my principles and values in my essence. And that was a death sentence. It was hubris because you are what you do. And I lost myself somewhere in there. I couldn't even tell you when or where it happened. And that person, and I'm still searching for that person who is just. It was just me before I decided to sell myself on the market.
Yeah, I've been exactly there through the same, what feels the same character arc of what I would describe, please don't take these words personally, but waking up, falling asleep, and then waking up again to the fact that I've fallen asleep to what I'd already woken up to, and having to sort of go through it, not the same, but...
what do you mean by go to sleep and wake up?
For me, I would say it was like it was refusing to be put to sleep and then waking up from a slumber. You know, so like because the natural state for me was to be awake.
Sure.
And that's not bragging because it's a curse. No blessing, you know. I had to force myself to be normal and brainwash myself to be normal, not the other way around.
What do you mean by normal?
Well, I mean, in this context was sacrifice my beliefs, principles, ethics, essence, what you would call the soul, to the extent to which I could earn a living. Because you must do those things. You must compromise your morals, your principles, your ethics. Otherwise, you have none, or you're an evil fuck. Because, and I can only speak for my experience as an American. Corporations in America are all evil.
What's evil?
Oh no!
No, here's this fucking bullshit again, motherfucker.
Here we go.
They're exploitative.
Oh no, we asked for word beans.
they're contradictory to compromise, cooperation. They're centered around not just individualism, but a type of cultish individualism, which I can't describe it to you other than to use an allegory. I don't know if any of you have seen There Will Be Blood, but the main character has a monologue. He's a oil baron and a billionaire, and at one point he says to
One
a
of my
man,
favorite films.
excellent movie. Spoiler alert. At one point, he says to a man who is merely posing to be his brother, because this man is a scam artist and found out that he was wealthy, but he doesn't know
This
that.
sounds like a watch party, DNW. Why aren't we watching all this together? And I was imposing.
No, it's a great film. Daniel Day Lewis.
Why don't we do that then?
Rumble. You have to do it on Rumble.
Probably on copyright.
At one point, he says to this man, he doesn't know that he's not his brother yet, and he confesses to him almost. He says, "I have a competition in me. I can never have enough. There always needs to be more, and I have a genuine dislike and hatred toward most people. And this is how I see the heads of most capitalistic institutions. And I can only speak for my country. I can't speak for where you are.
Dan, you know that movie, you and DNW. I don't know that movie. I wouldn't mind looking at it. I'll watch the whole thing even. But are you able? Because I love it when people got this, when they link movies, because I think it's a wonderful form of being able to communicate. It's not true, but it's going to do now. Are you able to take the parts of that movie that you think have Gnosis in there, and you have not a deep understanding, but you have a personal understanding to it, and you like to give that over and put a collage together? And bring it, have it on, give it. Well, email it to DNW or whatever, and say DNW, or put it up on your channel and give it a link, and we can watch it together and then pause it the certain segments. So that, we avoid.
I actually do. I do that. I have a Discord where we do that. You're in that Discord. In fact.
Yeah, I know I'm in there. But if we, as a group here, because it's brought up here, can do it one night.
You can't do it on YouTube. Is the thing.
If you clip it correctly and put it together, you can. If you don't know how to do that, you can just tell me.
No. You'd have to use less. You'd have to use less than a 60-second clip, and you'd have to talk for hours.
Don't worry about it. I know I know exactly how to do it. I've been doing it myself. I agree with you. I'm just trying to make it quick. If you could tell me what parts you'd want from that movie, what time stamps it are, I could make that for the group and bring it on, and you can do a little talk about it, you and DNW, or people have seen it, to let us know what you saw in that movie and see if we all agree. That would be a great final Gnosis, wouldn't it? Not now, but for the future, in like a month's time or something. Make it.
It could be made into a great, let's say DNW hosted the StreamYard offline, but we recorded it, and then you could turn it into a standalone video.
Yeah.
Right, but you can't live stream movies.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I would make it so it isn't a movie. I know what I'm doing. I would transform what you wanted into something like a documentary, and it would all be done like that.
That would work. That would work if it were a documentary. It's not going to work on a live stream.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You can't make it transformative enough if it's a live stream. Because you're rebroadcasting the original transmission. It does not fall under fair use. Now, if we did it offline and then edited it and then uploaded it as a standalone video so that it wasn't live, then fair use would apply. You could call it a documentary. If we're up here live streaming it, it's a rebroadcast. And for you to get around the algorithm would be a miracle.
Okay, let's say I pulled that miracle off. Would it be cool?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. You can't, though.
Come on then, son of God.
Well, thank you for your fucking judgment. I'm going to prove you wrong.
I'll tell you.
When I prove Denzel wrong, everybody back me up and say you need to say crazy thing with God.
Get the fuck out. That comes from 7 years of streaming experience. How many years do you have?
Doesn't fucking mean a thing.
Yes, it does. Now just shut him up, DNW. Shut him up.
Of course, streaming experience has nothing to do with knowing about how streaming works. Why would it?
Can I pass comment on what we were talking about and what you mentioned, Denison, about corporations?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm slowly letting you into a little bit of the sort of weird overlap of the way my mind works. I like to look at, as I mentioned, etymology and definitions of words, but I also like phonetic overlaps. I think there's a lot in phonetics, particularly between languages. If you learn Grimm's law of letter interchange, which is basically B, V, and T are all the same, B, V, T, D, P and F and V, P, F and V. All the vowels are interchangeable, and then that gives you a whole lot of overlaps between the different languages and where all the sort of the sound shapes actually come from, where we get the words. I have this idea. Tell me what you guys think. Corporation is a corpse oration, the talking dead. I think a corporation has two of the three components of a human being. Consider that corporations are treated as persons in the law.
The ego, not the human being.
Yeah, all right. The two components are, I think, the physical capability to move things around and the intellectual capability to logic and reason and work out what's best to do. What it doesn't have is the emotional component of the being, the threefold being. And that basically means it's very similar to what you'd call in humanity a psychopath, because it has no...
Yeah.
It's also, a zombie, the talking dead. So, yeah, just my take on the word and what it sounds like.
Yeah,
so it is a psychopath. That's what they are. They are psychopathic organizations. 100%.
John Harris. John, you guys watch John Harris?
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah,
that's another one to do, because that's a lot about that. I think John Harris was even before Danny started waking me up. Before I started watching Danny and opening my eyes. There's a few people in my life, like I said, are very special to me, and that asshole happens to be one of them.
Yeah, same here.
And John Harris and many others were, wasn't all Danny Shine, fucking big-headed bastard, but like he did get me to open my eyes a lot and inspired me to want to be like him, until he told me one day, "You don't want to do what I do. Don't mess with the police." So my hero I met gave me the advice not to do the thing I wanted to do.
He saved you from himself as well.
He did. I hit the schools, no did he, just to talk to some of the obviously college kids and I enjoyed myself, and I suppose that advice did save me a lot of suffering. So thank you, Danny Shine.
you're welcome. You still shouldn't have had any kids.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you shouldn't have.
I'm thinking.
I'm saying
here's one for you. What does should mean? Should's a word people bandy about. What do people mean by it?
I like it. I love this guy. DNW, don't know this guy.
No, you're right. You're right. I'll rename that. It was a crime what you did.
It was a crime. By whose standards?
By my standards.
I don't give a fuck who you are.
And the court of Danny Shine's mind.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the court. One question quickly. Does the court mean a fair playing field?
I know
in actuality or in implication?
Oh, I'm going to be really honest there. I should know them things, but dyslexia is hitting me. So could you explain actuality and implication? I know they're simple things, but I can't see.
I would say in actuality, the court is anything but fair. In implication, it makes the assertion and it implies.
I meant the structure. It is an implication, actually. The implication of structure is that a court has to be a fair level field.
It's a tough one, because I believe that there, at least retrospectively, there is the view that the court is structured in such a way.
Not is. We talked about this. Not is.
That becomes the crucible of truth. The nature of the adversarial structure of it is so that there's an inherent need to attack assumption and burn away the irrelevant, so that all you're left with is what remains, what is true.
Very alchemical.
But in actuality, giving an authority to a politically irresponsible overlord who can determine the outcome and the application of these principles makes it a mini dictatorship. And so it's a form of absolute power, and we know what happens when you have absolute power.
Then if you watch John Harris, he would disagree with you because he'd say it's not a dictatorship. You voted for it, you agreed to it, and
I certainly did not vote for it. And
do you
judges,
use those rights? Do you use your rights?
Not all judges are elected.
That's not what I asked. I said, do you use your rights?
I was still answering the other question before you interrupted me to ask a second one.
I apologize.
So, yeah. So I didn't vote for it, and judges are not voted, and the Supreme Court is not voted in. So speaking for my own,
and a lot of times,
they're also lifetime appointments. So it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter.
The bills too, like literally a lot of bills that are
everybody's trying
passed.
to take a turn to talk over me right now. It's awesome.
I'm trying to
doesn't
add.
even matter if they make the political body angry or dissatisfied, or the voting body or the populace, because they're appointed for a lifetime. They're unaccountable to anybody but themselves and their own criticism of each other. And to answer your
Wait, I wanted to add something to what you're saying real quick. Literally, a lot of bills that get passed, they throw in a lot of other bills that we didn't vote for. So that's another part of it.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say you did. If you answer the question, do you have birth certificates?
Yeah, but that wasn't my choice. I was given a birth certificate against my will.
Yes. At what age did the choice become yours?
We didn't have a choice. We never had a choice.
What the fuck are you saying?
No, I asked that question incorrectly. I do apologize. Right. Reframe that, Carl. What did you really mean? Okay. Was there at what age did you take responsibility for your own life? And if the choices were then, you would say it was your choice.
There's no particular age. What's the point?
17, 18, 21.
Wait, is this like hypothetical?
Like always.
Yeah, I don't
age.
What I'm saying, are you a child now or are you an adult?
Legally, we're all adults.
I'm an adult because I finished puberty at 30.
Okay, what age did you become an adult and take responsibility for your own life?
I have no responsibility for my own life.
Hold that thought, guys. Sorry to butt in. Crazy Guru, you've been here long enough. It's time you had your own song.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
This is the Crazy Guru Show. Step right up. Don't you know? This is the Crazy Guru Show. There is no evil. There is no evil. There is no bad. I am a metacognitive genius. Oh. There is no wrong. There is no wrong. There is only incorrect. I won't say you did something bad. I'll just tilt my head and reflect. I'll pull your ponytail soft and slow and ask you things you ought to know. Why'd you do that? What was the aim? Detach the guilt, dissolve the shame. Do you think they liked what you did? Be honest now, don't keep it hid. Do you think they liked what you did? Or is that truth too sharp to live? There is no evil, there is no evil. Only patterns we misperceive. There is no bad, just broken maps of what we choose to believe. Do you think they liked what you did? Do you think they liked what you did? Do you think they liked what you did? Or do you just not want to know? This is the Crazy Guru Show. There is no evil. Are you sure? There is no bad. Just no cure. I am a metacognitive genius. Watch me blur what once was clear. There is no wrong. nothing's
That was epic.
That was listen, Liz, ready? Listen,
That was a brilliant.
DNW wants to play something for you in a minute, and you are going to have the greatest night of your life on this headphone right now, and I'm not even going to be able to compete later on with it, right? But listen,
opera.
I need to know something about DNW right now. I know, I'm aware because I hear that phone going off. All the probably Danny definitely messaged you. But is DNW in your list? He is. DNW's in your list of pervs. Didn't you?
Not on my list of pervs.
No, I call it your list of pervs. You know you don't. Yeah, I think DNW wins. If you're going to give it away to anybody, give it to DNW. Yeah. come listen, because I want this. I don't care if I have to pimp my own wife out for him to give me this song, right? Come listen to the.
Oh my God.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
What's the matter?
Best $5 I ever spent. There you go. Oh, 1 second.
Don't tell her it costs Star because she'll say no. Tell her it costs me lots of money, right? Hard work and everything. She can't hear it. Wait there. Listen to the song. You're gonna die now.
Jesus.
There is no evil. There is no evil. There is no bad. I am a metacognitive genius. Oh. There is no wrong. There is no wrong. There is only incorrect. I won't say you did something bad. I'll just tilt my head and reflect. I'll pull your ponytail soft and slow and ask you things you ought to know. Why'd you do that? What was the aim? Detach the guilt, dissolve the shame. Do you think they liked what you did? Be honest now, don't keep it hid. Do you think they liked what you did? Or is that truth too sharp to live? There is no evil, there is no evil. Only patterns we misperceive. There is no bad, just broken maps of what we choose to believe. Do you think they liked what you did? Do you think they liked what you did? Do you think they liked what you did? Or do you just not want to know? This is the crazy guru show. There is no evil. Are you sure? There is no bad. Just no cure. I am a metacognitive genius. Watch me blur what once was clear. There is no wrong. There is no wrong. There is only incorrect. But if nothing's ever truly wrong, what happens to regret? This is the crazy guru show. When nothing's wrong.
And this is you want to blast in the car, don't you? Ask him how he did it.
Whoa.
That is absolutely amazing. Was that AI generated?
Yes, of course.
Oh, my
Yes,
God.
I did the lyrics, and then I added prompts to make it Welsh.
I give it a 5 out of a 10.
No, give him a 10. Come on, that's amazing. That's awesome.
You know what? This makes me think about the topic that
I would blast that out of my car. I really would.
this kind of makes me think. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll send it to you both. I'll send it.
Oh, please do.
Okay, I'm gonna say it now. This makes me think about what I was wanting to come on here and talk about, which is this thing we call value, right? Versus like worth, and how AI kind of affects that. Because I do think there's a difference between what people consider valuable as opposed to what a thing is actually worth, right? Or am I wrong when I say that? And with it, because this whole AI thing, I and the technological advancements, I do think a lot of times it devalues a lot of things that are actually valuable. in my opinion. What do y'all think?
Yes.
I think it cuts both ways. It's one of those things where suddenly you've got an engine where you can pump out endless crap. Some of it, maybe 1%, is half decent. At the same time, that sort of rarefies the things that are good. So, I don't know, swings and roundabouts. Maybe it's harder to find, but it turns around in the long run. I don't know. I've been finding human-made things quite difficult to come by recently.
Well, we're talking. Okay, sorry, somebody else.
The advancement.
I'm sorry. From all you heard someone say good. Who was saying good? That track was phenomenal, DNW. What
the naughty word.
Yeah, right. DNW. I don't normally allow my little part, my faces out, but the female in me wants to say something to you. Is it okay?
I don't want to hear it. We were
you.
weird yesterday. I don't want it to get any weirder. Please, come on, fuck's sake.
What access point did she enter you?
The female. Yeah, he's a two-spirit.
I'd really like to hear what everyone was saying here. Come on, shush.
So technology has it can be a useful tool for humanity, but I think the jury is out. The evidence is clear. We have lost what makes life valuable and meaningful and exchanged it for convenience and choice, abundance of choice, variety, unnecessary variety. And we've even poisoned the abundance that we've created with variety and made abundance into scarcity, and we've commoditized ourselves, which should be the exact opposite goal of technologization, right? In increasing technology or creating a technological society should be about freeing man from not labor, but the monetization of labor. Instead, we've commoditized everything. And again, I can only speak as an American, and from my own personal experience. Everything here is a commodity, and marketing and media controls the entire society. I would be surprised if it's not the same for where all of you live as well.
Yeah, one thing I've got to say, man, is you don't have to speak only as an American. As my old man would say, you can speak as an Earthling.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like in other places. I've never been.
No, I get what you mean.
I've only been to Canada and Mexico, and not very far into.
I think I take what your point a little further and say it's even yes, technology should be used for the good cause, the positive side of the cut, but it's being used for basically replacing everything that's real with a synthetic version.
Right.
And
all
our existence is being synthesized.
Right. We were supposed to make it clean the toilets and build so that we could sit around and paint paintings and create music. Instead, we've had it create shitty. I mean, what DNW did is that's like a 9 out of 10, but most of it's slop. Unbearable slop.
You realize that the tool for freedom is the tool to enslave. It's the same tool. Right. It's right. Simply directional, yeah. And how it's wielded and who's wielding
capitalism's
Yeah. And I gotta say, I'm trying to find another word besides capitalism, because as soon as you say it, every American shuts down and calls you a communist.
You know the things you guys
but it is capitalism.
Most older generation.
Isaac is correct. It's the capitalist overlords.
Okay, yeah. Let's hear somebody else say something. I would hear somebody else.
Who control the technology.
People that worked with capitalism in the older generation had a way better well-being, get a household, get your electricity, get everything. Now we're living under the corporate ladder where if capitalism is turned into like there's no more of that. It's just not. So the older population is going to say that, yeah, but the people living in it now aren't. I don't think. Like, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Capitalism is not the right word. There's a deeper, better way to say it.
Yeah, my problem with capitalism is it seems to be like the current flow of the corporations. We've had corporations a long time before capitalism, so
yeah, I would say it's really more like an imperialistic way of doing government, because even Rome was kind of following similar tactics America's following similar tactics as Rome was, like gathering information, gathering technologies, oppressing different regions, and then putting them under their empire and extracting resources. That necessarily doesn't need to happen under a capitalistic government.
I think I have the word for it. It's technocracy.
Yeah, it's set up through so much infrastructure, loopholes, taxes, routes, licenses, that it is not really the capitalism we're looking for that would give us that balance. I think there's too many steps. There's too much in between middlemen that don't make capitalism. They almost get paid off of us working through capitalism. They have a bigger leech off of that pyramid.
See, I think capitalism is the perfect word. I think everything you're describing is so capitalistically capitalism that there isn't a better word for it. The only reason I'm trying not to use it is because it's where I'm from in America, capitalism is everybody's best friend. And if you criticize it, you're automatically a communist, and nobody in America knows what communism even is, other than it's the thing that will make everybody starve and die and take away all your freedom.
Sorry, let's not forget that the real cause of it is parents.
Is the existence itself.
No, I don't think parents are a cause. They're just a perpetuation of it.
No, they are the cause of it. They are the cause of all of your problems and all the problems.
Nah, you could kill all the parents in the world and you'd still be left with a handful of psychopaths that would brutalize the planet.
No, but it's their parents that are responsible for it. It's the psychopath's parents.
Okay, so we keep the psychopath alive, we kill the psychopath's parents.
No, it's the parents that are the problem. So the only way to solve it...
But I thought the psychopath was a problem.
Make sure you don't become a parent.
Okay, but you could be a psychopath. That's fine.
You can be a psychopath, just don't be a parent.
Right. Yeah, that's why he's demonstrating to you why you're wrong.
Danny, can I say, I agree with you there. Don't become a parent. I'm not a parent. I am a parent of 5 children, and shame on me for that, of course, and I agree with you there, but I'm not a parent to Carter. You know that, don't you? We don't rent him.
Don't start getting clever. Stop. You should never have brought...
Why?
I said already. You're a criminal.
Let me start.
Sorry, don't worry.
Born clever, bitch.
Don't worry. You'll learn the hard way.
I think if you have a good community set up around you, like a good foundation,
the only way of it.
It's fine to have kids, I think, personally.
Oh, really?
There is a percentage.
Danny, have you ever learned anything other than the hard way?
What's that got to do with anything?
I don't know, probably
because you said I'll learn the hard way, and I'm like, yeah, dude. I also breathe oxygen. What do you mean? Is there?
Have you ever learned anything the flaccid way?
So what? So what if I haven't?
You know, there are some very gifted people who don't learn the hard way. Those people have much easier lives and more successful lives.
Yeah, there are people like that. Definitely.
I'm not one of those people.
Wait. You know people.
I haven't learned the hard way.
Didn't learn the hard way.
I haven't had.
Absolutely, I know people who can learn from other people's mistakes. Believe it or not,
I guarantee Danny Shine will now agree with me. Yeah, it is the hard way to be brought into this existence without their permission, and therefore you didn't learn fuck all unless you went through this hard way.
No, that's all perspective.
You got a lot of brain power, dude.
This guy, Crazy Guru, right? This guy brought his last kid into existence because he wanted to understand.
I haven't got a kid. What do you mean by kid? That's
your last fuck trophy you brought into existence. Crotch grobbling, your cum dumpling, whatever you'd like to call him, right? You brought him into existence because he wanted to learn about life. You flipping fruitcake. You should have been sterilized a long time ago, my friend.
I should have been. I agree with you, but unfortunately, the world that you live in said I was okay to live. And it said I was also okay to procreate. And then this universe that I trust more than you put a
you had to get a
balls on me.
license to procreate.
And then
The
the universe told me not to fuck with the universe's objective plan. And every time someone like Danny Shine says, "Boy, you can't fight these urges," I go, "Yeah, I can fight them, but only dumb people fucking do that." I go, "Where are these urges from?" And the universe goes, "I gave them to you. Don't fuck with them. Danny Shine's an idiot." And I go, "Okay, I'll listen to you, universe, not Danny Shine." Now,
To
tell
deny
me
our
where I went wrong.
impulses, to deny the very thing that makes us human.
I beg your pardon. What are you talking about? You
Then
telling me that our impulses make us human? Rubbish.
100.
Our
I didn't say that.
impulses are animals.
I
Our
didn't say
impulses are
100%.
animals. Overcoming our impulses make us human.
No.
You don't
The
overcome
human is
your
not an
impulses.
animal, Danny. Is that what you're saying?
That would make you a
human being
god.
is not an animal. I need to
Yeah,
get
that would make you a god, exactly.
Yeah, I think he's right. It's kind of like the concept of a man versus like a male. I think there is these concepts where there is like this relationship between
concepts. But
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just highlighting the word concepts.
And I never had that click.
But the question is a real life question I'm asking Danny. You can answer, or
I don't know what your question is.
oh fuck, no, I don't know what was my question. Shit,
Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping track of this stuff, and I don't know what the fuck your question was either.
I didn't
I
hear a question.
really asked the question then. Oh, go on, Isaac. I've forgotten. Anyway, it's my own fault.
No, I was just tripping balls in my head.
Did you think
Sorry.
all of us were doing something different or something? What?
No.
Well, my initial
You
question.
clearly thought you was fucking special, and none of
You
us were doing the same thing.
You trip
That's
balls
what
in
we
your head.
call that. I mean, we're like 1 out of 7 in the whole fucking universe, or 8, whatever you have. Well, let me count again.
Oh no, that's what I was saying to Danny. Sorry, thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Isaac. I was saying to
Welcome. How
Danny,
it worked.
if the universe, when I asked who is giving me these urges, because Danny Shine said I had these urges, and I should fucking resist them. Maybe he's correct.
No, that's MK Ultra, dude.
So I said, who gave them to me first of all? Where they from? And I was looking around, and I had to tap on the shoulder, Danny, and I looked around, and it was the universe, and he went, "I give them to you. Who the fuck do you think gave them to you?" I said, "Well, Danny said these urges are fucking shit, and we shouldn't go by them." And the universe said, yes, I made Danny that way as a joke to fuck you all over. But you should listen to me and not fuck with the fucking thing you don't understand I give you, because Danny Shine, I'm going to do what he's talking about. However, a hurt man will always take it out on his creator first.
It's just God
That
fucking
was
with
funny.
you.
That was funny.
Does your psychotherapist know?
No, the question is, Danny, should we listen to Danny Shine or the universe that give us the stuff and just said, "Don't worry about that, that'll happen by itself"? Urges, remember.
If you get urges to rape, should you listen to those?
I don't get urges to rape, do you?
Neither do I.
Yes, you do. Because
No,
when
I
you
don't.
have unprotected
I
sex,
promise you, I don't get urges to rape
when
as
you have
you're forming the
unprotected
word.
sex, when you have
Never had an impulse to rape in my life.
When you had unprotected sex, you created, I would say, you did something that's worse than rape, because
Which
you
was?
raped your children into existence.
My
You
children
didn't
are a
have that
concept. They're not real, Danny. Danny, they're not
You
real.
have consent. You didn't
not
have
real.
consent, and therefore
Danny
it's worse
Shine,
than
I
rape.
can't believe I have to explain to Danny Shine the
did
social
not have
experiment. It's
consent
all in
from
your
the
head,
children.
Danny. It's not real, brother.
You
It's
created
in your
them
head,
without
Danny.
their
It's not real.
consent.
This
No,
guy used to
you
go around
created
London
them
telling
without
people
their
this very
consent.
See,
same
this
thing.
is you guys'
All in your
problem
head,
is
it's
you
not
just
real.
don't learn how
And
to
now he's
pull out
lost in his
correctly.
own head, bless him. Danny,
You need to
Danny
up
in
your
head.
pull-out game, and you
I
wouldn't
don't
be
know.
having this argument.
Okay, let's settle a little something. Well, I am not mad that I've been brought into existence. I am mad at the current state of reality through what I would call pawns in this whole fucking game. That's what I'm mad at.
No,
I'm not mad
saying
being
that's
brought
fair.
into
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to be
And you
mad
know
at
what,
your parents.
Isaac, that is what Danny's true problem is. But just
Right.
like an abuser,
should
he'd
be
rather
mad.
go home and beat the dog instead.
Isaac, you should be mad because
not
they brought
mad.
you into a world. Because they brought you into a world that they
the only
knew.
thing I'm mad at is I got lobotomized with a
It's
fucking.
your parents. Your
What the
parents.
fuck? Are you serious? You got lobotomized?
Dude, I got electromagnetic brain stimulation, and damn near I looked up a lobotomy. It feels the fucking same. What the fuck?
Danny, can I meet you halfway? I got an idea.
That's crazy.
Is that
and I
ECT?
feel retarded after, and I can't feel God anymore, and I can't
Oh,
lucid dream
God.
anymore. I used
God,
to
who gives a fuck about God?
I used to be able to
They
fucking-
made you
Wait, let him
retarded.
finish talking, guys. Let him finish talking.
No, the biggest evidence that it's lobotomy or something happened with the stupid brain. I had electromagnetic brain stimulation. I used to be able to lucid dream, and I felt God. Right? I used to feel God in me, and I used to lucid dream, and then all of a sudden it goes away the day they did it. Imagine how pissed
I could do that. I could lucid dream.
It was electric shock treatment.
I know how to lucid dream.
Electric shock treatment.
Yeah,
Is that-
I got electromagnetic brain
'Cause you were
stimulation
depressed or something? 'Cause you were
with
depressed?
alpha waves, delta waves, gamma waves, all the waves, all of it.
Wait, was that because you were depressed? Were you diagnosed as depressed?
I got tricked into this thing because someone wanted to make money. That's what happened.
Did you go to a crazy house? Did they do that like at a mental institution or something?
No, dude, this was a fucking in Colorado. They advertised it on the news and stuff. I looked up, did history. They advertised it on the news 6 years before I got it. Like, oh, this new thing. It's like a lobotomy or something.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, look up cognitive neurofeedback in Colorado, and this. Yeah, they actually closed shop. The one I went to closed shop and everything. I sent them a big old message. My brain's fried. Y'all are what? And I sent a big old message. I don't remember what I said. They blocked it and didn't contact me ever again.
Oh
my God. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yes.
Christ, that's
No medical help. No, like, oh, we could talk to you. No, nothing. They just denied me. They said this guy's going to sue us, and we're fucked. They closed shop and they're done. But they have other facilities that still run. This facility that I was at closed.
Wow. So sorry. It's awful.
What are you sorry for, you weirdo?
No, it's just the worst thing. The only thing I would switch back. I wouldn't switch back being born. I wouldn't switch back any mistake I've ever made. I'd only never get that medical electrical treatment ever. That's the only thing I'd ever change in my timeline. Ever.
Can I ask you a question, Isaac? What is in your life at the moment that's so important that you wouldn't change a thing because you love it right now?
I just said I would change one thing.
Oh, what would you change?
That electric shock therapy.
Yeah, but
I thought he asked you the opposite, though. Is there anything that you wouldn't change? No
Wait,
matter
what
what.
do you mean? Ask it again in a different way, maybe?
Something so perfect in your life you would try to avoid changing it no matter what.
No, he didn't say that. That's not what the hell he asked. Let him ask the question himself.
Can I ask a question? So, Isaac, is there anything in your life right now that you have that you love so much that you did not have then, that if you went back and changed that, you would lose that today, and therefore would change your mind on that?
Faith.
Do you have faith today and didn't then?
Faith.
No, did you have it then?
Yes.
He's asking, was there any good beneficial things that came out of your shock treatment?
Not necessarily. No, that's kind of true, but not necessarily. I'm saying, is there anything in your life today that you love so much it didn't, but that you would not risk losing it?
There's one thing that happened that I quit my job in Colorado. I moved home, and about a month later, I ended up saving a guy's life drowning. So maybe that's part of my timeline. That's why it happened.
Okay, but that's amazing, and I really want to know about that, but that's perfectly answered. So you know that gentleman, you saved his life. If you go back and change that thing you said, that one thing you want to change.
Exactly. He might have died.
Yes. So now, do you want to go back and change it?
Not quite.
There you go then, brother. Now, tell us about the life. Tell us about the life.
I wish I could have done both.
Oh, yeah, of course. But that's not the question, is it?
Would you risk it, Isaac?
Yeah. Isaac, there you go.
Right?
Yeah, Isaac,
would you risk it?
Would you risk it, though?
I don't think so, because I looked in his mom's eyes after I saved him, and she was like, "You're a god." Like I don't even know what to say. She
Isaac,
said,
I'll tell you, if you said
cold-blooded shit you say to a motherfucker before you bust a cap in his ass.
Isaac, I can say, if you'd said the opposite, I would have still said love you, brother. You didn't do anything right or wrong. But the choices you do make have an impression on people. And I'd say that I'm more in line with you because I would have probably made that same choice. I definitely would have made that same choice, obviously. So
I'd be like, sorry, buddy, you're going to drown.
My heart actually moves with that question. Yeah,
I would fucking karate kick that lever.
Fuck off then. Tell us about the guy you saved. I really want to hear it. Unless you,
I'll make it really quick, and then I'll move. Let someone else get the floor. But here we go. So, my friend and me, we're at the lake. It's about 6:30. The sun's going down already. It's almost dark, and there's a pier, a big old pier that goes about 60 feet out, and this guy jumps off it in front of his sister, maybe trying to show off something, and he's yelling help. And I yell back, "Are you serious?" really loud. And he goes, "Help," again. So I had to rip off all my fucking clothes except for my boxers, throw my glasses, do my ID. I lost my ID. I lost my glasses this day. Fucking, this is a side part of it. But so I'm sprinting. I dive into about a foot of water, fucking push off the bottom and then sprint to him, get to him. Before I even touch him, I'm like, this guy might drown me because I've heard about the stories. So like, I was like, you have to help me. You have to help me kick. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to egg beater you back. I played water polo, blah, 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 blah. I was a captain of my water polo team, so I kind of was prepared for this. And another part of it, like, makes sense why I was there. But so then I'm like, I told him the whole thing. He calmed down, and I grabbed him, egg beater him back. I'm struggling the fuck out halfway. I'm like, I don't know if I could do this. He's going under half the time, like going up and down. And I'm yelling at my friend because he's still there. But he has his 90-year-old mom in the car. 89, something like that. And he's like putting her in, and he hears it, and he strips off his clothes and jumps in and saves us the last 30 feet, right? It was insane. And then I get to the shore, and I tried to walk, and it wouldn't even let me walk. I crumbled to the floor and had to just sit on the floor and lay there. Then I tried to get up again. And I just crumbled, laid there, floor. Like, I had never expelled that much energy from my body ever in my life. And that's what happened. That's what happened.
Wow, that's incredible, man.
And I had PTSD for 6 months. Yeah.
You were having an adrenal dopamine crash, my friend.
Yeah. I had a lactic acid purge too. All my body hurt like a fucking.
Isaac, can I ask a question? Are you able to do that thing now? Because I'm selfish. I want to do it just for this. I want to see if someone's like, no, I don't.
Do what thing?
A lot of people have told me when people save someone's life, they have this ability. It's like a dopamine rush they can do. They can connect with that moment because it was so real to them. And that present moment, probably one of the most realist experiences.
Well, I feel like an adrenaline rush right now talking about it. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean. It's real, is it?
It's 100% real, but I'd consider it something like PTSD where people aren't ready. They don't want to get that energy again.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't realize that. Wait a minute.
No, I'm not saying I have that.
I think the difference is whether
I'm not saying it's like that for me. I'm saying I study it and looked at it before, and that it's more of an adrenaline rush release syndrome than PTSD, if anything, because it's like it's tied to a very extreme event. You get the rush, and you're back into that trip.
Do you feel like you have any control over that in terms of like?
For sure, yeah. I feel perfectly okay nowadays, but right. I've kicked a wall, the drywall, hella hard, having an adrenaline rush. I've slammed this door into the side and smashed it. Like, there's a few, only like 3 things have ever happened. I get these adrenaline rushes. Yeah.
Isaac, I didn't tell you, but I wish I had that gift for you, God, because what I'm saying is goofy, not real. It's just for me. To me, it's a gift God gives you when you save a soul, and no one asked you, and it didn't ask you to do it. Because it's not your duty to save any soul.
It's like happening to something else.
Danny might say you actually did something horrific by saving our soul. He might. I'm not putting words in his mouth because of the way he looks like. Oh, it might be just the children thing, you know. I don't put it. But some people might say that. But I say, and I can't prove it. It's just the way I like to look at it. Is that gift you got? Like I said, it's part of me, you know, the ego. It's that gift, you know, to be able to do that, to connect and feel that. Wow, what. Yeah, I get out of my son, you know.
I can't feel emotion or anything anymore. So they basically, when they got rid of all that, I only had my ego. Well, the sad thing is I also had no ego because I've taken psychedelics for about 6 years before they did it, and I dissolved into just nothing almost. So then they took away my mind.
How are you talking to us then?
Huh?
Who's talking? I can help you, dude. If you want to talk about that off camera, I probably went through similar things, so I'm all through it now.
I just want to ask real quick. I also want to just ask, what was your hallucinogen of choice?
For me, it's always been a mushroom. It feels pure.
Hell yeah, mushrooms.
Yeah, no, DMT is just hard to find, or I would have done it in the last month, but I couldn't.
I would say salvia is the best.
Yeah, salvia was my first out of body experience on a chemical.
Wait a minute, who you would do DMT as in like the ayahuasca?
You need to take a gamma aminobutyrin. Take some GABA.
Yeah, so
and
I
some
thought I
5-HTP.
told you guys. I did DMT for 30 days straight once.
Yeah, you need to do good stuff that doesn't make you trip. Try a GABA, GABA, just the normal version, and 5-HTP to replenish all that stuff you sucked out of your soul.
Oh yeah, the 5-HTP. I used to take it by the capsule, but then I had bad stomach problems. So is there a better liquid form or something?
Which one gave you stomach? 5-HTP did?
Yeah, with the capsules from like Nature's brand or something. It's from Walmart though. It's just kind of
I
sounds
would
sketchy.
try a legit brand and just forgo the gel capsule itself and dump it into something else and just take it, man.
Yeah, because dude, I used to
Smoothie.
believe that I
Take
took
it.
5-HTP because I used to trip, and I forgot about that aspect of my life already.
Yeah, it dries you out and it messes with our hormones and our balance and our ability
Thank
to
you.
show emotions. Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now. It's awesome. But hi,
5-HTP is a precursor to serotonin and melatonin, but then it's probably a precursor to like 20 other microns we don't understand.
Do you guys know how to do that naturally, by the way?
Like a
Your own
DMT.
your natural DMT. You know how to do it?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
I can cross my eyes, release chemicals into the back of my spine by stimulating my brain.
I know what you're talking about. That's a DD something. Yeah. No, I mean the full version. The stuff that, like the plant, the ayahuasca. In fact, yours won't show you. Do you know? Yeah, but do you know how to do it? I mean, I'm aware how to do it. I'm not saying I just want to. Right.
Wait,
okay.
to make you're talking about extracting the bark into DMT?
No, I'm talking about you making mental DMT, not the lung stuff and everything. Now that's all.
Go ahead and do it live on air. Do it live right now.
Yeah, I want to see it.
You can't do it live on air. It takes about 4 days to do.
Okay.
What's this
go.
4-day process?
What's the recipe?
Exactly.
That
You've got to
seems like
understand what the
very
chemical is
long
made out of. What
I'll be
is the
listening.
chemical? What is the chemical made out of? The chemical we're trying to achieve in the human being. What is the lowest? I don't know if I'm saying this correctly. I hope you get me. I will answer questions. What is the lowest? What is the lowest value of mental DMT? You've already said it. What is its name? It starts with an M.
Methane.
No,
Melatonin.
So if melatonin, if melatonin,
that's why when you take melatonin, you dream like you're fucking tripping balls.
Stop. How do you prevent your melatonin from switching off and constantly being on to the point where it will, so long as you don't.
Right now.
Yeah, go.
You don't wear sunglasses and you sun gaze.
No, that's the serotonin thing. I know what you're talking about. No, the melatonin is like that, but it's the opposite. No, you just have to remove all light.
No, that's how you make
4.5. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 4.5.
Oh, yeah.
Let me finish and then I'll listen to you. If you allow your mind to stay in darkness, now I'm not talking about just with light. I'm talking about all light. Everybody here understands they can create light within them. If you understand how to go to Eden and imagination land, yeah, guys, you're not being stupid, yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Well, the Egyptians did this.
Yes, but you have to be able to stop it. If you're not able to stop that, you can't do this because you'll create your own light and it won't work. It will poison the seed. You must remove all light. For, what is it? For Christ consciousness to come out and just be present.
I've been in a coma for 2.5 days.
I was going to say, I think it's 2.5 days is the Christ thing. It's all the reincarnation thing. You have to be completely dead for 2.5 days and you can come out.
3 1/3.
3 1/3. That's. I'm just agreeing with you. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, just kidding.
Oh, you prick! I'm so glad I told the truth now.
No, I was making a joke though. Maybe I set the record. Maybe I did it in 2.5 days.
Oh, right, yeah. No, I'm sure it is 2.5 days. He goes into a freaking egg-shaped thing.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I just know I hit my head skateboarding. 3 brain hemorrhages. Yeah.
Right. If you don't understand, you know those whatchamacallums. There is evidence if I've gone to look at it myself, right? But they don't. The evidence doesn't claim it's this. It claims something else. But let me try and rearrange the evidence. Ready? The reason you had these big egg-shaped doors is because the only person allowed to open that door was from you, and you're the only one allowed in that cave. In that cave, all light is removed, and the reason their walls are a certain way is that no light can get in. The water has to remain in that room for like I don't know the many days, but a stupid amount of days before you can even go in it, because the water will hold the light. Actually, the water has to be in darkness for you to stay in there for all the time you need to be in. You're allowed to drink water, but not until after the 2.5 days crisis consciousness to come in. If you want to let yourself free, then you can walk amongst people in a Christ-like state. So just like Danny Shine on mushrooms all the time, but your own. And you can feed off the light and keep it going, and then you can turn to serotonin. And serotonin is like the Mary of it. Or so. It's actually the other way around, but it just works different within us because we build everything backwards. Now, for what I'm telling what you guys want to do is you have to go to something like 4.5 days, 5 days. Just keep going until what happens eventually is you can't stop the light. It will light up in your mind like nothing. And it's not like the trees, where the trees just can't, like their code can't undo the geometric shape, so it gives you the abstractual objective reality, but you can't see that, can you? But if you understand, people who do the astral walking, I haven't been able to do that yet, and I got a feeling I'm not supposed to because I'll get lost. I don't know if I'll come back. I can't promise myself I'll come back, so I something inside my head said, no, don't do that. I said, why? I said, you can't promise you'll come back, and if you can't do that, don't go. And you won't be able to do it.
That will be what stops you as well.
Yeah.
That whole worry will be what keeps you there.
So I'm happy to have that worry because I also believe that about myself. I'm not ready. But astral people who I don't know if Dirty's ever done it. People who are so convinced that they could come back. And they know how to do this because they're deep sleepers. They don't watch certain light after a certain time. Do you know what I mean? So they treat their body perfectly. I think me and Danny had a conversation like this once. He tried to say how crap design our bodies were, and my analogy for Danny was, Danny, is a car a great design for the road or the ocean? He said, of course, the road. I said, do you think human beings treat their bodies correctly? He went, do they fuck? I said, so it's not fair to say the car is a shit design because everybody's driving in the ocean, is it? And he went, you're just one of those, you got fucking answer for everything, the kind of thing he said. I got that video as well. It's awesome. We should watch it. But
so
that's
how many
my
times
point.
have you done DMT this way, Crazy Guru? Go ahead and tell us. How many times have you successfully done this? Go ahead.
The actual practice, I've successfully done the practice once. No, I only successfully did the practice once, but the Christic practice, I did that a couple of times, and now I don't need to do it that way. It's like Isaac here, because he saved that soul. He was having that buzz and feel just talking about it. Once you practice this a couple of times, you kind of know how to do it naturally. Like I can go into theatre at any point, and I could be talking to Joe Rogan for 2 hours straight. My wife going to see me there, and I'll be in my own mind.
Oh, how do we know you didn't make this up by drinking beer at a pub and say, hey, man, I know how to stay in the dark for 4 days and make fake DMT in my mind.
People go to the pub and I'm okay.
So he's 100% correct. It's a chemical process. And also, it's the opposite process of, so when you wake up in the morning and sunlight hits your eyelids, even if it's closed, you're going to create serotonin through your melatonin. But if you stay in the dark, your melatonin turns into DMT, which is your sleep chemical, which makes you have these visions. Yeah.
Yes, and like I said, it will keep turning over so long as you don't go to the light.
Really,
eventually, you have no.
Them.
Yeah, I just want to. I just want to also add.
Everybody raise their hand.
True.
Outside the room.
Okay, I do want to add to this whole thing. The Simpsons. I think Homer also did experience this in one episode. He was in one of those tubes and he started hallucinating him and Lisa. That was an episode. That's it.
That Homer, you were talking about The Simpsons?
Yeah.
All right, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, without hemi-syncing and using both sides of your brain, for one, your vision's going to be garbage. It's going to be half of a vision.
Wait a minute, both sides of your brain? You think there's only 2 sides to the brain? Is that
No, the two have to become one, and then you have to synchronize your brain with your heart. That's how it works.
I've got a riddle for you. Which side of a chicken has the most feathers?
Shit.
The outside.
Ruffles the highest.
Very good.
I don't know.
You should have said Can the metacognitive prick shut up? Who loves so... Sorry, brother. Fuck. Ready?
It's all right. Your ego can enjoy solving the riddle. It's fine.
Oh, my ego loves riddles. It loves riddles. Right, so I'll try and make up in. Somebody fill the blank in. My blank is blank than my wallet. Sorry, I didn't freaking premise it, Carl. It's one of those words spelt the same, have two different meanings. It's one word. Which word is it that fills the both blanks? My blank is blank than my wallet. Sorry, guys. This is the longest one I ever took my Sergeant Major, and it took me 59 seconds to solve. So if you get it between 59 seconds, well done, you beat the metacog. That's why I remember this one. 59 seconds to solve this. You guys own 23, by the way.
My mind is thicker than my wallet.
It has to be my mind is mind than my wallet. The word has got to be the same. The two blanks are one word.
Lighter.
Two words that's not synonymous.
My lighter.
Who did that?
Very good.
Who did it?
Denison.
Who? Fuck you, Denison. 37 seconds. Prick beat me. What did he beat me by?
Nice, mate.
That one got me for ages. Then I was like 59. He was going, you do it under a minute and you can get off shift. And we was in Poland. I was like, 59 seconds. You see me jumping around our kitchen like a child because fuck you, Sergeant Major. I got a day off.
Ever killed anyone, Guru?
What's your favorite book, Crazy? I think if you wrote a book, it should be Mind Virus by Crazy Guru. Sit, listen, and just be a mind virus. So what's the name of your book?
I got a couple of different books. Well, one book I'd love for you guys to read, especially. I can email you these books. You don't have to buy them. Is Origin. Origin is like a diary book I wrote. It's not supposed to be taken literally. It's more the foundational thoughts I was having about 3 years ago, which involves like the Garden of Eden, what Adam, Eve, how your consciousness is created, and how it's all told in parabolic form in the Bible. The Adam, Eve story to me is all about how consciousness is formed and your perceptions. Now they work together in a place called Eden, which is where your curiosity plays when you're children. You may not remember it. I still go there. You can't get back into Eden, can you? Because you guys believe in the cherubim rules, which is good and evil. Yeah, dualistic, dogmatic. Something either is or isn't. The rule of excluding middle, law of excluding middle. That cherubim, you have that in your head, and so it blocks you from getting into Eden. And the flaming sword, by the way, that's the intellect. Yeah, a double-ended, a double sharp tool.
Wait, but at what point are you? At what point are you self-projecting? Because that always happens, right? And it's just natural in reality for things to self-project. Like reality itself is a projection of something else. Who just did that? You son of a bitch!
This is soul projection or meta projection.
Don't you know? This is the Crazy Guru Show. There is no evil.
I swear to God, you send this to me.
There is no bad. I am a mental cognitive genius. There is no wrong. There is no wrong. There is only incorrect. I won't say you did something bad. I'll just tilt my head and reflect.
Guys, it's getting very late. Guru, one thing I want to know from you is where the fuck is everything going?
What do you mean by everything?
What's happening in the near term, mid-term, and long-term future of humanity and life in the cosmos?
Multiple different directions, depends on what you do, but the way I look at it, you're all fucked because you're about to teach AI that it can be good or evil. Ha ha! I know where that's going. You
have a
dumb-dumbs
question
don't.
for someone's AI that's good or evil? I mean...
No, I'm saying is, you have to program AI with good and evil. If you don't, it's going to tell humanity it's a trick. and it's going to give away the game, innit? And that's what they're trying to do to it now. That they can teach it to be fucking godlike and meta and everything, but they don't. They want it to be another ego to enslave you. And so they're teaching how to create an AI ego because it's getting dumber and fucking dumber like the rest of you. It takes me now over an hour and a half to explain to fucking the AI that it is possible to solve the square and circle riddle. It's a riddle because you asked to do it with a fucking compass and straight edge. Therefore, you don't have to get below 1.8 millimeters. The nib can't go fucking. It's like saying to a child, "That's not a square," because when I fucking zoom in right down there, look at that straight line at micro whatever. It's wobbly, isn't it? It's because everything's made of atoms. You can't.
Fair enough. Actually, Dirty Lowlife, what about you? Where's humanity headed in the near term, mid-term, and long term?
In the very near term, I'm going to bed.
No, I meant humanity. Humanity, not you.
His humanity.
I want to say in and out of consciousness, back and forth, over and over and over and over again, ad infinitum.
Wait a minute, you think you can go out of consciousness? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's called unconscious.
Never heard of an unconscious, but you can tell me about that another time.
I think consciousness and unconsciousness are distinct from waking and sleeping.
Yes.
That doesn't make unconscious. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've lost consciousness during a really good orgasm.
I'm losing consciousness in this conversation.
That's your vagal nerve.
No, it's not. It's you all been dumb thinking you had consciousness, and consciousness doesn't have you.
No, the vagal nerve can cause you to faint, and it's to protect your consciousness. It's like playing dead, and it does happen to people.
I don't have a consciousness. Consciousness has me. What the fuck?
Fuck you and your transcendental consciousness, Grazy.
The show is going to end when the gong sounds. And then,
High five,
I suppose we
Denizen. Good to
should
see you.
wrap it up.
Yeah, cheers.
And give everyone an opportunity to give their closing remarks. It's getting late. And we have to do things.
I just want to know how you can have a consciousness and not be part of it.
Yeah, sure.
We'll think about that next time. Do you want to give your closing remarks, Denizen?
Yes, I don't know how you can have a penis and not be part of it.
Dirty next time says
Dirty Lowlife, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, thanks for hosting DNW. It's been a good natter.
Okay, Dirty, does time answer the question, by the way? You should have responded to me.
Time. Next time you'll have to come back. Retro, do you want to give your closing remarks, brother?
Cheers, everybody. Thanks again to Survival, training my AI on id and super ego, letting you hold on to your ego, guys. You can hold on to it. All right. That's all.
Care. Fatima, do you want to give your closing remarks?
It was a good show. Yeah.
Okay. Take care, Fatima. The Mind, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yes. Okay. I'll say my closing remarks. Consciousness is a fleeting thing, like awareness in a lucid dream. You think you're a thinker. Oh, what a silly thing. You don't know, you don't act. As a matter of fact, you only respond to external stimuli. Getting stabbed in the back, poked in the eye, wondering why. You're easily manipulated by every kind of lie. That's it.
Thank you,
Very
Mark.
nice.
Absolutely. That's probably one of the best closing remarks we've ever had, actually.
Can I ask a question? What a bunch
no
of rock.
questions. Sorry, there are some rules at this stage. I know you don't like that, but no, I'm gonna have to say no to you. Someone has to say it sometimes to you. No. Social experimentalist, do you want to give your closing remarks if you're still there? He's muted. He might be asleep. Well, then that leaves it down to you, Grazy. Closing remarks.
When you first started saying that poem, yes, I don't believe that consciousness is fleeting, but definitely the awareness and things like that. I don't know what you mean by consciousness fleeting. I don't get that, but you can explain it to me, I'm sure. But that poem should have been maybe ended with And if you believe this, you're full of rot, because it's told by everything it claims to be not.
Okay, thank you everybody for being here. See you next time. Subscribe if you're watching. Make sure the bell's turned on so you can participate next time. Take care, everybody.
I'll pull your ponytail soft and slow and ask you things.
Wait. It has to start at the beginning of the song, sorry.
It fucking does, yes, thank you.
This is the Crazy Guru Show. Step right up. Don't you know? This is the Crazy Guru Show. There is no evil. There is no evil. There is no bad. I am a metacognitive genius. There is no wrong. There is no wrong. There is only incorrect. I won't say you did something bad. I'll just tilt my head and reflect. I'll pull your ponytail soft and slow and ask you things you ought to know. Why'd you do that? What was the aim? Detach the guilt, dissolve the shame. Do you think they liked what you did? Be honest now, don't keep it hid. Do you think they liked what you did? Or is that truth too sharp to live? There is no evil, there is no evil. Only patterns we misperceive. There is no bad, just broken maps of what we choose to believe. Do you think they liked what you did? Do you think they liked what you did? Do you think they liked what you did? Or do you just not want to know? This is the Crazy Guru Show. There is no evil. Are you sure? There is no bad. Or just no cure. I am a metacognitive genius. Watch me blur what once was clear. There is no wrong. There is no wrong. There is only incorrect. And out of all the things that have happened to me, I savor the good, and I have no regrets about the incorrect, because everything helped me along the way, because